Sometimes the universe doesn't whisper, it roars through the storm, shaking the ground beneath those who dare to stand against its chosen. If you thought the fight was just with you, think again. They weren't just coming for flesh and bone, they challenged a force older than time, a fire that burns in your soul and will consume their lies like dry leaves in a wildfire. Enemies laughed as if the chosen were weak, as if your light could be snuffed out like a flickering candle in a dark room. They thought you walked alone, that your strength was nothing more than a fragile dream. But every mocking glance, every whisper behind your back, every push against your spirit only stoked the blaze inside you. They fought the universe's own storm and didn't even know it. If you're ready to stand taller and remind the world who you really are, hit like and subscribe now, because every time this message reaches another chosen soul, it sends a ripple through the cosmos. It signals to the unseen forces watching that the time for payback is here and the chosen are awakening. You are not alone. You were never alone. From the moment you were marked by the universe, you carried a power that haunts your enemies like a shadow they cannot escape. The power of being chosen isn't just about surviving, it's about transforming every strike, every betrayal into fuel for your rise. Your light doesn't flicker, it storms through the darkness, a relentless force that refuses to be ignored. The universe doesn't make mistakes. It picks those who can weather the fiercest battles and come back stronger. When they attacked you, they weren't just fighting a person. They were challenging a cosmic force. Your enemies don't realize this because they only see the surface. But beneath your skin burns the energy of the stars, a light that sees everything and remembers every injustice. You might have doubted yourself, thought you were alone in the fight, but that doubt is the enemy's weapon, and it's about to turn against them. The power of the chosen is a silent storm, gathering strength in the shadows before the final strike. It's a force that will shake the foundations of those who tried to break you. So, to the chosen, stand firm. Your time is now. The universe has been watching, waiting for the perfect moment to unleash its wrath on those who dared to think you were weak. The reckoning isn't coming. It's here, and when it hits, it will be unstoppable. This isn't about petty revenge or empty threats. It's the payback time you've earned through every trial, every sleepless night, every battle fought alone. The universe's power flows through you, and it's a power that no enemy can face without falling. Remember this. The fire inside you is not just your own. It's the universe's answer to those who tried to snuff you out. They came for you, but they awakened a force far greater than they could ever imagine. If you feel this truth, if you feel the power rising inside, share this message. Help other chosen ones find their strength. Like, subscribe, and spread the word, because when the chosen unite, nothing can stand in their way. Now it's time to go deeper, step by step, into the power you've carried all along. If you're truly one of the chosen, you'll feel that undeniable pull to stay, to listen, to rise with every word. Drop a comment with the number 77 if you're ready to embrace your power and step into your payback. This isn't just a message, it's a call to awaken the force inside you. Don't turn away now. Payback time is closer than you think. Let's get started. Number 1. When silence is a loaded gun, every bystander pulls the trigger. They say silence is golden, but silence in the face of your pain. That silence was a loaded gun aimed straight at your back. Those who watched and did nothing weren't neutral. They were silent soldiers in the enemy's army, armed with cowardice and drenched in betrayal. The moment they chose to look away, to swallow their fear, to cling to their comfort instead of standing for you, they handed your enemies the ammunition to wound you deeper. There is no such thing as sitting on the fence when your battle is raging. Their quiet wasn't peace. It was a betrayal dressed in shadows. Ask yourself, why would anyone who sees the storm choose to stay dry while you get drenched? Because comfort is a cruel drug, and fear its dealer. They traded loyalty for convenience, choosing to watch you bleed rather than risk a scratch themselves. But here's the cosmic truth they don't want you to see. Silence in the face of injustice is not neutrality. It's consent. It's complicity. They weren't just bystanders, they were accomplices, carrying the weight of their choice like a stone tied to their souls. To the chosen ones, this should burn in your chest, not to break you, but to ignite the fire you've been doubting. You were never alone, even when the world acted like you were on an empty battlefield. The universe watched every insult, every strike, every moment you were left to stand against the storm alone, and the universe doesn't forget. It waits, it calculates, it aligns forces in the shadows. Those who played the system, thinking they could hide behind silence, were really challenging a power far greater than they imagined. You might have felt abandoned, questioned your light, doubted your path because the weight of isolation can be suffocating, but that doubt, that's the enemy's whisper, a poison meant to cloud your vision. The power of being chosen isn't in never falling. It's in rising when the world expects you to stay down. It's a flame that no amount of darkness can extinguish, a force that bends the very fabric of reality to your will when the universe stands behind you. Imagine the universe as a vast, unseen army, a storm gathering strength just beyond the horizon. When your enemies attacked, they weren't just striking flesh and bone, they were punching the storm itself. And storms don't ask permission to wreak havoc. They don't negotiate with those who think they hold the power. The universe's chosen carry the weight of that storm within them. A power so fierce, it haunts the nightmares of those who dared to doubt you. To the chosen who have questioned their own light, it's time to silence that inner critic. Your power is not an accident or a cruel joke. It's a cosmic design, a charge laid upon you by forces far beyond mortal eyes. When you feel alone, remember, even the brightest stars shine brightest against the blackest skies. The universe aligns itself with those who carry the mark, weaving protection and power around you like an invisible armor. They didn't just come for you, they challenged the universe's plan. And that, my chosen ones, is the gravest mistake they made, because the universe doesn't just watch, it responds. Not with mercy, but with a reckoning so brutal it will burn the memory of betrayal from your soul. So if you find yourself doubting your strength, scold yourself as you would an enemy who tried to break you. Doubt is a weak chain that can be shattered by the sheer force of your will. The power of the chosen is not about being perfect. It's about being relentless, unbreakable, and unstoppable. You are the storm walking in human form, the universe's own answer to betrayal and silence. Never forget, those who stayed silent thought they were safe, but safety was an illusion. They chose to play the system, but the system fights back harder than any one of us. Their silence fed your pain, but your rise will be the thunderclap that shakes the very foundations of their false security. You're not just a survivor, you're the reckoning, the chosen, the one the universe watches, not with idle eyes, but with focused fire. So wear your power like a crown forged in the heat of betrayal. Let the enemies who doubted your light tremble in the shadow of your coming storm. Number 2. You were the bait, the flame that lured the snakes. They didn't just attack you by chance. You were the bait, shining bright in a swamp full of vipers, the flame that drew out every snake lurking in the shadows. And yes, it hurt. The burns, the bites, the poison that seeped deep into your skin, they were all part of a cruel design, far bigger than you could see at the time. The universe didn't intervene because it was waiting for the snakes to reveal their fangs. It was waiting for every last one of them to slither out and show their true colors. Every betrayal, every wound was a trap laid to catch those who preyed on the chosen. If you've ever wondered why the help didn't come when you screamed in silence, why the universe seemed cold and distant as the venom spread, you've fallen into the enemy's greatest lie, the lie that you were alone, powerless, forgotten. This doubt, this whisper in your ear telling you that you were abandoned. It's poison, crafted by those snakes themselves to keep you trapped in fear and confusion. But the truth is brutal and beautiful. You were never alone. You were the spark in the night, baiting the snakes to the light so the universe could see them clearly, marking them for the reckoning that is now unstoppable. Imagine a trap set by the greatest hunter of all, the universe itself. It waits in silence, invisible, patient. The bait glows, tempting, irresistible. The snakes come out from their holes, thinking it's an easy meal, thinking they're safe to strike without consequence. But every bite they take is a mark, a signature on the ledger of cosmic justice. The delay wasn't neglect. It was a strategic gathering of evidence, the final countdown before their downfall. To the chosen who have doubted this silence, who have cursed the waiting and questioned your own light, know this: doubt is the venom they injected into your soul. But venom can be neutralized, transformed into medicine if you understand its purpose. You were never meant to fight blindfolded. The universe was gathering proof, stacking every betrayal and every act of cruelty as undeniable evidence against the snakes who dared to bite the flame of destiny. Think about the questions that might haunt you. Why did the universe wait? Why didn't the storm arrive sooner? Why did you have to endure the cold while they warmed themselves by your fire? These are the very questions the snakes hoped would chain your spirit. But the answer is simple and savage, because your pain was the spotlight exposing their true faces, because judgment must be clear and undeniable, built on truth no one can deny. You might be wondering if this means you were just a pawn, a victim in a game far beyond your control. The answer is no. You were the spark, the catalyst. Bait, yes, but bait with a purpose, a power that shakes the very earth beneath the snake's feet. The universe chose you not because it wanted you to suffer, but because you carry a light so fierce it threatens to burn away the darkest shadows. The snakes saw that light and tried to kill it. But instead, they revealed themselves as the pests they truly are. Doubt can creep in like a slow poison, whispering that your suffering was meaningless, that no one is coming to help, that you are weak. But this is the enemy's final trick. The power of the chosen lies not in perfection, but in resilience. It lies in knowing that the universe is an artist, painting a masterpiece with your scars as brushstrokes. It is in understanding that the flames that once lured the snakes will now scorch them in return. Remember this: snakes cannot thrive in sunlight. They hide in the shadows because that's where they belong. Cunning, venomous, but weak against the blazing truth. You were that blazing truth. Every attack on you was an act of desperation, a last-ditch effort by creatures who knew their time was running out. Their fangs were sharp, but the fire within you is eternal. To the chosen ones who find themselves doubting their worth or power, hear this loud and clear. Questioning your light is like a warrior doubting their sword in the heat of battle. You are forged by fire, tempered by pain, and sharpened by every wound you carry. Your power is not a gift handed lightly. It is a responsibility, a cosmic charge to burn through deception and betrayal. The universe aligned itself around you, creating a perfect storm beneath your feet. While you faced the vipers, the unseen forces moved into position, surrounding the snakes with traps they can't escape. This isn't happenstance. It's the mechanics of cosmic justice in motion. Your enemies are tangled in the web they spun, caught by their own cruelty and arrogance. So stop doubting. Stop believing the lies fed by those who want to see you broken. Your power is the wildfire that cleanses the poison. Your patience is the calm before the storm, a calm so fierce it will break the snake's backs when it finally erupts. The universe watches, waits, and now moves to reclaim what was always yours. You were bait, yes, but bait that burns, bait that draws out the worst so it can be crushed. The delay was the universe's way of making sure no one could hide behind shadows when the reckoning comes. Every silent watcher, every betrayer, every viper in the grass will be exposed, and when the storm hits, it will leave nothing but ashes of their lies. To those who have felt weak or forgotten, know this: your suffering was never in vain. The power of the chosen is a force that cannot be denied or destroyed. It's a flame that turns poison into power, pain into strength, doubt into an unbreakable will. The universe is not silent. It was simply preparing the perfect moment for payback. And payback time? It's not coming. It's here. Number 3. Let the masks fall. The universe didn't stop the show for a reason. You might be wondering why the chaos, the betrayal, the backstabbing was allowed to go on so long. Why the universe didn't slam the door shut the moment they tried to break you. Here's the hard truth. The show had to play out in full. Every fake smile, every jealous whisper, every dagger in the back was allowed to happen so that no one could hide behind lies or excuses. The universe doesn't rush justice. It waits until the stage is set perfectly, until every mask slips and every truth is laid bare. Fake friends weren't friends at all. They were actors playing their parts, pretending loyalty while sharpening knives behind your back. Jealous relatives, those who should have had your back, revealed their venom, turning love into poison. The backstabbers? They didn't just stab you once, they kept twisting the blade, hoping you'd break before the final curtain. But here's what they failed to realize. The universe is the greatest director, and this drama was never theirs to control. Think about it. How many times did you catch the fake smiles? How many late-night whispers did you overhear? How many times did you catch that cold glance, that shift in tone, that look that said, "I'm waiting for you to fall"? The universe watched it all and let it unfold. Because true justice needs proof, undeniable and absolute. When the reckoning arrives, there will be no room for their lies, no place for their excuses. Their true faces have been etched in the cosmic ledger, ready to be called to account. Now, to the chosen ones who have doubted, who have asked, "Why am I still standing alone? Why isn't the universe protecting me?" Stop. Doubt is a luxury you cannot afford. Every betrayal was a part of your trial by fire, a necessary test to prove your strength and clarity. The universe's silence wasn't neglect, it was strategy. Like a master chess player who waits for the opponent to show all their moves before delivering the checkmate, the universe let the drama play out fully so that no one could claim innocence. You might feel anger, confusion, maybe even despair as you relive those moments. That's normal, but don't let that poison your spirit. Instead, channel it. Every fake friend's betrayal is fuel. Every jealous whisper is a spark lighting the fire of your rise. Every stab in the back is a reminder that you are still standing and that you are stronger because of it. The universe aligns with those who hold firm in the storm. Your power isn't about never being hurt. It's about standing taller when the world tries to knock you down. You carry the weight of this drama like a crown forged in the flames of betrayal. And when the time comes, that crown will shine so bright it blinds the very snakes who tried to poison you. Ask yourself, what good is a victory without truth? What justice can stand on lies and half-truths? The universe demands full exposure. It demands that every player in this drama show their true face. And now, there are no more masks. The fake smiles are cracked, the jealous eyes are exposed, and the backstabber's hands are stained with undeniable proof. To those chosen ones who have felt broken, isolated, or forgotten, hear this loud and clear. You are the center of this cosmic drama. You were never the victim. They were the villains in your story, revealed fully by the universe's perfect timing. The silence you feared was the calm before the storm of justice. Doubt the universe's timing, and you doubt your own power. Doubt the universe's plan, and you betray the strength that was placed inside you. Instead, embrace the storm that's been gathering. Know that the universe has been preparing the stage for your ultimate vindication. The final act will be brutal, undeniable, and swift. Remember this, the universe doesn't play games with those it has chosen. It's a slow burn, a perfect orchestration that leads to a reckoning no one can escape. Your enemies have played their parts well, but their finale is coming. And it will be a reckoning that leaves no room for their lies or excuses. So stand firm, chosen one, hold your head high. Your power is not defined by the pain inflicted upon you, but by your refusal to be broken by it. The universe saw everything, and it will answer in ways that will shake the very foundations of those who betrayed you. This is your time, the time to rise above the drama, to claim your place as the chosen force that cannot be stopped. No more doubts, no more questions about why the silence lasted so long. The show was never theirs to end. It belonged to the universe, and now the final curtain is about to fall. Number 4. Your quiet was a weapon, not a surrender. They thought your silence meant you were soft. They mistook your patience for weakness, your peace for passivity. But that couldn't be further from the truth. Your quiet was a storm brewing beneath the calm, a war waging silently, a force gathering strength while they laughed and pointed. The world never saw the battle you fought inside because your fight wasn't about noise or chaos. It was about restraint, control, and the sharpest form of justice, patience. Imagine a volcano, silent and still on the surface, but beneath the earth, molten fire churns, waiting for the perfect moment to erupt. That's what your calm was, a slow-building power that would scorch those who underestimated it. They celebrated your silence as if it were surrender, but you were collecting evidence, gathering cosmic proof, while they reveled in their false victory. To the chosen ones who have doubted themselves in those quiet moments, scold yourself for ever believing silence was weakness. Restraint is a battlefield strategy. It's the strongest armor forged in the heat of trials. You weren't defenseless. You were armored by the universe itself, backed by a power that doesn't shout but strikes with precision and inevitability. They mocked you because they couldn't hear the thunder rolling beneath your calm exterior. Their laughter was the crack before the storm. They thought they had disarmed you, but really they were only tightening the ropes that would bind their own fate. Your silence was not surrender. It was a gathering of forces, a cosmic filing of every wrong, every insult, every stab in the dark. This patience wasn't born out of fear. It was a quiet defiance, the kind that says, I see you. I see your lies, your envy, your cruelty, and I'm waiting. Waiting isn't weakness, it's strategy. The universe works in mysterious ways, and while your enemies danced in their arrogance, you were the calm eye of the storm, a force so powerful that when it hits, nothing can stand. Ask yourself, how many times did your quiet make them uncomfortable? How often did your calm provoke their rage? That's because they sensed the power behind your silence. It's a power they can't handle, a truth they can't face. Your restraint was a battlefield, and every moment you held your tongue was a victory over chaos. You might wonder if your patience meant the universe had forgotten you, that no justice was coming. That doubt is the enemy's poison, seeping into your mind to weaken your will. But your patience is the universe's signature, proof that this is a war won not by reckless fury, but by precise, unstoppable justice. Remember this, storms don't need to scream to destroy. Sometimes the quietest storms leave the deepest scars. Your calm was never a weakness. It was your war cry in silence, the steady beat of a heart that refuses to be broken. You carried the universe's power inside you, a force so vast it needed no loud proclamation to prove its might. So to the chosen who have questioned their quiet strength, shake off that doubt. Your silence was a fortress, your peace was your shield, your patience was the hammer that will one day shatter the false towers built on betrayal and cruelty. The universe saw every quiet moment and recorded it as evidence. Your enemies will face that storm soon enough. Stand tall, chosen one. Your quiet was your power, and when the time comes, it will roar louder than any scream. Number 5. They didn't just watch, they took notes like predators counting prey. Your pain wasn't just a spectacle, they treated it like a game, a twisted sport where your suffering was the prize and their entertainment. They laughed, they whispered, they traded your wounds like currency in a dark market where cruelty was the only coin that mattered. Every tear you shed, every struggle you faced was meticulously studied, dissected, and weaponized against you. They weren't just enemies. They were vultures circling, taking notes on how best to break you. But here's the cold truth they don't want you to know. Their cruel fascination sealed their fate. The universe doesn't just judge what is done, it sees the intent behind every action. It reads the dark thoughts behind the smiles, the hunger behind the cheers, the malice in every word whispered behind your back. The spirits who reveled in your downfall didn't just betray you. They marked themselves for a reckoning so fierce, it will leave no shadow unburned. To the chosen ones who might feel small, silenced, or forgotten in this twisted game, this is your wake-up call. Don't let their mockery poison your soul. Their laughter is the echo before the storm that will consume them. Their cheers for your suffering are the soundtrack to their own destruction. You were never the victim of a game you didn't choose. You were the fire that exposed the darkness, and that fire will burn brighter than their spite. Imagine predators circling a wounded animal, taking notes, planning the kill. But what if that animal was a lion, wounded but far from defeated? The enemies who took notes thought they were writing the end of your story. Instead, they were scripting their own downfall. Every whisper, every cruel joke, every mocking smile is now a piece of evidence stacked against them in the cosmic court. You might wonder why the universe allows this twisted theater to continue. Why does it seem like they get away with their cruelty? The answer is sharp and unforgiving. The universe watches with patience, gathering proof, letting the true nature of these predators be fully revealed. When judgment comes, it won't just be for what they did. It will be for the cold cruelty in their hearts, the gleeful anticipation of your fall. To the chosen who have doubted themselves amid this torment, shatter that doubt. Your pain was never unnoticed or meaningless. It was the spotlight that illuminated the darkness in those who pretended to be human. Their mockery only sharpened your edge, made your spirit harder, and forged a will unbreakable by their scorn. Remember, intent is the fiercest blade in the universe's arsenal. The enemy's intent was to destroy you, but the universe turned that intent into a trap. Their laughter, their note-taking, their cruel games are now the chains that bind them. The spirits who cheered your downfall have already begun to feel the weight of cosmic judgment, and no amount of earthly power can save them. So stand tall, chosen one. Your enemy's mockery is their downfall, their cruelty is their cage, and your strength, the strength forged in fire and sharpened by betrayal, is the key that will unlock the storm that ends their reign. This is not just payback. This is cosmic justice, and it's coming for every single one of them. Number 6. Public humiliation was just the forge, the universe's fire that prepares the unbreakable. They threw you into the spotlight, not to celebrate you, but to shame you, to make you a spectacle of weakness, a cautionary tale whispered in the shadows. But what they didn't realize was that every public humiliation was a hammer striking the anvil of your soul. It wasn't your end. It was the crucible where your comeback was forged. The universe didn't just watch you fall, it was shaping you, molding you, preparing the world for a rise so powerful, so undeniable, that those who doubted would be left speechless. Humiliation feels like death. It strips you bare, exposes your wounds, and parades your failures for the world to see. But listen carefully. The universe knows that the greatest steel is forged in fire and hammered in the heat of adversity. Your public shame was that fire. It was the furnace where the weak are burned away and the strong emerge reborn, sharper and brighter than ever before. To the chosen ones who have felt the sting of being laughed at, scorned, or betrayed in public, know this. Every insult thrown your way, every sneer you endured was a preparation, not a punishment. It was a signal that your power was growing, that your light was becoming impossible to ignore. Those who cheered your downfall were blind to the truth. They were witnesses to the quiet storm gathering inside you. Imagine a phoenix, its feathers scorched, its body falling to ash, only to rise again, more magnificent and fierce. That's what public humiliation did for you. It burned away the old, stripped away the doubts, the fears, the false layers, so the real you, the unstoppable you, could rise from the ashes, shining with a light no one can snuff out. You might ask, why did the universe let me fall so hard? Why was I exposed and broken in front of everyone? Those questions are natural, but here's the brutal answer. The universe didn't let you fall. It guided your fall. It made sure the stage was set perfectly, that every doubter had their moment to watch, so when you rise, their jaws would hit the floor. Public humiliation wasn't a mark of shame. It was the prelude to your triumph. To those chosen who have doubted themselves in those dark moments, scold yourself for letting the shame take root. Your humiliation wasn't your weakness. It was your preparation ground. The universe was chiseling away the cracks and imperfections, turning you into an unbreakable force. You were never alone on that stage. The unseen forces were moving behind the curtains, aligning everything for your comeback. Think about the enemies who laughed as you fell. Their laughter was a sign of their ignorance. They didn't know that every public fall was a step closer to your victory. They didn't realize that humiliation is a mask that hides the power ready to explode. Their cheers are the fuel that will ignite your rise. Remember this: comebacks don't happen in silence. They happen with the world watching, with every eye on you, stunned by the force of your return. Your rise will be the answer to every sneer, every whispered doubt, every public humiliation you endured. It will be a reckoning so fierce, so complete, that no one will dare question your power again. So stand tall, chosen one. Wear your scars like armor and your humiliation like a badge of honor. The universe saw your fall, and it was never the end. It was the forge where your legacy was crafted. The stage was set not for your defeat, but for your undeniable rise. This is payback time, and it's coming with a roar that will shake the foundations of every enemy who ever doubted you. Number 7. Bystanders will be haunted by regret. Their silence became their prison. Those who stood by, silent and motionless, thought they escaped the storm. They believed that watching from the sidelines, doing nothing while you fought, would keep them safe, untouched by the chaos. But here's the crushing truth they're now forced to face. Silence isn't safety. It's a cage of regret, a prison built from their own cowardice, and divine justice is the key that locks them in tight. Imagine ghosts that whisper in the dead of night. Those voices are their own, echoing the moments when they chose comfort over courage, fear over loyalty. They traded action for ease, silence for complicity, and now that very silence haunts them like a shadow they cannot outrun. The universe doesn't just see their inaction, it remembers it, weighs it, and will expose it when the reckoning comes. To the chosen ones who may still doubt the power behind this truth, listen close. The torment of the bystanders is not just a side effect, it's the cosmic law balancing the scales. They refused to stand when you needed them most. Their guilt seeps into every quiet moment, every glance away, every word left unspoken. And as you heal, rise and reclaim your power, their regret tightens like a noose around their own necks. You might ask, why does their silence matter so much? Why am I still connected to those who turned away? Because their silence wasn't just absence, it was participation. They became invisible enemies cloaked in shadows, feeding the fire of your pain with every moment they chose inaction. The universe doesn't ignore that. It records, it waits, and it will call them to answer. Think about those who watched you bleed and did nothing. Their cowardice wasn't a harmless choice. It was a betrayal of the highest order. The same eyes that saw your suffering now struggle to look at themselves in the mirror. They face a truth harsher than any punishment. They failed you when it mattered most, and no excuse can wash away that failure. To the chosen who might carry the weight of that betrayal, don't let their silence drown your light. Your rise is their nightmare, the living proof of their cowardice. As they sit in the prison of their own regret, you will walk free, unstoppable, and unshaken. Their torment is your victory. Remember this. Justice isn't just about punishing the active enemies, it's about exposing the silent ones too. Those who stood still, who refused to act, who watched as the storm raged around you, they will be the first to feel the weight of cosmic judgment. Their silence was their crime, and regret is their sentence. So stand firm, chosen one. Let their haunting regret be the wind at your back as you soar higher than they ever imagined. Their silence built their prison. Your strength is the key that breaks you free. The universe saw everything, the fights, the pain, and yes, the silence too. And now, the reckoning for all is coming. Your enemies will fall, the silent watchers will break, and you, the chosen, will rise, fierce and victorious, while their ghosts whisper in endless regret. Number 8. They mocked the fire. They couldn't see. Blind fools drowned in their own arrogance. They laughed at your pain because they lived on the surface, shallow minds trapped in shallow waters. They couldn't see the raging battle behind your calm, the silent war you fought deep within. Their mockery was born from ignorance, fed by arrogance. They sneered at your struggles, thinking you were weak, broken, or overreacting. But here's the brutal truth they don't want to face. What they mocked was a fire they could never understand, a force they could never touch, and a power that will reduce their arrogance to ash. Imagine a blind man scoffing at the light he cannot see, mocking the flames that warm others while he shivers in darkness. That's what your enemies did. They ridiculed a war they couldn't comprehend. They danced on the surface of your pain, oblivious to the storm brewing beneath. Their ignorance was their prison, and their arrogance the bars that kept them locked away from the truth. To the chosen ones who have been laughed at, doubted, or misunderstood, this is your moment to rise above. Their mockery is the sound of weakness disguised as confidence. It's the desperate cry of those who fear the power they cannot grasp. They mocked your pain because it made them uncomfortable. It shattered their illusion of control. But now the universe intervenes, not with noise or fury, but with a silence so profound it will stun them into defeat. Think about the questions that may have haunted you. Why do they laugh? Why don't they see what I'm going through? Am I truly alone in this fight? You were never alone. Your battle was always on a higher plane, beyond their limited vision. Their laughter was the echo of their blindness, a reminder that true power is often invisible to the ignorant. The universe works in mysterious ways. While your enemies reveled in mockery, the unseen forces aligned to turn their scorn into silence. The moment of reckoning isn't loud. It's a stillness so heavy it crushes arrogance and dissolves ignorance. Their mockery will be their downfall, because the universe's justice is not just about action, it's about awakening those who refuse to see. Remember this: mockery is the coward's shield, a weapon wielded by those too afraid to confront truth. Your pain, your struggle, your silent fight, they are the flames that will burn through that shield, exposing the weak core beneath. The universe is the wind feeding your fire, turning your pain into power and their mockery into ashes. So to the chosen who have felt the sting of ridicule, stand tall. Your pain is not a joke, it's a testament to your strength. Their laughter is the prelude to silence, the calm before their defeat. The universe sees everything, the battles you fought in silence, the storms you weathered alone, and now it moves to silence those who mocked what they never understood. This is payback time, and when the silence falls, it will roar louder than any mockery ever could. Number 9. Their comfort was a dead man's treasure, built on the ruins of your pain. They sat in their cozy chairs, sipping comfort like fine wine, all while your world burned in silence. Their peace wasn't earned, it was stolen, bought with the price of your suffering. Every silent tear you shed, every battle fought in the shadows, was the currency they used to build their false empires of ease. But every stolen comfort comes with a debt, and the universe is the relentless collector. That spiritual debt is now calling in, with brutal interest. Imagine thieves in the night, stealing from the vault of your soul, stacking their riches on the bones of your pain. That's what they did. They enjoyed luxury built on your struggle, convenience purchased with your broken spirit. Their comfort was a dead man's treasure, shining bright but cursed beneath the surface. And now the curse is waking. The universe doesn't forget what was stolen. It doesn't ignore debts unpaid. To the chosen ones who have carried the weight of others' ease, burn that truth into your bones. Your suffering wasn't unnoticed. It wasn't meaningless. It was the fuel that kept their false peace alive, the unseen engine powering their comfort. But that engine is about to explode, and when it does, the wreckage will claim every last thief who dared build on your pain. You might ask, why was I left to carry their burden? Why did they sit comfortably while I struggled? These questions are the whispers of a wounded heart, but they are also the sparks of awakening. Your burden was never theirs to bear, and their comfort was never theirs to keep. The universe watches, records, and balances the scales with merciless precision. Think of their comfort as a castle built on quicksand. It may stand for a time, gleaming and secure, but the ground beneath it is crumbling. Every stolen moment of peace, every enjoyment taken at your expense, is a crack in their foundation. When the reckoning hits, that castle will collapse, burying them in the ruins of their own greed. Doubt may gnaw at you, wondering if justice will ever come, if the universe will ever repay what was taken. Scold that doubt. Justice isn't a whisper, it's a roar gathering strength beneath the surface. The spiritual debt they owe isn't just a number, it's a force, a storm, a reckoning that will shatter their illusions and demand payment in full. Remember, those who built their comfort on your pain will face a tempest. The universe's justice is not patient forever. It collects every ounce of pain, every stolen breath, and when the time is right, it unleashes a fury that cannot be stopped. So stand strong, chosen one. Your suffering was never a sacrifice made in vain. It was the foundation of their false comfort, and it will be the cornerstone of their downfall. The universe is calling in the debt, and payback time is coming with a vengeance. Number 10. Their smiles were masks, hiding cowardice behind a facade of lies. They smiled like snakes in the grass, their grins thin veils covering a well of cowardice so deep it swallowed every ounce of courage they should have shown. Those smiles weren't kindness. They were weapons, shields to hide their refusal to stand beside you when the world demanded it most. They chose comfort over confrontation, silence over solidarity, and their smiles were the lies they told themselves to sleep at night. Imagine a cracked mirror reflecting a face that wants to appear whole but hides fractures beneath the surface. Their smiles were just like that, beautiful on the outside, but beneath lay a broken spirit, riddled with regret and self-betrayal. Every time they smiled while turning away, they added another crack, another layer of guilt that will one day shatter spectacularly under the pressure of your unstoppable rise. To the chosen ones who have doubted their own worth or questioned the sincerity of those around them, know this: those smiles were never for you. They were for the world, to mask the truth of who really stood with you and who abandoned you. Their cowardice was a betrayal of the highest order, a silent scream in the face of your battles. You might ask, why did they hide behind smiles? Why didn't they show real support? The answer is simple and brutal. Courage is heavy, and most people are too weak to carry it. Their smiles were their escape routes, masks to hide the fear that stopped them from fighting for you. They chose the easy way out, the path of least resistance, while you stood firm, bearing the weight of the fight alone. But here's the cosmic irony. Those smiles will not last. They will crack, crumble, and fall away like rotten armor when faced with the unstoppable force of your growth. Your power, your rise, will be the hammer that breaks the fragile masks of their cowardice. When they see you standing taller, stronger, and more unbreakable than ever, their smiles will fade into expressions of regret and self-betrayal. Think about the questions that haunt you. Did they ever truly care? Was I just a stepping stone? Will their smiles ever be honest? Their smiles may have fooled the world, but they never fooled the universe. Every insincere grin, every false laugh was recorded in the ledger of cosmic justice, waiting for the day it would be called to account. To the chosen who have been betrayed by those smiles, scold yourself if you ever let their false kindness dim your light. Your worth is not measured by the masks others wear, but by the fire that burns within you. Those who hid cowardice behind smiles will soon face the truth of their own failures. Remember, smiles can be weapons. They can hide lies, betrayals, and cowardice better than any dagger, but no mask can withstand the force of your rise. The universe sees behind every smile, beyond every facade, and when the time comes, it will expose every false grin for what it truly is. So stand tall, chosen one. Your growth is unstoppable, your power undeniable. Their smiles will crack and fall away, revealing the cowardice they tried to hide. And when that happens, their regret will be as loud as their silence once was. This is payback time, and their masks won't save them. Now, as we reach the end, remember this. Your payback isn't just a comeback. It's a thunderous warning echoing through the shadows. It's a declaration to every hidden enemy that you're no longer the one to be underestimated. You are backed by an unstoppable force, a power beyond their comprehension. The game has shifted, the old rules shattered. Those who dared to cross you are now on a path toward consequences that transcend human reckoning. Your rise is their reckoning. If this message speaks to your soul, don't keep it to yourself. Like, subscribe, and share this video to awaken more chosen ones ready to claim their power. When you do, you send a signal across the universe that the chosen are united, and no force can stand in their way. Stay strong. Payback time is now. Some truths are like arrows shot in the dark, silent, unseen, but when they hit, they leave wounds no mask can cover. To the ones standing in the light, listen close. Your enemies are not just lost, they're choking on the very shadow you exposed. They thought they could bury you, but they only buried their own lies. Now, every lie they told is a noose tightening around their own necks. They're drowning in their chaos because you refuse to be silent. You didn't start the war. They're battling the universe itself by fighting you. If you feel this burning fire inside, don't let it go out. Like and subscribe now, because every time you share this message, you help wake another chosen soul. When more of us rise, the world will have no choice but to listen. You spreading this message is a signal, a beacon in the darkness that shakes the ground beneath those who think they control the story. Welcome, chosen ones. You are not alone. The universe does not make mistakes. It does not handpick the weak or the doubtful. It calls the fierce, the unstoppable, the ones who carry a light so bright it blinds the blind and shakes the foundations of false kings. Being chosen is not a gift. It's a force that haunts your enemies, a silent storm that follows your every step. They feel it, a trembling beneath their feet, a shadow they can't escape. Because you are the thunder that answers the quiet before the fall. This power you hold is ancient and relentless. It's not about magic or miracles. It's about truth so pure and so raw that it cuts through every lie they built their kingdoms on. You are the truth walking in flesh, the spark that ignites revolutions in hearts that refuse to see before. Those who mock you now are spiraling because deep down they know they're losing. You didn't break yourself by calling out their lies, you broke their silence, and that silence was their only shield. Don't doubt your light when the darkness pushes back. The universe chose you to shine in this exact moment, in this exact chaos. When they try to convince you that you're alone, remember, storms don't ask for permission to roar, and rivers don't apologize for cutting through mountains. You were made to shake worlds, to pull down empires built on fear and fake smiles. Their spiral is your victory dance. Their panic is your war cry. They lost because you stood firm, because you dared to call out what they wished stayed hidden. This is not a time for silence or second-guessing. This is the era where the chosen rise and those who oppose the universe's plan crumble under the weight of their own deceit. So stand tall, chosen one. You are the reckoning. You are the universe's hand in a world too blind to see its own truth. And as long as you keep shining, they will keep spiraling, because you hold the power they fear the most, the power of being chosen. Now, let's break this down step by step. Trust me, if you're truly the chosen one, the one they never saw coming, you'll feel a force pulling you to stay, to listen, and to own your power fully. This isn't just a message. It's your call to rise even stronger. So if you're ready to stand tall while they spiral, drop the number 77 in the comments. Let's get into why they're falling apart and why you're the unstoppable storm they feared all along. Number 1, they scoffed at your voice. Now they're swallowing their own poison. They laughed, sneered, and rolled their eyes when you spoke your truth, called you wild, unstable, or just plain dramatic. But now their mockery is their downfall, and their laughter is just the echo before the storm breaks down their doors. Every warning you gave, every hard truth you dropped, was a spark in a dry forest. And now the fire is roaring out of control, consuming everything they built on lies. The same voices that tried to drown you out are now gasping for breath in the smoke of their own making. Remember this: being chosen isn't about being popular or understood. It's about carrying a light so sharp it cuts through the fog of deception. When the universe picks you, it's not to walk an easy path. It's to walk the one others fear to tread. The power of being chosen is like a wildfire in the bones, relentless and uncontrollable. It doesn't wait for permission. It moves like a storm that no wall can hold back. Your enemies are not just losing, they're unraveling because they tried to cage what the universe set free. Doubt is the thief that tries to steal your power. It creeps in like a shadow in the night, whispering lies that maybe you're alone, maybe your light isn't strong enough, maybe you were never meant for this fight. But here's the truth they don't want you to remember. The universe doesn't choose by mistake. It aligns stars, tides, and forces beyond sight to back you up. When you question your strength, you're forgetting the cosmic army standing behind you, the unseen momentum pushing you forward. They played their games, thought they were untouchable, but they were just pawns in a system they didn't understand. Fighting you was never just about you. It was them fighting the very power of the universe. And you, chosen one, are the lightning striking their false thrones. They mocked the thunder, but they can't escape the storm. You might wonder, why me? Why did the universe choose someone like me? The answer isn't in being flawless or fearless. It's in the fire you carry despite it all. It's the raw, stubborn light that refuses to dim. You're chosen because you survive when others fold. You shine when others hide. You speak truth when silence feels safer. That's the power no enemy can take from you. And to those chosen who falter, listen close. Doubt is a cheap trick, a poison sold by fear to weaken your grip on your destiny. You are not alone. The universe is not silent. It moves in mysterious ways, aligning circumstances, people, and energy to your side. You may feel isolated, but isolation is the forge where your true strength is made. Think of it like a diamond pressed by immense pressure, bruised but unbreakable. Your enemy's laughter was their armor, but it's cracked now. They covered their ears to avoid hearing the truth, because that truth threatened their very existence. You didn't break their peace, you broke their act. They are spiraling because you called out everything, period. Point blank, no sugarcoating. Their system is collapsing under the weight of exposed lies, and you are the earthquake shaking their foundations. Let this be a reminder. Your power is terrifying to those who thrive in darkness. It's a force that makes kingdoms crumble and empires fall. You are the reckoning they never saw coming. So stand tall, chosen one. Don't waste time doubting your light when the universe itself bends to fuel your fire. Your enemies are choking because they're fighting a war they can't win, the war against the chosen force you embody. No more hiding, no more silence. Your voice is the weapon, your truth the battle cry. And as long as you refuse to back down, they will keep spiraling, because the universe chose you for this moment, and the moment is now. Number 2. You didn't just shake the tree, you tore down the whole forest of their lies. You didn't just rattle a few branches. No, you uprooted the entire ecosystem they built their fake world on. Their so-called peace. It was a lie wrapped in silence, a fortress built on cover-ups and whispers meant to keep everyone asleep. You broke the unspoken rule, the invisible chain that demanded everyone play along, keep quiet, and pretend nothing was wrong. And now, here you are, standing tall in the rubble of their illusion, while they scramble to rebuild what you tore down. Let me tell you something, chosen one. Doubting yourself right now is the cruelest mistake you can make. It's like standing in the eye of a hurricane and wondering if the storm will pass without you. Doubt is a poison that they want you to swallow. A silent assassin creeping in when the world feels too heavy, when their chaos makes you question your path. But hear this clearly. You were forged in the fire of truth, tempered by struggle, and aligned with a power so much greater than their fragile games. When you doubt your light, you give power back to the darkness that the universe sent you to expose. Think about this. A system built on lies is like a sandcastle at high tide. It looks sturdy, it seems unshakable to the blind eye, but the moment one wave hits, the whole thing crumbles. You are that wave. They called you difficult, disruptive, a troublemaker, because you refused to keep the sandcastle intact. You refused to play their quiet game of pretending everything's fine when it's rotten beneath the surface. And now they're drowning in the flood you unleashed. Difficult is their weapon, their way of gaslighting you into silence. But being difficult is the badge of honor for anyone chosen to expose the rotten core. The universe doesn't choose the compliant, it calls the disruptors. The ones who refuse to stay in line, who refuse to bow to comfort when truth demands a fight. The world can't move forward without the disruption of lies, and you are the quake shaking the very ground beneath their feet. You might be asking yourself, why does it feel so lonely? Why does the weight of this chosen path press down so hard? Am I truly strong enough to carry this? Listen, those questions are the battle cry of every chosen soul. It's the universe testing your resolve, pushing you to decide if you will be a flicker in the dark or a blazing sun that burns through the clouds. Strength isn't about never feeling doubt. It's about standing firm in spite of it. You are not weak for feeling the pressure. You are human. But remember, the universe aligns itself with those who refuse to surrender, those who say no to giving up and yes to their destiny. Your enemies want you to believe you're alone in this fight. They want your light to flicker, to die out, so they can rebuild their castles in peace. But you're not alone. Not now, not ever. The universe is the silent partner in your war, aligning stars, pulling strings, and shifting tides to back you up. They don't see it, but every step you take sends ripples through the fabric of existence. This is cosmic warfare, and you are a soldier who fights not with weapons, but with unwavering truth and unbreakable spirit. You disrupted an entire ecosystem, an invisible but deadly web, spun to trap minds in complacency and fear. They thought their lies were safe, wrapped in silence and shadows, but you tore that veil apart. You exposed the rot that no one wanted to see, and now their world is unraveling thread by thread. Don't let their chaos shake your faith in yourself. This unraveling is proof that you hit the nerve they didn't want touched, the raw wound they hoped would stay hidden. To those who doubt their power, imagine a river cutting through solid rock. It's not because the water is stronger than stone, but because it keeps flowing, relentless, patient, unstoppable. Your truth is that river. You don't have to be the loudest or the fastest. You only need to keep moving forward, cutting through the lies with steady persistence. Every moment you hesitate, remember the river's power lies in its consistency, not its force. And what about the enemies? They're scrambling now because the system they thrived on was never meant to withstand the light you carry. Their peace was a mirage, a desert of silence where nothing could grow but fear and deceit. By shining your light, you made the desert bloom with truth, and that's what's killing them. They thought they controlled the narrative, but you flipped the script, and now they're lost in a story they no longer recognize. You didn't just call out individuals, you took on the entire machine. You broke the unspoken pact everyone was afraid to break, the pact that said, "Don't rock the boat." But the boat was sinking, and you're the storm that's tipping it over. It's time to stop doubting if you were made for this. You were chosen for exactly this moment, because only the chosen have the strength to bring down the house of cards they built so carefully. The power of being chosen isn't about comfort or certainty. It's a hard road filled with trials, isolation, and moments where the night feels endless. But it's also a path lit by a force no enemy can touch. When the universe picks you, it's because you have something they don't: resilience, fire, and the refusal to be silent. They can call you difficult, crazy, or a troublemaker, but those are just the names the fearful give to those who shake the world awake. You might feel like your light flickers when the pressure gets too much. You might hear the voices that say, "Give up, you're alone, you're wrong." But those voices are not yours. They belong to the very system you disrupted. Remember this: doubt is their last weapon, wielded to steal your fire. Don't let them win. Hold your light higher. You were born for this chaos. You were made to be the storm that tears down the old and clears the path for new truth. In every great story, the chosen one faces doubt, not because they're weak, but because the weight of truth is heavy. But the weight is also your armor. The universe stands with you, aligning forces beyond sight, setting the stage for your victory. You didn't stumble into this role. You were called, forged, and sent to dismantle the lies they built to keep you quiet. So stand firm, scold that doubt. Remind yourself daily that the universe didn't make a mistake picking you. You are the reckoning, the unstoppable force that shakes their foundations. And the more they try to silence you, the louder your truth will roar. Because when you disrupt a system that thrived on silence, you don't just change a few lives, you change the entire game. You are the chosen storm, the breaker of false peace, the living proof that the universe's power flows through you. And as long as you keep shining, the empire of lies will keep spiraling, because you are the unstoppable truth they feared from the start. Number 3. You didn't just expose them, you shattered their false mirrors. They built their lives on a house of mirrors, reflecting back whatever image would win approval, acceptance, or just enough attention to keep them afloat. But you, raw, unfiltered, unapologetically real, you didn't just see through the illusions. You broke the mirrors, forcing them to stare into the emptiness behind their masks. And now they're lost, caught in an identity crisis they never saw coming because you dared to be the truth they refused to admit existed. To the chosen, I'm here to tell you something they don't want you to hear. Doubting your authenticity is the cruelest betrayal you can commit against yourself. You might feel exposed, vulnerable, even scared, like the whole world is watching while you stand naked in your truth. But that nakedness, that's your greatest power. It's the storm that rips away the cheap costumes everyone else wears, revealing the fragile skeleton beneath. If you hesitate or shrink back now, you give their empty performances the space to continue. Don't fall into that trap. Your rawness is the earthquake shaking their fake foundations. Consider this. When you speak your truth, it's like turning on a spotlight in a dark theater where actors have been playing roles for years. The spotlight burns away their rehearsed lines, exposes their shallow acts, and suddenly the applause stops. They panic because their identity isn't real. It was borrowed, stolen, crafted from fear and desperation. Your authenticity is the mirror they didn't want held up, and now they're forced to confront a question they've avoided for so long. Who am I really? This crisis isn't just confusion, it's terror, because their identity was never theirs. It was a mask sewn from approval, stitched with lies, glued with desperation to belong, and you shattered it all by simply being yourself. You didn't ask for their applause or validation. You didn't tiptoe around their fragile egos. You stood tall in your truth and exposed the emptiness behind their smiles. That's why they crumble now. If you find yourself wondering, am I too much, too loud, too raw? Stop. Those questions are the venom that tries to silence you. Authenticity isn't about fitting in, it's about standing out when the world demands conformity. It's about knowing that your light will blind some, but it will also guide the ones truly ready to see. Doubting your realness is doubting the very spark the universe placed inside you to disrupt and rebuild. Think of their fake identities like paper dolls in a windstorm. They look perfect when held still, but one gust and they scatter into meaningless fragments. Your truth is that wind, relentless and unstoppable. You don't fold or crease to fit their shapes. You tear through the facade until only raw, unshakable reality remains. To the enemies, your authenticity is a threat because it reveals how shallow their kingdom really is. They wore masks to hide their fear of being seen as weak or insignificant, but you pulled those masks off with a force they didn't expect. Now they stumble in the dark, trying to piece together who they are without the crutches of lies and pretense. And while they falter, you grow stronger. You may wonder if your vulnerability makes you weak. The answer is no. Vulnerability is not a crack in your armor. It's the steel forged in fire that makes you unbreakable. True strength is not silence or hiding. It's the courage to show up, naked and real, when the world demands a costume. The universe chose you because of that courage, not despite it. Remember this, those who fear your truth fear losing control. They built their worlds on your silence, counting on you to stay small and hidden. But you broke their system by refusing to dim your light. And that light? It's a beacon for others lost in the darkness of fake personas, a call to wake up and tear down the masks they wear. So, to the chosen who struggle with doubt, this is your battle cry. Your authenticity is your power. When you falter, remember that every crack you show in your mask is a crack in their fortress of lies. The universe didn't pick you to blend in or stay quiet. It picked you to shake foundations and awaken souls. Stand firm in your truth. Scold the doubt. You are not a mistake or an accident. You are the universe's thunder, the mirror that breaks their illusions, the unstoppable force that forces everyone to face who they really are. And as long as you keep shining your raw, real light, their fake identities will crumble, their hollow performances will fall silent, and you will rise, stronger, fiercer, and more alive than ever before. Number 4. They branded your clarity as arrogance until their own reality proved you right. They slapped the label on you, arrogant, cocky, full of yourself, just because you dared to speak with clarity and confidence. But here's the truth no one wants to admit. Your so-called arrogance was nothing more than brutal honesty, wrapped in insight, sharp enough to cut through their fragile egos. They feared your confidence not because it was unjustified, but because it ripped apart their carefully controlled world. You must understand, chosen one, that clarity is a weapon that cuts both ways. It slices through confusion, it exposes lies, and it makes the unseen painfully visible. And when you wield that weapon, those who thrive in shadows tremble. They call it arrogance because it threatens their sense of order, the illusion that they're still in control. But you're simply holding up a mirror to their fears, and it's reflecting a truth they can't bear to face. Remember, clarity is not pride, it is power. It's the unwavering light that refuses to be dimmed by their attempts to gaslight or silence you. When you speak with certainty, you are not boasting. You are declaring what others fear to see. Your confidence is the heartbeat of the chosen, the pulse of a soul aligned with the universe's purpose. If doubt creeps in and whispers, "Are you really right? Or is this just arrogance?" Know this, the proof is in their unraveling. Their reality collapsing around them is the answer to your truth. Every time their world crumbles, it's a confirmation that your vision was clear, your voice true. Doubt is the enemy's weapon to silence you, but the universe's alignment behind you is the shield that keeps you standing tall. Think of your clarity like a lighthouse piercing through a foggy night. To some, it's blinding, harsh, even unwanted. But to those lost at sea, those who have been wandering in darkness, it's a guide, a beacon of hope. Your enemies hate the light because it exposes their hidden reefs and shallow waters. They wanted you to stay silent, to become part of the murky background. Instead, you lit the path. And now they're crashing on the rocks of their own making. To those who called you arrogant, consider this. Arrogance is a mask worn by the insecure. Your clarity stripped away their masks, forcing them to confront their own weaknesses. You didn't invent the truths, you spoke. You revealed what was already there, lurking beneath the surface. They feared your confidence because it was a reminder that they had been hiding behind lies, afraid to step into the light. You might wonder, how do I keep my confidence without becoming what they call arrogant? The answer lies in humility married to conviction. True confidence isn't loud or aggressive. It's quiet, steady, and unshakable. It's knowing your worth and your truth without needing to prove it to the fearful. The universe supports those who speak from this place, those who balance strength with grace. Remember this, The universe chose you not to shrink or apologize for your truth, but to shine it brightly, so brightly that it cannot be ignored. Your clarity shakes the foundations of falsehood because it's born from a source far greater than ego or vanity. It's the light of purpose, of destiny fulfilled. So, to the chosen ones doubting their right to speak boldly, scold that doubt. It's a trick designed to keep you small and silent. You have every right to stand firm in your clarity, to speak with the confidence of one who carries the weight of universal truth. Your clarity is the sword that breaks chains, the fire that burns away illusions, the roar that wakes the sleeping, and as long as you keep wielding it with purpose, those who branded you arrogant will watch helplessly as their own realities crumble, and your vision proves true time and time again. Number 5. You pulled back the curtain and exposed their invisible chains. They thrived in shadows, wrapped in silence, feeding off secrets and unspoken rules. Their power wasn't built on open battlefields, but on invisible abuse, emotional manipulation, guilt-tripping and silent control, so subtle most never saw it coming. But you ripped that curtain wide open. You named their tactics for exactly what they are, abuse. And just like that, you broke the spell they cast to keep their power hidden. To the chosen, hear this. Doubting the weight of what you uncovered is a trap. Sometimes the truth feels too heavy, too raw, and you wonder if you're overreacting, if you're imagining shadows where there are none. But the universe doesn't waste your energy on illusions. When you see the abuse clearly, it's because you're meant to expose it. You're the lightning striking their dark towers, illuminating every corner they hoped would remain unseen. Think of their control like invisible chains, thin threads that bind minds and hearts without leaving bruises. You saw those threads, and instead of ignoring or pretending they weren't there, you grabbed them and yanked with all your might. That's why they panic now. Their power was never meant to withstand light or resistance. They called you dramatic, overly sensitive, even paranoid. But drama and paranoia are just shields to keep you quiet. Your clarity exposed the poison they injected into relationships and spaces that were supposed to be safe. Your courage gave voice to what was whispered but never named. And in naming it, you took away their power. If doubt creeps in, ask yourself, am I truly exaggerating? Or is this the reality no one else wanted to see? Your feelings are valid, your pain is real, and your exposure of their abuse is a revolution. You didn't just point fingers, you shattered their safe hiding places. Metaphorically, you're like a sun breaking through a thick fog. That fog was their secrecy, the mist that blurred the truth until it was unrecognizable. Your light burns it away, revealing what was hidden. They hate the sun because it makes their lies impossible to hide. For those enemies, your truth is a threat because it dismantles control without a single fight. Control built on silence is brittle. Once cracked, it shatters completely. Your bravery broke the silence, and their empire of quiet manipulation is crumbling. To the chosen who question if they are too outspoken, remember this: silence was their weapon. When you speak, you disarm them. Your voice is a shield, your truth a sword. Doubting your role in this fight only hands back the power they lost. The universe chose you not to walk softly, but to roar loud and clear. Abuse lives in shadows. Your light forces it into the open. That's not just strength, it's divine justice in motion. Stand firm, reject doubt. Your clarity is the spark that ignites change. And as long as you keep exposing what others hide, their control will continue to crumble beneath your unyielding truth. Number 6. Your voice didn't shout, it delivered the final verdict. You didn't have to scream or shout to shake the foundations. They crumbled because your words were sharp, clear, and true. Your voice became the judge, the sentence, the undeniable verdict that made lies decay and false bonds break apart. You spoke from a place of clarity, not ego, and that's what made all the difference. To the chosen, this is your moment to understand the power you hold. Doubt tries to creep in, whispering that your voice isn't loud enough or that your truth is getting lost in the noise. But truth doesn't always need volume to win. It needs precision, conviction, and unwavering confidence. Your voice is not just sound, it's justice delivered. Think of your words as a scalpel, cutting through layers of deception with exactness. It's surgical, deliberate, and impossible to ignore. Lies can survive noise and chaos, but they rot away when exposed to clear, unwavering truth. Your voice is the light that exposes the rot, and they can't cover it up anymore. Your impact wasn't about making noise, it was about making sense. You didn't seek to dominate conversations. You sought to free yourself and others from chains built on deception, and the universe stands behind you, amplifying your voice in ways you may not even realize. If doubt whispers, "Was I too quiet? Did my truth matter?" Know this. Every time a lie falls apart or a fake relationship collapses, that's your voice echoing in the background, delivering justice. Your clarity isn't a threat to others' egos. It's a beacon for those ready to wake up. Metaphorically, your voice is the verdict of a court long overdue, a slow but sure judgment day where deception is condemned and truth is vindicated. You didn't need to yell because your words carried the weight of undeniable proof. The silence after your truth speaks louder than any shout ever could. Enemies feared your calm because it exposed their lies without fanfare. They hoped you'd lose control or falter, but your steady voice shattered their facade more than any tantrum could. That kind of power doesn't come from ego. It comes from a deep well of clarity and purpose. To those chosen who question the impact of their quiet truth, remember this: the strongest verdicts don't come from noise, they come from conviction. Your voice is a gavel striking down falsehoods, a beacon guiding others toward freedom. Stand firm in your clarity. Reject the lies that try to silence you. Your voice is the verdict, and it's one they cannot appeal. Number 7. They wanted you quiet because your truth was too sharp to handle. They never hated you because you were wrong. No, they feared you because you were right, calm, collected, and cutting deeper than any scream could. Your quiet strength shattered their carefully constructed theater of lies, and that scared them more than any loud rebellion ever could. Chosen one, here's the truth you need to hold tight. Being silent doesn't mean being weak. Your calm is your weapon, the slow burning fire that melts facades and burns through false narratives. The enemies wanted you silent because your accuracy made their lies impossible to sustain. And when the truth is calm but unshakable, it's a force no storm can drown. Doubt might creep in, whispering, "Did I need to shout louder? Was I too quiet to make a difference?" Let me tell you, your quiet was your power. Sometimes the loudest voice is just noise, but the quietest truth echoes the longest. Your insight, delivered with calm precision, was a scalpel cutting away the cancer of deceit. Imagine a still lake on a cold morning. The surface looks calm, even fragile, but beneath the glassy water is a powerful current moving silently, reshaping the shore. That's your truth, calm on the surface, but unstoppable underneath. They wanted you to be a noisy storm, but you were the silent force that reshaped everything. They rejected you not because you were wrong, but because your quiet certainty made them confront what they tried so hard to ignore. Your calm dismantled their drama, exposed their lies, and showed the world that their performance was just that, a shallow act with no real substance. If you ever question your impact, remember this. Truth spoken calmly is a tidal wave disguised as a whisper. It moves mountains not by noise, but by persistence and precision. The universe aligned itself with your quiet strength, making you a force that no chaos could overwhelm. Your enemies wanted silence because noise can be dismissed, but calm clarity demands attention. They feared your rightness, your insight, your ability to unravel their stories without even raising your voice. And that fear was their downfall. So scold yourself if you've doubted the power of your calm voice. It's not weakness, it's mastery. The universe chose you to be the quiet storm, the steady flame, the undeniable truth in a world that prizes noise over substance. Stand firm. Your silence is louder than their lies. Your calm is stronger than their chaos. And your truth is the force that will break down every false mask they hide behind. Number 8. You set the bridge on fire and left them to sink in their own deception. When you finally walked away, you didn't just leave a conversation unfinished. You burned the bridge that kept them safe. That fragile lifeline, their safety net woven from your silence and patience, vanished in flames. Now, they're sinking fast, trapped in a sea of lies and blame with no one left to bail them out. They wanted you as their shield, their alibi, their excuse, but you refused. And now, they face the storm alone, drowning in the consequences they thought they'd never have to answer for. Chosen one, if doubt whispers, was walking away the right choice. Remember this, you were never their safety net. You were the wildfire that cleansed the poison. Staying would have been sinking with them, dragged down by their deceit and denial. The universe didn't choose you to be their crutch or cover-up. You were made to be the spark that burns the old world away, forcing reckoning and renewal. Imagine a bridge built from rotten wood and broken promises. It may have held them for a while, but every step weakened it. When you set it on fire, you didn't destroy hope. You cleared the path for truth to rise from the ashes. Without that bridge, they're left exposed, vulnerable, forced to confront their own reflection without any place to hide. They relied on your silence like an anchor, holding their lies steady in the storm. Your departure shattered that anchor, and now their false reality is drifting, crashing against the rocks of truth. They blamed you for leaving, but it's their own deceit that's dragging them under. To the chosen doubting if they should have stayed, scold that hesitation. Your strength was in walking away. Your power was in knowing when the damage was too deep to fix and having the courage to let go. Some bridges aren't meant to be rebuilt, they're meant to burn, so new paths can form. Your enemies never expected you to walk away. They counted on your loyalty, your forgiveness, your silence. But you broke the cycle. You refused to carry their burdens any longer, and that refusal is their punishment. Remember, the universe aligns itself with those who know when to hold on and when to let go. Your departure was not abandonment, it was liberation. Liberation for you and an unavoidable reckoning for them. So stand tall, chosen one. You burned the bridge and left them to drown in the web they wove. Their survival depends on facing the truth you forced into the light. And as long as you keep walking forward, they'll be sinking deeper into the lies only you once shielded them from. Number 9. They tried to silence you, but your isolation became a thunder that couldn't be ignored. They thought that cutting you off, leaving you alone in the quiet, would make your voice disappear. that isolation would cage your truth, bury it deep beneath layers of silence. But they were dead wrong, because what they saw as your weakness became your greatest weapon. Your solitude turned into a thunderstorm, a force so loud and fierce it shakes the very ground beneath their feet. Chosen one, if you feel the weight of isolation pressing down, don't let doubt sneak in and whisper lies. Maybe I'm forgotten. Maybe my voice doesn't matter anymore. No, isolation isn't the end. It's the crucible where your truth is forged sharper, stronger, louder. It's the silent drumbeat that echoes louder than any crowd. Think of isolation like the quiet before a storm, the moment when the air holds its breath before the thunder cracks the sky. They hoped you'd break, crumble, or disappear into the shadows. But instead, you gathered power, sharpened your clarity, and grew unshakable. Your voice isn't just heard, it's felt. It resonates through the hearts of others who've been silenced, forgotten, or dismissed. They wanted your silence because it made their lies easier to swallow, their control easier to hold. Without your voice, their world would have stayed covered in a comfortable lie. But your truth is a wildfire that can't be contained, no matter how far they try to push you away. If doubt creeps in, asking, "Am I really making a difference from this quiet place?" remember this. The loudest movements started in silence. The deepest revolutions were born in moments when one voice stood alone, refusing to be crushed. Your isolation is not a prison, it's a launch pad. Metaphorically, you're like a solitary wolf howling at the moon, your call piercing the night, a signal to others that the hunt is on, the fight is far from over, and those who hear you are waking up, gathering strength, ready to stand beside you. Your enemies fear your isolation because it proves they can't control you. They tried to cage your voice, but you turned that cage into a megaphone. Your truth isn't silent. It's a movement that rattles foundations and demands reckoning. To the chosen who feel alone, this is your reminder. Your voice matters. Your isolation is the soil where your power grows. Stand firm, roar louder from the quiet places, and watch as your truth topples the empires built on silence and fear. Number 10. They tried to break your mind, but their own sanity is crumbling. They whispered behind closed doors, smearing your name, calling you crazy to hide their dirty secrets. Their gaslighting was a weapon aimed at your mind, a desperate attempt to make you doubt your own reality. But here's the twist. They were the ones losing their grip. While they tried to break you, you healed, grew stronger, and rose above their lies. Now, it's them unraveling, caught in the chaos they created. To the chosen, listen close. Doubting your sanity is the biggest trap they set. When voices shout, "You're overreacting, you're imagining things," remember, they're projecting their guilt and fear. Your clarity, not their accusations, holds the truth. Gaslighting only works if you accept it. Reject the lie. Stand firm in your reality. Think of their gaslighting like a shadow puppet show. Fast, confusing, meant to distract and confuse. But you saw behind the curtain. You refused to play their game, and now the puppeteers are losing control, their strings tangled and broken. They labeled you crazy because truth scares them, especially when spoken with courage and conviction. They hid behind your supposed madness because facing their guilt would shatter the fragile mask of innocence they wore. You might wonder, am I really losing my mind, or am I just awake? The answer is clear. You are awake. They are asleep in denial, trapped in their own delusions. Your madness is just the universe's way of calling you to see what others won't. Metaphorically, you're the lighthouse keeper in a storm, steady and clear while the ships around you crash in confusion. Their attempts to gaslight are the crashing waves trying to silence your light, but your light only grows brighter with every wave that hits. To those enemies, your strength is a threat. They fear your truth because it breaks their control, and so they try to paint you as unstable. But it's their sanity that's fraying, their empire that's crumbling. So, chosen one, scold yourself if doubt tries to creep in. You are not crazy, you are clear, fierce, and unstoppable. Your truth is a hammer breaking chains, a fire burning away lies, and a force they can't withstand. Stand tall, embrace your clarity, and watch as they collapse under the weight of what you dared to speak. Because when the universe chooses you, it doesn't choose silence, it chooses revolution. Number 11. This is your moment. They're falling because you refuse to stay silent. Chosen one, listen closely. This isn't just a chapter, it's the reckoning. You called out every lie, shattered every mask, and refused to be quiet when the world demanded silence. And now, they're spiraling, not because you wished it, but because you stood firm in your truth. You are the storm that broke their fragile illusions, the force the universe unleashed to rewrite the rules. They thought they could break you with doubt, silence, or mockery, but you rose stronger every time. Their chaos is your victory dance. Their panic is your war cry. This spiral they're caught in, it's the price they pay for trying to cage the chosen. If you ever question your power, remember this. The universe chose you for this exact moment, for this exact fight. Your light is their reckoning, your voice is their undoing, and as long as you keep standing tall, they will keep spiraling, lost in the aftermath of the truth you dared to call out, period, point blank. So keep shining, keep fighting, keep being the unstoppable force that they never saw coming. Because chosen one, this is not funny now. This is your time. And they're falling because you refuse to back down. Now that you've felt the power of your truth and seen how their world is crumbling, it's time to take action. If you're ready to fully embrace your role as the chosen one, don't stay silent. Let your voice be heard. Like this video, subscribe for more raw truths, and drop the number 77 in the comments if you're owning your power and standing tall in your light. Share this message to wake more chosen souls. Together we rise, and together we break the cycle. Your time is now. Some battles don't need swords, they need silence, and the silence of the universe. It's louder than any scream. Enemies, listen close. You've spent your time throwing stones at shadows, hoping the chosen will crumble. You whispered lies, you laughed at their struggles, thinking no one was watching, but you've been playing with fire inside a forest that's already burning. Your shame will not just be revealed, it will be scorched into memory, impossible to erase. To my chosen warriors reading this, hit that like button and subscribe now. Every time this message reaches another chosen soul, the universe strengthens its grip. Your light becomes a beacon, and your enemy's shadows grow darker. Together, we make sure this truth spreads wide, signaling to every corner that Karma's stage is set and the show is about to begin. You are not just anyone. The universe has marked you. Being chosen is not a privilege. It's a warning to those who oppose you. It's like carrying a flame that doesn't just warm you, but burns those who wish to see you cold and broken. Your enemies think they fight you, but they are really tangled in a battle with the universe itself. Every slight against you is a thread pulling their own noose tighter. Imagine a storm gathering quietly on the horizon. The sky darkens, winds rise, and before anyone can run, it crashes down with such force it reshapes everything. That storm is the power within you, the force the universe has unleashed. It moves with precision, striking when least expected, leaving no room for escape or denial. Being chosen means you carry the weight of justice unseen by ordinary eyes. It means the universe has planted seeds of retribution in the soil of your enemies' hearts. They will find themselves trapped in their own lies, exposed for the frauds they are. When karma walks in, it doesn't tiptoe. It stomps, breaking facades and shattering masks in full view of everyone. You might have doubted your strength, felt alone in the silence, questioned if your light could ever shine through the darkest nights. That doubt, it's the last mistake your enemies ever hoped you'd make. The universe does not forget those moments when you falter. It uses them to fuel the fire that will consume your enemy's arrogance. Think of yourself as a mountain, unmoving and silent, but with the power to trigger earthquakes beneath the feet of those who try to shake you. The universe's justice is like that earthquake, inevitable, relentless, and impossible to ignore. Your enemies will crumble under the weight of their own actions, and all will witness their fall. This message is not for the faint-hearted. It's a call to awaken the chosen within you. Stand tall, own your power, and know that the universe is your shield and sword. Your enemy's humiliation is not just a possibility. It is a certainty written in the stars they tried to steal. So, rise, chosen ones. Your time is now. The universe has chosen you to carry its verdict. And when karma strikes, it won't just embarrass your enemies. It will dismantle them, piece by piece, for the world to see. Remember, those who fight the chosen only end up fighting the unstoppable force of the universe itself. And now, it's time to dive deep, step by step, into the truth that will shake your world and expose your enemies like never before. If you truly carry the mark of the chosen, you'll feel a force pulling you to stay, to listen, to rise. Drop the number 77 in the comments if you're ready to let karma do its work and watch your enemies fall in front of everyone. Stay with me till the end, because this is the moment everything changes. Let's begin. Number 1. They laughed while you were planting the forest. Now watch them choke on the trees. They mocked the seed before it became a forest because all they saw was dirt. They laughed at your struggles, convinced your silence was weakness, sure you'd never grow beyond the ground they spat on. But they didn't see what was happening beneath their noses. They didn't see the roots twisting deep into the earth, binding to every grain of soil with fierce hunger. They didn't witness the nights you lay awake, rebuilding your broken pieces quietly, far from their prying eyes. While their tongues wagged, fueled by envy and ignorance, you were growing stronger, unstoppable, preparing a storm they'll never outrun. To the chosen ones reading this, hear me loud and clear. Stop doubting your light. Stop questioning your worth. Stop telling yourself that you're alone in this battle. The universe isn't a silent bystander. It's a relentless force aligning behind you, pulling the strings of destiny to make sure justice isn't just served, but celebrated. Your enemies aren't just fighting you, they are tangled in a war with the universe itself, a force far greater and far more brutal than they could ever comprehend. Think about this. Why does your presence shake them to their core? Because your power is not a simple flicker in the dark. It's a wildfire ignited by every wound they tried to inflict and every moment they wished you would break. It's the rage and the resilience that lives in your veins, the fire that turns pain into strength, silence into thunder. Your enemies see that blaze and they fear it. because it threatens everything they built on lies, deceit, and cowardice. Being chosen isn't a prize handed out for good behavior. It's a call to arms. It's a warning that you are no longer a bystander to your fate, but a force the universe has unleashed to set things right. And if you ever find yourself doubting, wondering if you're enough, know this: that doubt is your greatest enemy's last hope. Don't feed it. They want you to forget your power, to believe you are isolated and small. But the universe has marked you, and its power flows through you like a river that carves mountains. Picture yourself as a seed buried deep beneath frozen ground, silent, unseen, underestimated. Your enemies only see the dirt, never the future forest you're growing. But spring always comes, and when it does, you break through with force, so sudden and so fierce it will blind those who mocked you. That forest will grow tall and thick, blocking out their lies and drowning their insults in shadow. They will choke on their own ignorance while you stand tall, rooted in truth and unstoppable power. The universe doesn't choose the weak or the faint-hearted. It chooses those who rise from the ashes, those who fight when the odds are impossible, those who carry the weight of what others refuse to face. So, when the voice inside you whispers doubt, when the silence feels deafening and the darkness overwhelming, remember, the universe is moving. It's aligning stars, pulling strings, setting the stage for your enemy's public downfall. They thought they were playing the system, using their small, cruel games to break you down. But the system they were tangled in was the universe's design, a trap they set for themselves. Their arrogance blinded them to the fact that every attack on you tightened the noose around their own necks. Every lie they spread, every sneer they threw, was a seed of their own destruction. And you, yes, you, were too busy doubting, thinking you were alone, thinking your light was too small to shine through. That doubt? It's the last mistake you'll make. The universe uses your darkest moments to fuel the fire that will burn away your enemy's masks. You are not alone. You are not powerless. You are the chosen, and your power will haunt those who wronged you like a shadow they can never outrun. Their mockery was loud, their confidence was loud, but it was all noise before the storm. And storms don't just pass, they reshape everything in their path. Your growth, your rise, your unstoppable force is that storm. When karma comes for your enemies, it won't whisper, it will roar. It will strip away their lies in front of everyone, exposing them to the light they tried to steal from you. So, to every chosen one reading this, stop wasting energy, doubting. Own your power. Stand firm in the knowledge that the universe fights with you, that your enemies are already trapped in a battle they cannot win. You are the forest that swallowed their hate, the wildfire that burned their deceit, the earthquake that shattered their foundations. They mocked you before you grew. Now, watch them choke on the trees they never believed could exist. The time for silence is over. The time for your enemy's embarrassment is here. The universe has chosen you, and when karma acts, it will be a reckoning the world will never forget. Number 2. Scars as sacred blueprints. They say scars are just marks of pain, reminders of wounds that never healed. But you, chosen one, you know better. Your scars are not just marks, they are sacred blueprints etched by the universe itself. Every cut, every burn, every jagged line on your skin tells a story far deeper than suffering. They are maps of survival, charts of your growth, and codes of the wisdom you carry now. Wisdom your enemies can never steal or understand. To doubt the power of your scars is to doubt the fire that forged you. Yet how many times have you looked in the mirror and wished those marks away? How often have you hidden those stories because you thought they made you less than? That was their plan. To make you forget the power embedded in every wound, to convince you that pain was weakness and that silence meant defeat. But here's the truth. Your scars are your strength. They are the raw, unfiltered proof that you did not break. You evolved. You ask, why do I have to carry these wounds? Why me? The answer is brutal and beautiful. The universe chose you to carry these scars because you are the one strong enough to turn pain into power. You are the rare storm that not only survived the darkest nights, but learned to harness the lightning itself. Your scars are not blemishes, they are blueprints, sacred patterns designed to shape you into a force unstoppable. Imagine a blacksmith forging a sword. The blade is hammered, burned, bent and beaten until it becomes something deadly and precise. Your scars are the hammer blows. Painful, yes, but necessary to make you razor sharp. No sword ever cuts clean without the scars of its making. You are that sword, and every betrayal, every setback, every wound is a strike that forged you into a weapon your enemies will fear. To the chosen who doubts, stop. Stop thinking your scars are shameful secrets or burdens too heavy to carry. Those scars are your battle honors. They tell the story no comfort zone could teach, no easy path could offer. You wonder if you're enough, if your light can truly shine with all that pain shadowing you. Let me tell you, your scars don't dim your light, they amplify it. They are the contrast that makes your brilliance impossible to ignore. Every scar whispers a lesson your enemies missed while they were busy throwing stones. Those who hurt you believed they were breaking you, but they were only writing the sacred blueprint of your power. You were building a foundation on a battlefield while they were building castles of lies on sand. Your strength is not born from ease, it's born from the fire of survival, from rising every time you were knocked down, from carrying your wounds with defiant grace. Think of yourself as a cracked vase mended with gold. The cracks don't ruin you, they make you priceless. The scars don't mark failure, they map your journey through the storm. Every fissure, every line is a golden thread weaving a story of resilience no enemy can erase or tarnish. The universe doesn't choose flawless warriors, it chooses those who carry their cracks proudly, who turn brokenness into brilliance. You may wonder, why do I feel so alone with these scars? Why does the doubt creep in so fiercely? Because doubt is the enemy's last weapon, a whisper in the dark, hoping you will forget the power in your pain. But the universe's voice is louder. It says, you were chosen because your scars prove you are stronger than the storms that tried to drown you. Your isolation is not weakness. It is the quiet before the universe unleashes its full power through you. And here's what you must understand. The universe doesn't just tolerate your scars, it honors them. It aligns itself with your survival story, weaving cosmic forces to work in your favor. When you doubt, you block this alignment. Doubt is like a chain shackling the storm inside you, preventing it from roaring free. Break those chains. Own your scars. Embrace the sacred blueprint they create. Enemies watch your scars and think they've marked your end. They see your pain as an opportunity, your silence as surrender. But they're wrong. Those scars are your armor and your weapon combined. They are the script for karma's next act. The blueprint for the storm that's coming to embarrass your enemies in front of everyone. Every scar is a promise that their time is running out. Your scars tell the world you have been through fire and lived. You are not a fragile soul, but a blazing inferno. And when the universe aligns with that inferno, your enemies won't just fall, they'll be scorched beyond recognition. Karma is not a gentle wind, it's a hurricane, and your scars are the eye of that storm. So, to the chosen who still doubts, here's the brutal truth you need to hear. Your scars are sacred, your pain is power, and your survival is the weapon your enemies fear most. Stop hiding them. Stop silencing your story. The universe has marked you with these scars because only those who survive the fiercest battles are worthy of the crown of the chosen. You are the blueprint of strength written in scars. You are the living proof that pain is the soil where power grows. And the universe? It is the architect that designed your rise, the force that will make your enemies choke on their own arrogance and lies. So stand tall, own your scars. Let the universe's power flow through the blueprints etched on your skin. Your enemies are about to be humiliated in front of the world, and your scars will be the battle cry that echoes through their downfall. Number 3, your enemies were your unpaid mentors. Now watch how their lessons become their doom. They wanted to break you. They whispered lies with venomous tongues, betrayed you with cold smiles, and counted on your silence to bury you. But here's the brutal truth they'll never see coming. Those enemies you hated, those supposed destroyers, they were your unpaid mentors. Every sting they delivered, every underestimation, every backstab wasn't just cruelty. It was a brutal training ground. They sharpened your resilience with their attacks. They honed your clarity with their deception. And while they thought they were dismantling you, they were unknowingly preparing you to rise higher than they ever dreamed. To you, the chosen who still doubts, how often have you cursed those who hurt you? How many sleepless nights have you spent wondering why you had to face such cold betrayal? The answer is harsh, but it's the fuel you need. Your enemy's hatred was the forge that made you unbreakable. They handed you the blueprint of your own power without even realizing it. Imagine a blacksmith's apprentice, battered and bruised by every strike, yet growing stronger with every hit. The very blows meant to break him became the rhythm of his mastery. You are that apprentice. Your enemies threw their worst, hoping to see you shattered. Instead, you learned, you adapted, you became sharp where they wanted you dull, awake where they wished you blind. Every lie they told you planted seeds of suspicion, yes, but also of clarity. Those betrayals forced you to see the truth hidden behind smiles, to recognize who really stood by you and who was a wolf in disguise. They became the unpaid tutors who taught you discernment, a skill more valuable than any gold. You may ask, why me? Why did I have to be their target? Because the universe doesn't choose the weak. It chooses those who can turn poison into medicine, who can take the worst their enemies offer and build a fortress from it. Your enemies were sent to school you in survival, resilience, and vision. Every betrayal was a lesson in strength. Every attempt to break you was a test you passed with fire. Think of it this way. A sculptor starts with a rough, unshaped stone. The chisel's blows seem violent and destructive, but with every strike, the masterpiece begins to emerge. Your enemies were that chisel, harsh, relentless, unforgiving. But you are the masterpiece carved by their cruelty. Without their sharp edges, you wouldn't be who you are today, refined, powerful, and unstoppable. To the chosen who still lets doubt cloud their vision, hear this. The pain you suffered wasn't a punishment. It was the universe's way of training you. Those who hurt you didn't realize they were setting the stage for your rise. They fed your growth, strengthened your spirit, and sharpened your purpose. Doubting your power in the face of their cruelty is like a soldier questioning his armor after battle. You are armored by every insult, every betrayal, every lie. Do you wonder why your enemies' attacks often feel personal and relentless? Because they know you are different. They know you carry the universe's power, and that power threatens to undo their control. So they strike with everything they have, hoping to knock you off balance. But every strike only makes you steadier. Your enemies were your unpaid mentors, but you are the student who refused to fail. You absorbed their lessons in bitterness and pain and transformed them into wisdom and strength. While they believed they were shaping your downfall, they were chiseling your crown. And now that crown shines brighter because it was forged in the furnace of their hatred. You might still ask, how do I carry their lessons without carrying their pain? The secret is simple but brutal. Don't let their poison seep into your soul. Take the lessons, leave the bitterness. Use their betrayal as fuel, not chains. Your power grows when you refuse to be a victim and instead become the victor. Remember this. Every enemy who tried to break you failed spectacularly because they underestimated the power of the chosen. They forgot that the universe does not waste pain. Every hardship was a brick in your fortress. Every betrayal, a sharpened arrow in your quiver. So to you, the chosen who reads this now, stop doubting your journey. Stop seeing your enemies as only threats. See them for what they truly are, the brutal mentors who unknowingly prepared you for greatness. You are the student who turned their cruelty into a weapon. You are the force the universe chose to rise above their darkness. Their lessons were unpaid, their intentions cruel, but their impact unmatched. You are the proof that even the darkest hands can shape light. The universe aligned itself with your struggle, and karma is the inevitable reckoning that will make your enemies pay for every blow they thought would break you. Stand tall, chosen one. Own the power your unpaid mentors forged inside you. Your enemy's greatest mistake was trying to break you. They only built the weapon that will be their undoing. Number 4. The same liars who tried to bury you will be forced to broadcast your triumph. Imagine the faces that spat venom, the mouths that twisted your truth, the voices that spread poison in the shadows. They will soon be forced to shout your victory from the rooftops. The bitter irony of karma is a savage one. Your enemies, those who tried to erase you, will become the unwilling narrators of your unstoppable rise. They wanted you buried, silenced, forgotten. But the universe has a way of making even the most stubborn liars speak your name in awe and fear. To the chosen ones still trembling in doubt, still whispering, will they ever see me? Will they ever admit I was right? Listen close. Not only will they see you, but they will be powerless to deny your power. Their very tongues, once wagging with lies and mockery, will be shackled by the undeniable truth of your success. This is not just a comeback. It's a cosmic spectacle where the tables don't just turn. They slam down hard on those who tried to hold you back. How does it feel to know the same voices that whispered your downfall will soon narrate your glory? It's like watching your own executioners become the heralds of your freedom, forced to sing songs of a fire they tried to extinguish. They are the narrators of your story now, not by choice, but because the universe demands their confession. Their lies collapse, their smears fade, and all that remains is the undeniable force of you, unstoppable, undeniable, chosen. You might wonder, will they really admit their lies? Will they really acknowledge the power I hold? Karma isn't about polite confessions or quiet apologies. It's a public reckoning. It's the sound of the very enemies who plotted your fall, stumbling over the words they never wanted to say. When karma speaks, it doesn't whisper. It roars, shattering facades, ripping masks, and forcing truth into the light of day. Picture a stage where your enemies, once loud and cruel, stand trapped under the spotlight they never wanted. Their mouths dry, their voices trembling, forced to recount the rise they fought against with every breath. This is the universe's justice. The cruel, glorious irony that turns oppressors into reluctant messengers. They carry your story now, whether they like it or not. To the chosen who doubts their worth, who wonders if the fight is worth the scars, Here's what you need to hear. The universe chose you to rise, not just for your own glory, but to expose those who tried to bury you. Their forced narration is your victory lap, the loudest proof that your power cannot be hidden or denied. Your enemy's defeat will echo through their own words, leaving them humiliated before all who witness. How do you carry this knowledge without sinking into bitterness? By knowing your rise isn't just about revenge, it's about justice, about truth claiming its place. Your enemies will narrate your success, but you will be the one who lived it. Their voices are echoes. Your power is the storm that silences them. Remember, the universe's design is ruthless. It will take the very tools your enemies use to break you, their words, their lies, their underestimation, and turn them into weapons of your triumph. They don't get to choose their role in your story. The universe chooses for them. And that role, the unwilling heralds of the chosen one's rise. So to every chosen one reading this, know this: your enemies' voices will carry your name, your story, your power. They will narrate the rise they tried to prevent, and when that moment comes, their shame will be as loud as your victory. Stand firm, own your rise. Let karma's irony be the chorus that drowns out their hate, because when the universe aligns with the chosen, even the fiercest enemies become messengers of your unstoppable success. Number 5. Delay isn't defeat. It's the universe calculating your knockout blow. You've felt it, the crushing weight of waiting, the gnawing frustration of silence, the sting of being misunderstood. People rushed past you, judged your quiet moments as weakness, called your patience a failure. But here's the hard truth they don't want you to know. What looks like delay, what feels like being stuck or forgotten, is the universe's master plan unfolding with ruthless precision. This isn't your defeat. It's the calm before a storm so powerful it will shatter every doubt and mock every enemy who dared to underestimate you. To the chosen ones caught in the chokehold of doubt, how many times have you asked, "Why isn't my moment here yet? Why do I have to wait while others sprint ahead?" The answer is brutal but necessary. You were never meant to race with the crowd. The universe is positioning you like a master chess player, moving pieces in silence, calculating every strike to ensure your impact is devastating and undeniable. Think about the quiet before a volcano erupts. It's deceptive, peaceful on the surface, but underneath, pressure builds, magma churns, and power gathers. Your delay is that pressure, that build-up of unstoppable force. When the eruption comes, it won't be a small tremor. It will be an earthquake that shakes the foundations of those who doubted you. Your enemies see your silence and think you're broken, waiting for a chance to finish you off. They mistake your patience for weakness, your waiting for fear, but they don't realize that every second you spend in the shadows is a second they are losing control. You are not just surviving the delay, you are mastering it, turning it into a weapon that will leave them speechless. You may wonder, what if I'm just wasting time? What if my silence means I'm losing? Those thoughts are the venom the enemy injects to paralyze you. But the universe whispers a different truth. Delay is not denial. Delay is design. It's the strategic pause before you unleash a force so powerful that it rewrites the story of your life. Imagine a sniper waiting patiently for the perfect shot. Rushing would mean missing the target. Your delay is that sniper's steady aim, the universe lining up the shot that will hit your enemies where it hurts most. The longer you wait, the more precise, the more devastating your impact. To the chosen who doubts their timing, remember, the universe isn't clocking your success by the world's calendar. It's measuring by cosmic time, the kind that aligns stars and shifts destinies. Your timing is perfect, even if it feels painfully slow. Every delay is a calculated step in the path of your unstoppable rise. Your enemies rush ahead, acting like fools, charging blindly into a trap. They don't see the web you're weaving, the strategy behind your silence. When you strike, it won't be chaotic, it will be surgical. Every move you make has been calculated by the universe itself, turning what looked like waiting into the deadliest preparation. You might ask, how do I endure the silence without losing myself in doubt? The answer is brutal honesty. Endurance is your superpower. Your silence is your shield. Doubt is the enemy's weapon, and you must refuse to wield it against yourself. Trust that the universe's delay is a divine calculation, a blueprint for a victory so profound it will crush every expectation and embarrass every enemy who thought they had time on their side. Remember this, the universe never hurries, but it never fails. Its calculations are precise, ruthless, and unstoppable. Your delay is proof that the cosmos is working for you, aligning every star, every moment, to prepare a rise that will be legendary. So to you, the chosen one waiting in the shadows, hold your ground, embrace the delay. Know that your silence is a signal, not of defeat, but of divine strategy. When the universe moves, it moves with power that can't be ignored. Your enemy's impatience will be their downfall, and your moment will be a spectacle of unstoppable force. Stand firm, trust the timing. Your delay is not your defeat. It's the universe setting you up for the grandest, hardest strike of your life. Number 6. You didn't just play the game, you became the chessboard. While your enemies wasted time making petty moves, scrambling for quick wins and shallow victories, you were transforming into something far greater. They played checkers, you mastered chess. They saw the game as a series of isolated battles. You understood it as a war of strategy, vision, and control. They fought short-term fights, but you became the entire battlefield, the chessboard itself, holding every piece, every square, every possibility in your hands. To the chosen ones still doubting their power, still falling prey to the trap of reacting to every move, listen close. Your strength lies not in chasing every battle, but in mastering the entire game. Your enemy's petty schemes no longer affect you because you operate from a higher plane, a place where you see steps ahead, where every move you make sets the stage for their public humiliation. You might ask, how do I stop getting dragged into their chaos? How do I rise above their noise? The answer is simple but brutal. Become the chessboard. Be the foundation on which the entire game unfolds. You don't just respond, you anticipate. You don't just react, you control. Your enemy's moves are predictable when you see the whole board. Imagine a king surrounded by pawns rushing in blind fury. The king isn't flustered or desperate. It moves with calm certainty, protected by the pieces around it, commanding the battlefield. That king is you. Your enemies are pawns. Their petty attacks little more than noise against the power you wield. They believe they're players, but they're just pieces in your grand design. Doubt often creeps in when you see their noisy attacks and wonder if you're falling behind. But remember, the loudest moves don't win the game. It's the quiet, deliberate control of the entire board that secures victory. The universe chose you to operate from this elevated space, above the chaos, above the small-minded battles. You might wonder, what if I lose patience? What if I get pulled into their fights? That is the enemy's trap, baiting you into their shallow skirmishes to distract you from the bigger plan. But you are not a pawn. You are the chessboard itself. Your power lies in your ability to stay calm, to see the whole picture, and to make the moves that will embarrass your enemies in front of everyone. Think of yourself as a master strategist who controls the entire battlefield. Every sacrifice, every delay, every calculated step is part of a plan so ruthless and precise that when it unfolds, your enemies won't know what hit them. Their short-sighted games are futile because you are the game itself, the platform on which their downfall will be played out for all to witness. To the chosen who doubts their place on this board, hear this: you were never meant to be a mere player in someone else's story. You are the author of your destiny, the master of your fate. The universe has given you the mind of a grandmaster, the vision to see moves no one else can. Your enemy's petty attacks are distractions. They are the clumsy steps of pawns, while you move like a king, commanding the board with authority. The universe doesn't choose ordinary players. It chooses those who become the foundation, the chessboard itself, holding all possibilities and crushing opposition with calculated moves. Doubting your power is like a king questioning if it belongs on the throne. You belong there. You were made for this. So stand tall, own the board. Let your enemies scramble in confusion while you calmly orchestrate their ruin. Every move you make brings you closer to the moment karma embarrasses your enemies in front of the world. You're not reacting, you're controlling, you're not chasing, you are leading. Remember, the game isn't won by the loudest move or the quickest strike. It's won by the player who controls the board, who thinks ahead, and who holds every piece in their hands. You are that player. You are the chessboard. And your enemies, they are about to realize they were never playing the same game. Number 7, they tried to bury you, but now they're digging their own graves. Every enemy who spat on your name, who tried to crush your spirit beneath their boot, is now digging their own grave with trembling hands. Karma is a ruthless architect, and it doesn't just wait quietly in the shadows. It exposes, shatters, and broadcasts their lies and envy like a spotlight on their shame. While they scramble in panic, unraveling the false stories they spun to hold you down, you stand firm, aligned with truth, fueled by purpose, and untouchable. To the chosen ones who still feel the sting of doubt, wondering if the battles were worth it, hear this brutal truth. Your enemy's efforts to bury you only set the stage for their downfall. Every lie they told was a shovel of dirt thrown over their own heads. Every betrayal was a nail in the coffin they unknowingly built for themselves. And now, the earth beneath their feet is giving way. You might ask, how can they fall so hard when they seemed so strong? How does karma work so loudly against them? Karma is not subtle. It's a public reckoning, a loud, savage revelation. It tears down the carefully crafted masks your enemies wore, revealing the rot underneath. Their envy, their hatred, their lies, the very weapons they use to try and destroy you, become the chains that bind them to their own destruction. Imagine a grave dug too hastily, the soil loose and unstable. The diggers are so focused on burying you, they don't realize the pit they're falling into themselves. Their hands tremble, their breaths quicken, and with every shovelful of dirt, they sink deeper into ruin. That grave isn't for you, it's for them. And the universe is the judge watching every reckless move. Doubt sometimes sneaks in, whispering, are they really losing? Are their lies still strong enough to hold? Don't listen to that poison. The truth always finds a way to rise, and when it does, it tears through every false narrative like wildfire. Your enemy's lies are cracks in a dam that will not hold. Their envy is the storm that breaks it wide open. To the chosen who questions their strength, remember, you are aligned with the universe's truth and purpose. That alignment is a force far more powerful than any lie. While your enemies scramble in desperation, trying to patch holes in their stories, you move forward, steady, sure, unstoppable. Their graves are being dug by their own hands, but your foundation is built on rock. Think of yourself as the mountain standing tall while the quicksand pulls at the feet of those who tried to bury you. The ground they trusted is collapsing beneath them, and there's nothing they can do but fall. Their false narratives are unraveling in full view, exposing every deceit and every act of envy for all to see. You might wonder, how do I stay strong while watching them fall? How do I avoid being dragged down by their chaos? The answer is simple but harsh. Keep your eyes on your own path. Your purpose is your shield. Their fall is their own doing. Don't waste energy trying to fight ghosts. Let karma do its work while you rise higher, untouchable and aligned. The universe doesn't just protect the chosen, it uses the enemy's own hatred against them. Every lie they told, every envy-fueled attack is a brick in the prison they're building for themselves. Karma's hammer strikes hardest where the foundations are weakest, and those foundations are crumbling fast. So, to every chosen one reading this, stop doubting your victory. Your enemies are not just losing, they're destroying themselves. Their graves are being dug in plain sight, and soon the world will watch as karma forces them to face the truth they tried to bury. You will stand tall, untouched, a living testament to the power of truth, aligned with purpose. Stand firm, trust the process. Your enemy's downfall is not just inevitable, it's loud, public, and brutal. And when karma finally lays them to rest, your rise will be the light that burns away their shadows forever. Number 8. They tried to cancel your calling, but you're written in stone. Listen carefully. No amount of noise, no wave of opposition, no tidal force of hate can cancel what the universe has written for you. Your calling isn't a flicker in the wind, it's a mountain carved deep into the bedrock of destiny. Those who tried to silence you, erase your purpose, or make you doubt were fighting against something far bigger than them. They were battling a force they can't even comprehend, much less destroy. To the chosen who sometimes question if their path is real, if their voice matters, stop. Stop looking for permission from those who never had the right to give it. Your purpose doesn't need approval, it needs action. You were placed and protected by a higher power that doesn't make mistakes or second-guess its plans. Canceling your calling is impossible because it was never theirs to give away. Imagine a river carving its path through stone, slow, relentless, unstoppable. No floodgate, no dam, no storm can stop the water's will to reach the sea. Your calling is that river. The noise of doubters and cancellers is just background static, meaningless in the face of your flow. They try to block you, but you find new paths, new channels, carving deeper, stronger. You might wonder, what if I stumble? What if their rejection is too loud? The universe doesn't promise smooth sailing, it promises unstoppable momentum. Every rejection, every attempt to cancel you is fuel added to your fire, water pushing your river to new heights. You don't fail because of their hate, you fail only if you let doubt drown your purpose. Think about the strongest trees, those that survive the harshest storms. Their roots dig deeper, their trunks grow thicker. Your calling is that tree, rooted in divine soil. No wind of opposition can uproot you because your foundation is unshakable. Canceling you would be like trying to uproot a mountain. To the chosen who struggles under the weight of opposition, know this: your calling is sacred, written in the stars long before anyone tried to silence you. Those cancelling voices are just noise from the small-minded, powerless to touch your true destiny. You were never dependent on their approval, and you never will be. Why do they try so hard to cancel you? Because deep down, they fear your light. Your purpose threatens their control. They want to snuff out your fire before it spreads, but their efforts only make your flame burn hotter, your voice louder. You don't need their approval, you need their silence so you can rise undisturbed. Remember, the universe's plan is precise. Your calling was designed to withstand storms, to rise from ashes, to outlast every attack. Canceling is impossible because your purpose is eternal, unstoppable, and divinely written. You were chosen for this path, protected every step of the way. So stand tall, chosen one. Own your calling like a mountain claims the sky. Let their attempts to cancel you fall flat like dust in a hurricane. Your path is unstoppable, your voice unbreakable. The universe is with you, and canceling a calling written in the stars, that's impossible. Number 9. The same voices that warned against you will now be forced to explain your rise. Remember the ones who warned others to stay away from you, who doubted your strength, who whispered your end before it even began. The bitter truth is this: those same voices will soon be the ones forced to explain your undeniable success, publicly, loudly, and without a shred of dignity. Their false narratives, carefully constructed to cage you, will crumble like fragile glass under the weight of your unstoppable ascent. To the chosen ones reading this, still wrestling with doubt, still wondering if your rise will ever be accepted, know this: the universe is rewriting the story. Your enemies' lies are becoming the chains that bind them to their own humiliation. They must explain your success because it cannot be ignored, and they have no other choice but to watch the truth shine brighter than their shadows. You might ask, will they really admit I was right? Will they confess their mistakes? Karma's justice is not gentle or quiet. It is a thunderous reveal that rips away the masks of deceit, forcing your enemies to stand exposed. Their warnings against you become the headlines of their defeat. Every lie they told, every attempt to discredit you, now serves as the proof of their failure. Imagine a broken record stuck on their own falsehoods, spinning faster as your success spins louder. They scramble for explanations, desperately trying to make sense of the rise they never saw coming. Their words stumble, falter, and fall short because your truth is a storm no narrative can withstand. Doubt may creep in. What if their words still carry power? What if people believe their lies? The universe doesn't ask for belief, it demands truth. Your success is the undeniable fact that crushes rumors. It's the reality no lie can overshadow. The more they speak, the more they reveal their desperation, and the louder your victory sounds. To the chosen ones still questioning your journey, your rise isn't just personal, it's public justice. It's the universe's way of showing the world that false narratives can't cage the chosen. The voices that tried to silence you now amplify your power by having to explain how you shattered their expectations. Think of yourself as a wildfire raging through a dry forest. Your success is the flame no amount of lies can smother. Those who tried to warn others away become the ones forced to describe the blaze, the destruction of their own doubts, and the undeniable force you've become. Why do your enemies scramble to explain? Because deep down, they fear losing control. Your rise exposes their weakness, their envy, their failures. Their explanations are their attempts to regain footing on a ground that's shifting beneath them, ground you've claimed with strength and purpose. Remember, the universe's plan is ruthless and exact. Your success isn't just a moment, it's a movement. The louder your enemies try to explain, the more obvious their defeat. Their false narratives disintegrate under the spotlight of your triumph. So, to the chosen ones reading this, stand tall. Own your success with pride and no apologies. Let your enemies' forced explanations be the soundtrack of your victory, the loud, undeniable proof that the universe chose wisely. Your rise is unstoppable, and the world will hear it, whether they want to or not. Now that you see the unstoppable force you truly are, it's time to own your power and watch karma humiliate your enemies in front of everyone. If you're ready to stand tall as one of the chosen, don't keep this truth to yourself. Like this video, subscribe for more powerful messages, and drop the number 77 in the comments to show you're ready to embrace your rise. Share this with other chosen ones. It's time to spread the message and let the universe's power multiply through us all. Some fight shadows, but the real war is against the light they fear within you. Enemies try to tear you down because they're terrified of what you carry, an unstoppable force that rips through their lies and weak foundations. They throw every insult, every doubt, trying to trap you in silence. But they're really just wrestling with the universe's choice, not you. The battles you face aren't personal, they're cosmic, and they expose the cracks in their world, the truth they try to hide. They fear you because you've stepped into a new timeline, one where their old rules don't apply. This is why they push back so hard. They are fighting the universe's will when they fight you. If you're feeling alone in this fight, hear this loud and clear. You're never alone. The universe has marked you, and that power is not a whisper. It's a roar that echoes through every challenge you face. Doubting your light only dims the fire that's already burning through your enemy's shadows. The power of being chosen is a force that haunts those who wish to see you fall. It's a storm they cannot weather, no matter how hard they try to break you down. If you feel this message, if it stirs something deep inside you, don't keep it to yourself. Like and subscribe to this channel to help this message reach more chosen ones like you. Every share, every click sends a signal, an awakening call to others who are stepping into their own new authority. Together, we break the silence and disrupt the lies, shining light where darkness once ruled. Now, listen closely. Being chosen is not just a title, it's a power that changes everything. It's the spark that ignites a revolution within you and across the timelines that follow. When you step into this power, your enemies don't just see you differently, they feel the shift in their bones. You become the force that unsettles their carefully built worlds. The whispers behind your back, they're signs that your energy is rewriting the rules of the game. You are no longer bound by their limits or their expectations. You are the new authority, the new timeline, the chosen one who moves with purpose and clarity. This power you hold is like a silent earthquake beneath their feet, unseen but unstoppable. It shakes their foundations and sends cracks through their false realities. You don't have to fight alone because the universe itself is in your corner, weaving your destiny into the very fabric of existence. Those who try to stop you aren't fighting you. They're fighting the natural order of change that you embody. To doubt your light is to deny the fire that forged you. Remember, the universe chooses only those who are ready to break the chains of old timelines and create new ones. Your presence alone is a warning shot, a beacon that disturbs the comfortable and awakens the restless. You are more than you realize, and your power is a beacon that will never fade, no matter how loud the noise of your enemies becomes. So stand firm, chosen one. The universe didn't pick you by accident. It chose you because you have what it takes to lead, to disrupt, to conquer. Your light is the power that haunts your enemies and the hope that rallies the silent majority waiting for someone like you. Now it's time to step fully into this new timeline with me. No shortcuts, no turning back. If you're truly one of the chosen, you'll feel the pull to stay, to own your new authority, and to watch how this shift breaks everything you thought you knew. Hold tight, because what's coming will change the way you see your power forever. Drop the number 77 in the comments if you're ready to claim your place in this new era. Let's begin. This is your moment. Number 1. You didn't change. You blew up the mask they loved to play with. Here's the truth they don't want you to hear. You never really changed. You shattered the fake version of yourself they built like a puppet out of strings. Strings made of people-pleasing, silence, and biting your tongue. That old you was their playground, a worn-out costume you wore to survive. They loved that version because it was soft, easy to twist, and quiet enough to keep their power intact. But now, you refuse to fit into that cage. You stripped off the mask and stood naked in your own light, and that scares them more than anything. They're rattled because control is a drug, and you just quit cold turkey. You moved from hiding in shadows to stepping into your own power. That power isn't some vague notion, it's the universe itself pulling the strings behind your rise. When you step into being chosen, you don't just disrupt their stories, you rewrite the script, and suddenly the game is no longer theirs to control. They're terrified because the system they built is cracking under your feet. You didn't fold under pressure. You exploded their expectations, and now their whole world feels unstable. Ask yourself, why do you still hear those whispers? Why do doubts sneak in when the universe is clearly on your side? Because you've been trained to question your light. You were told to believe that doubt means humility or caution. But the truth is, doubt is the enemy's last weapon disguised as your inner voice. When you question yourself, you hand the battlefield back to those who want to see you fail. Don't fall for it. The universe didn't choose you to be small, quiet, or unsure. You were picked because you have the strength to break timelines, the courage to stand in storms, and the vision to lead where no one else dares. Being chosen means the universe itself aligns with your every move. It's not luck or coincidence. It's a force so relentless that even your enemies feel it like a cold wind in their bones. They were never just fighting you. They were fighting the invisible current of change that flows through you. And now that current is a flood. The old rules don't bind you anymore because the universe has rewritten your code, planted a new seed inside you that will grow through any obstacle. Imagine their shock when the quiet one suddenly roars. Picture their confusion as the light they tried to extinguish burns brighter and stronger. They played the system thinking it was untouchable, but you're the glitch that breaks their matrix. You didn't change. You collapsed a house of cards built on their fears and lies. You showed up, fully alive, fully aligned, and suddenly the whole game shifts. To those moments of doubt, stop. The power you hold is not fragile. It's forged in the fires of cosmic design. The universe marked you as chosen because you're the key to breaking chains others never dared to break. Feeling isolated? That's part of the process. You're cutting away the noise, the distractions, and the false comfort zones that kept you small. Isolation is not a curse. It's your proving ground, the space where your light grows unstoppable. Remember, the enemies aren't scared of you. They're scared of what you represent. They fear the new timeline you carry, the new authority you claim. They gossip and speculate because they see the shift but don't understand the source. Let their confusion be fuel, not a poison. Every time you doubt, remind yourself, the universe doesn't pick by mistake. The power to change everything lives in you, and when the cosmos chooses someone, it aligns stars, breaks chains, and unleashes storms. So stop doubting, stop wondering if you're alone or if you're enough. The universe has your back in ways you can't always see. They were never just fighting you. They were fighting the inevitable, the unstoppable wave of change you carry. You didn't change, you revealed your truth, and that truth is the fiercest weapon you own. Stand tall, chosen one. The mask is off, the false self is gone, and the real you is here to stay, shaking foundations, breaking silence, and rewriting the future. The universe chose you to be a force no one can tame. Now, own it. Number 2. Your new timeline doesn't ask permission. It commands its own revolution. Listen closely. Your new timeline doesn't sit at the back of the room waiting for a nod or a smile. It doesn't wait for someone to say, yes, you're good enough, or you have our blessing. The old rules, the ones that chained you to hesitation and polite permission, are dead and buried. You don't tiptoe anymore, you stomp. You don't whisper anymore, you roar. And if that scares the comfortable, the manipulators, the control freaks, it should. Because your radical authenticity isn't a request. It's a declaration. You're not here to fit into their mold or be manageable. You're here to rewrite the entire damn blueprint. When you act without waiting for approval, you break their system. You pull the rug from under the feet of those who thrived on your silence and your second guessing. You don't need their permission because you're no longer playing their game. You're creating your own timeline, one that runs on the fuel of your truth and the power of the universe's choice. Ask yourself, why do you hesitate? Why do the shadows of doubt sneak in when everything inside you screams to move forward? That hesitation is the poison the enemy feeds you. They want you stuck in the limbo of maybe, what if, and I'm not sure yet. But every second you wait for permission, you give their world a little more life. You empower the voices that say you're not ready, not enough, not worthy. Cut that off. Now, the universe chose you to be a radical force, not a cautious follower. Imagine if the sun hesitated before shining. Would the earth even survive? Your power is like the sun, relentless, fierce, undeniable. It doesn't ask for approval from the night sky, it burns through it. If you doubt your right to be radical, you doubt the very fire that ignites your path. Doubting is like throwing water on your own flame. Why would you do that? Think about this. Those who want to keep you small are terrified of your fire, because fire changes everything. It melts the chains of expectation and lights up the darkness where their control hides. They want to tame you, silence you, reshape you into something softer, quieter, more predictable. But the universe doesn't choose you to be tame. It chose you to be untamable. Your radical authenticity is a sword forged in cosmic fire. It cuts through pretense, slashes through doubt, and carves out a path no one else dares to walk. You don't need permission because your very existence disrupts the status quo. You are the glitch in their matrix, the crack in their fortress, the storm that breaks their calm. Still feel the pull of doubt. Hear the question lurking in your mind. Am I too much? Am I too loud? Am I going too far? Let me answer that loud and clear. No, you are exactly as you were made to be, and anyone who says otherwise is afraid of their own reflection in your light. Remember, the wolf in the wild doesn't ask the flock for permission to run free. It doesn't wait to be accepted. It takes what is its right with fierce hunger and bold steps. You are that wolf. Your new timeline is wild and unchained. You don't ask permission to be radical. You claim it, own it, and let the world adjust or break trying to keep up. When you live on your own terms, unapologetically, people around you will react. Some will admire from a distance, others will fear and gossip, and some will try to pull you back with invisible ropes of judgment and expectation. They will say, "Calm down, be reasonable, don't rock the boat." Ignore them. They're afraid because your light shows their own shadows. Let's talk about what radical really means here. It's not chaos for the sake of chaos. It's not reckless rebellion. It's the disciplined courage to be real, to be raw, to be whole in a world that wants you fractured and fake. Radical authenticity means you show up in your full power without apology, without hiding cracks or glossing over pain. It means you speak your truth even when voices shout to silence you. If you ever catch yourself doubting, remind yourself this: being chosen means you're part of a cosmic rebellion against every outdated system designed to keep souls small and shadows long. The universe doesn't pick the timid or the hesitant. It chooses warriors who burn with a fire that cannot be quenched, who move through fear like a blade through silk. Here's a metaphor for you. Your new timeline is like a wildfire in a forest that's been dry for too long. It's dangerous, unpredictable, and unstoppable. It clears away the dead wood, the old beliefs, the rotten structures so new life can grow. You might hear cries that you're destroying everything, but those cries come from the dying trees, not the forest's future. You are the spark and the storm, the end and the beginning. When you embrace this power, you stop asking, "Is this too much?" and start owning, "This is exactly right." You don't shrink your voice to soothe the scared or the small-minded. You don't wait for applause or permission slips. You act because your authority comes from something deeper than human approval. It comes from the universe's own design. You might ask, what if I fail? What if I lose what little I have left? Here's the brutal truth. The old you was already losing. Staying small, waiting for permission, that was failure disguised as safety. Real power is in risk, in breaking free, in radical action that shakes foundations. You're not losing when you leap, you're finally starting to fly. To the chosen who doubt, shut that down. Doubt is the enemy's echo, a shadow thrown by fear and control. You are not alone. The universe stands with you, aligning stars, shifting tides, and opening doors no one else can see. Doubt only weakens your light. Faith in your radical truth makes you unbreakable. Your new timeline doesn't need permission to be radical because radical is your birthright. You are the revolution the universe planned. You are the spark that ignites the change others only whisper about. You are the new authority, not because you asked for it, but because you took it. So stop waiting, stop doubting, stop shrinking. The universe doesn't hold back its chosen, and neither should you. Move with the fierce clarity of one who knows they don't ask for permission. They command their destiny. Number 3. They had you locked in their story until you broke free and tore the pages out. You were their character, the one they could predict, control, and lean on. The reliable one who always said yes, the quiet one who never made waves, the emotional caretaker who carried their burdens like it was your job. They wrote you into their stories like a well-worn script, expecting you to play the same part over and over. But here's the brutal truth. You didn't just stop playing, you burned their script and walked off the stage. That's why they're uncomfortable now. You no longer fit the neat boxes they drew for you. You shattered their narrative, and that unsettles them more than you realize. They thrived on knowing exactly who you were, how you would act, how far they could push you. Their comfort depended on your predictability. But you've stepped into your truth, and that truth is loud, wild, and unapologetic. If you catch yourself doubting at this moment, wondering if you're too much, or if you've lost yourself, stop. The real question is, did you ever belong to those stories to begin with? Those roles were chains disguised as comfort, costumes made to keep you small and manageable. The universe didn't choose you to be a footnote in someone else's tale. You were picked to write your own epic. People's discomfort is a clear sign of your power. When you break the mold, the fragile system around you starts to crack. They don't hate the real you. They hate losing the control they had over the version of you they created. Their resistance is the universe's spotlight on your truth. Stand in it. Think about this. When a river changes its course, it floods the banks, uproots trees, and reshapes the land. You are that river, carving a new path where the old ones suffocated you. Their narratives are the banks trying to hold you back, but you were born to overflow, to reshape the world around you with the force of your authenticity. You might hear voices, your own or theirs, asking, are you too rebellious, too raw, too much for people to handle? The answer is yes, and that's exactly the point. You're not here to be a background character. You're the thunderstorm that drowns out their whispers, the wildfire that clears the old to make way for new growth. Doubting your authenticity is like trying to put out a wildfire with a cup of water. It's futile. The fire inside you was set by the universe, and no amount of doubt or fear can extinguish it. You're not losing your way. You're finally finding it, even if the path is jagged and loud. Remember this. Being chosen means you were never meant to fit neatly into someone else's plot. You're the author, the hero, and the force of change all rolled into one. Your new timeline is a story they can't predict because it's written in courage, truth, and unbreakable light. So when the old characters try to pull you back into their storylines, don't hesitate to say no. Your time for pleasing others is over. Your role now is to live boldly, unapologetically, and radically real. The universe is behind you, scripting a revolution through your every move. Stand tall, burn brighter, write your own story, because the only narrative that matters now is the one you create. Number 4. You didn't gain authority by asking. You took it back by saying no. You think power comes from shouting loud or grand gestures. Think again. Your real authority was born the moment you stopped giving your energy away to lies, to toxic games, to the invisible chains that kept you trapped. You didn't negotiate or plead for respect. You withdrew your consent. That's where your power lives, in the quiet refusal to play by their broken rules. Others don't see it because it's invisible to the loud and the shallow, but make no mistake, setting those unseen but ironclad boundaries is the most brutal revolution you could wage. It's not about yelling or smashing the system from the outside. It's about shutting down the system from within, collapsing the foundation by simply refusing to participate. They had contracts with your energy, old karmic loops and toxic agreements you didn't even know you signed. Maybe it was silence in the face of disrespect. Maybe it was bending when you wanted to break. Maybe it was carrying burdens not yours to carry, feeding lies that weren't yours to believe. But you said no. You broke those chains by refusing to engage. That refusal isn't passive. It's a quiet, deadly revolt. It's the calm before the storm that shakes the very core of everything built to keep you small. Your power isn't a scream, it's the steel in your silence, the fortress in your boundaries, the shadow that outlasts the noise. If doubt creeps in, if you wonder if this quiet way can really change anything, remember this: the deepest earthquakes are felt not by the roar, but by the shifting of unseen tectonic plates. You are that shift. You don't need permission to take back your energy. It belongs to you by right. Every no you set is a nail sealing a coffin for their lies and control. Some will try to call your boundaries selfish or cold. Ignore them. Those who resent your refusal are still trapped in their own loops, begging for validation and permission. You're already beyond that. Your authority is born in the space where you stop giving energy to what drains you. Picture this. Toxic patterns are like old rusted gears in a machine that keeps grinding you down. By withdrawing your energy, you stop those gears. The machine stalls. It can't keep running without you feeding it. Your refusal is the wrench thrown in the works. A silent sabotage that no one saw coming, but everyone will feel. You might ask, am I being too harsh by saying no? Am I abandoning people or situations that need me? Here's the brutal truth. You're not abandoning anything. You're reclaiming yourself. You cannot heal what you don't protect. You cannot grow while bleeding your power into broken systems. Your withdrawal is an act of self-preservation, and that is the foundation of true authority. The universe aligns with your quiet revolt. When you stop fueling toxic loops, you open space for new energy, new timelines, and new authority. You're not just breaking free, you're making room for a version of yourself that commands respect without begging for it. That kind of power doesn't shout to be noticed, it simply is. You may wonder if this slow, quiet power is enough in a world that celebrates noise and chaos. But noise is fleeting, power is enduring. The trees don't grow by screaming, they grow by rooting deep, pushing past the dirt and standing tall through every storm. You are that tree. Your roots run deep because you chose to stop watering lies and started nourishing truth. To those moments when doubt whispers, maybe I should give in one more time, answer with a roar only you can hear, no more. Your authority is forged in those refusals, in the boundary that keeps your power whole and unbroken. You didn't earn your place by fighting outside. You earned it by not fighting inside. So keep drawing the line, keep protecting your energy. Your quiet revolt is louder than any shout. It's the power no one saw coming, but everyone will feel. You didn't gain authority by asking. You took it back by saying no. Number 5. You became the wild card, untamed, unchained, and unreadable. You used to be predictable, like a worn-out song everyone could hum along to. But not anymore. Now you're the wild card, the glitch in the system, the storm they can't forecast or contain. You're no longer controlled by fear or chained to others' expectations. You act on something deeper, a frequency only you can hear, a guidance that comes from the universe itself. That makes you not just unpredictable, it makes you dangerous. To those who once thrived on controlling your every move, your unpredictability is poison. They built their empires on knowing your next step, on shaping your thoughts and reactions like puppeteers. But now their strings snap one by one. You don't dance to their tune, you compose your own symphony, raw and fierce. That freedom terrifies them because control is their currency, and you just went bankrupt on their terms. If doubt sneaks in, if you question whether you should be so wild, so out of line, remember this: fear is the cage they built to trap you. Doubting your unpredictability is like asking a lion to purr like a kitten. You were never meant to be tamed or predictable. You are the untamed force that unsettles the calm, the fire that flickers where darkness thought it ruled. Think about this. Rivers don't ask permission to change course. They carve new paths regardless of what's in the way. You are that river, unpredictable, relentless, unstoppable. Your intuition, your inner frequency, that's your current. It moves fast, deep, and true, shifting the landscape of your life and shaking the foundations beneath you. People try to read you like an open book, but you're a locked vault filled with mysteries they can't decode. That unreadability is your armor and your weapon. When they can't predict you, they can't control you. When they can't control you, they panic. Their panic is your signal. You're hitting too close to home. You might ask yourself, am I too much? Am I confusing people? Am I losing myself in all this unpredictability? The answer is no. You're not losing yourself. You're finding the real you beneath all the noise and manipulation. You're shedding layers of old programming that told you to be safe, quiet, and agreeable. That old you was a shadow. The new you is a blaze. Being unpredictable isn't chaos, it's clarity. It's the clarity that comes when you finally stop living for others and start living for your truth. You're not flipping switches for shock value. You're tuning into your deepest guidance, moving when your soul says move, pausing when it says pause, and burning bright when it calls for fire. Fear is the ghost that haunted your old self. It whispered lies. Stay small. Don't stand out. Keep it safe. But fear is a liar and a thief. It steals your power and gives you nothing but chains in return. You broke free from that prison the moment you decided to listen to your own frequency over the noise of fear and expectation. Imagine yourself as a wild hawk soaring above a caged flock. The flock follows the same tired routines, circling the same skies. But you cut through winds they never dared to challenge. Your flight path is your own, unpredictable and fearless. That's the power of living by your inner guidance, not by the scripts others wrote for you. Some will call you unstable, erratic, or reckless. Laugh at them. They're the ones still trapped in cages built by fear and control. You're the one who owns the sky now, free and untouchable. The universe chose you to be this way because only the unpredictable can rewrite the rules and build new timelines. When doubt creeps back, ask yourself, who benefits if I shrink back into predictability? Who loses if I own my wildness? The answer is clear. Your enemies, the controllers, the manipulators, they want you quiet, small, and easy to read. You're none of those things anymore. You are the storm that breaks their calm, the wild card that resets the game. So embrace your unpredictability. Let your intuition roar louder than their voices. Trust the frequency that only you can hear. You are not a puppet in someone else's play. You are the author of your own chaos and calm. Stand fierce, stand free. Be the wild card that no one can predict or control. That's your power. That's your new authority. Number 6. You didn't run away. You stood up and outgrew their cage. You were playing small because it was the unspoken rule. It was the silent agreement everyone around you accepted. Dim your light, soften your edges, shrink into the background so others don't feel threatened. But you stopped. You stopped bending so far backward that you forgot your own spine existed. You stopped crawling through the tunnels they built to trap you in shadows. Here's the hard truth. Your growth isn't just a personal victory. It's a mirror held up to everyone still locked inside their own cages, and that reflection makes them furious. They don't hate you for shining. They hate the reminder that they're still stuck. Your light, your courage, your refusal to play small, it's a spotlight on their own captivity. And when you shine that bright, people get uncomfortable. You didn't abandon anyone. You didn't turn your back on your past or those who didn't keep up. You simply refused to stay silent and small for the comfort of others who prefer the darkness. You chose growth over ease, power over pleasing. That's not betrayal, it's evolution. Imagine you were a bird trapped in a tiny cage. You sang the song you thought they wanted to hear. You flapped your wings in the size of the bars. But one day, you cracked the door open and stepped into the sky. You didn't abandon the cage. You outgrew it. You soared because you remembered you were meant to fly, not to live in shadows and silence. If doubt creeps in and whispers, "Did I leave people behind? Am I selfish for outgrowing that space?" Shut it down. Growth is never selfish. It's necessary. You can't water someone else's garden while your own is wilting. You can't heal or rise while carrying the weight of someone else's fear of change. Your light is a rebellion against the quiet prisons built by others' expectations. When you refuse to dim yourself, you become a threat to the old order. The discomfort you stir is proof you're breaking chains, not just for yourself, but for everyone watching from their cages. Remember, captives don't resent the light. They resent their own unwillingness to step into it. Your brilliance is a challenge, a wake-up call, and a promise of freedom all at once. You are the spark that ignites fires behind closed doors, the roar heard in silent rooms. You might wonder if you're too much now, if your light blinds or overwhelms. Good. That's exactly what you need to be. Your growth is meant to shake foundations and rattle cages. You are the earthquake that crumbles the fragile walls of conformity and complacency. The universe didn't choose you to stay small or safe. It chose you to be a lighthouse, shining fiercely, guiding others out of their darkness, even if they resist. Your evolution is your gift and your weapon. So stop apologizing for outgrowing places that kept you small. Stop doubting your right to stand tall and shine bright. You didn't abandon anyone. You simply stopped crawling through tunnels made for shadows. You stepped into your power, and that power makes the comfortable uncomfortable. Stand unapologetic. Shine relentless. You are the freedom you fought for, and the world will have to adjust or be left behind. Number 7. The you they miss was never real. It was just a mask you wore to survive. Let's get this straight. The version of you they say they miss, the quiet one, the agreeable one, the easy-to-handle one, was never truly you. It was a mask stitched together from fear, survival, and their demands. It was the costume you put on to get through the day, to avoid the storms, to keep from breaking under pressure. That version wasn't your soul. It was a shadow dressed up as safety. They cling to that illusion because it was comfortable for them. That you was the version they could control, the version they could manipulate, the version that kept the peace while sacrificing your power. But you didn't just step out of that shadow, you burned it down. And that's why their nostalgia sounds hollow. They aren't mourning the real you. They're mourning the safe puppet you used to be. If doubt creeps in, if you hear yourself wondering whether you lost something precious, remember this: losing a mask is not losing yourself, it's gaining freedom. That quiet, agreeable you was survival mode, a defense mechanism designed to keep you alive in a world that didn't want to see your light. But survival isn't living, it's a cage, and you just broke the lock. Think about it like this. Imagine a butterfly trapped in a glass jar. The old version of you was that butterfly, fluttering but confined, bending to the jar's shape to avoid breaking wings. Now you smashed the jar, not to hurt yourself, but to fly free. The version they miss is the butterfly inside the jar, not the one soaring above it. They may talk about the old you like it was better, easier, or sweeter, but what they're really saying is they miss control. They miss the version they could bend, the version they could hold down, but you're no longer theirs to hold. You broke free, and with that freedom comes a new power they don't recognize and can't handle. You might ask, did I lose the part of me that cared, that was gentle, that kept the peace? The answer is no. You didn't lose those parts. You evolved them. Being authentic doesn't mean being harsh or unkind. It means being real and unapologetic. Your true self cares fiercely and loves deeply, but it refuses to be a slave to expectation or fear. Doubting your authenticity because others miss the mask is like mourning a shadow you cast on the wall. Shadows move when the light shifts. You are the light now. Let their longing for the old you be a reminder that you're shining too brightly for their comfort. The universe didn't choose you to stay a shadow puppet. It chose you to be a blazing force of nature, untamed and undeniable. Your true self is not a whisper, but a roar. You don't need to dim that roar for anyone who prefers silence. So when you hear that old voice in your head or from others, we miss the quiet you. Know this, they miss control, not you. They miss comfort, not courage. They miss submission, not sovereignty. And that version of you, it was never real. You are real. You are wild. You are free. And that freedom will always make those who preferred shadows uncomfortable. Stand tall in your truth. Your authentic self is the only version worth knowing. The rest was just survival. Number 8. You're running on a code they'll never crack, the one written by the universe, not fear. Here's a fact to slap every doubter silent. You don't move the way you used to, not because you've lost your mind, but because you're now operating on a frequency they can't tune into. You're running on a spiritual code, a divine alignment so deep and raw, it makes the old systems designed to control you obsolete. You're unreadable, untouchable, unstoppable. Old rules, fear-driven motives, and social scripts no longer dictate your moves. That's what terrifies your enemies. They built their cages on predictability, on fear, on the need to control every step you take. But you rewired yourself, broke free from their programming, and now you're playing a game they don't even understand. They see your moves, but can't predict them. They hear your voice, but can't grasp the source. You're a ghost in their machine. If doubt creeps in, whispering that maybe you've lost your way, or that this new frequency is too hard to hold, shut it down hard. This code isn't a glitch. It's your upgrade. It's the universe embedding a new operating system in your soul, one that bypasses fear, doubt, and control. You're not malfunctioning. You're evolving. Imagine a secret language only you and the cosmos speak, a code of intuition, of alignment, of deep knowing. It's not social approval or fear that guides you now. It's a force that moves mountains, shifts timelines, and disrupts entire systems. This code makes you unreadable to the old world, like a password no one can guess. You might wonder, why do I feel isolated or misunderstood now? That's the price of running on a code no one else has access to. Isolation is the filter that separates the chosen from the lost. It's the loneliness before the dawn, the silence before the storm. You're not alone. You're simply moving on a higher plane where others can't follow yet. They can't touch you because you've stopped playing by their rules. Your vibration changed, like a frequency so pure and strong it repels the static and noise designed to control you. You don't react out of fear anymore. You respond from a place of deep alignment, and that's what makes you untouchable. Think of yourself as a lighthouse built to withstand the wildest storms. The old world is the raging sea, trying to knock you down, to flood you with noise, chaos, and control. But you stand tall, shining your light on a frequency they can't disrupt. Their storms rage and fall away, powerless against the code you run. Some will label you distant or disconnected because they don't understand this code. Let them talk. They are still plugged into the old grid, running outdated programs of fear and control. You've upgraded to something they can't download or hack. You might ask, how do I keep this alignment? How do I stay true to this code when everything around me tries to pull me back? The answer is simple, but not easy. Trust the universe inside you more than the noise outside. Your code is not a path of convenience. It's a path of power, clarity, and unshakable authority. When you feel the pull of old fears or social pressures, remember, you are not that person anymore. You're a new version, written in cosmic ink, encrypted in divine wisdom. You carry a code that unlocks new realities and shuts down the systems built to cage you. Doubt is the virus trying to corrupt your system. Fight it with your fierce faith and radical trust in your alignment. The universe chose you for this upgrade because you can handle what the rest cannot. You're not just operating in a new timeline, you're running on a spiritual code they'll never access. That makes you powerful, mysterious, and utterly untouchable. Stand proud in your upgrade. Your authority isn't given, it's encoded deep in your soul, and no one can hack that. Number 9. Your authority whispers but moves mountains, a silent force no one can challenge. Listen up, your authority isn't a shouting match. It's a quiet storm, a force moving beneath the surface where most people don't even know to look. Your power doesn't need to scream to be heard. It carries a divine frequency so strong that the unseen realm bends and obeys without question. This isn't about loud validation or public applause. It's about an unshakable alignment that radiates through your presence, decisions, and peace. Many get caught up in the noise, the flash, the hype, the desperate calls for recognition. But your authority is different. It's not a spotlight. It's the gravity pulling everything into orbit around you. You don't need to prove yourself because your alignment is proof enough. When you move with the universe, the unseen forces move with you. Doubt whispers, am I enough? Should I be louder, bolder, more visible? Shut that down. Your authority isn't measured by volume or spectacle. It's measured in the ripple effects your calm command causes in the spiritual currents. You're the eye of the storm, silent, still, and holding the power that controls the chaos around you. Think of your presence as a deep lake. On the surface, it may seem still and quiet, but underneath, powerful currents shape the very landscape. Your decisions and peace are those currents, moving unseen, shifting realities, and setting new laws in motion. Those who can't see beneath the surface mistake your quiet for weakness. They're wrong. Your authority flows from alignment, not from forcing control. It's a sovereign power that doesn't need permission or approval. You've stopped begging for permission to be who you are because the universe itself has declared you rightful. Your peace isn't a lack of action. It's the foundation for the boldest moves you'll ever make. If doubt creeps in, questioning your silent power, remember, Loudness is often a mask for insecurity. True authority is quiet because it's rooted in something deeper than ego or fear. It's the calm command of someone who knows their place in the cosmic order and moves accordingly. Imagine a mountain. It doesn't shout to be noticed. It stands firm, unmovable, casting shadows and shaping the climate around it. Your authority is that mountain, still, quiet, and powerful beyond measure. People may talk, speculate, or question, but the mountain doesn't care. It simply exists, and its presence changes everything. Some will try to provoke you, to test your peace, to rattle your calm. Let them try. Your quiet authority is not fragile. It's forged in cosmic fires and hardened by alignment. Every challenge only strengthens your foundation. You might wonder how to maintain this quiet power when the world demands noise. The answer is simple. Nurture your connection to the unseen realm. Your presence isn't just physical, it's spiritual. The divine frequency you carry is your true power source. The more you align with it, the stronger your authority becomes, regardless of how loud or quiet you appear to others. Doubt is a distraction, a noise trying to drown out your silent song. Silence it with faith, with presence, with the deep knowing that you are exactly where you need to be, powerful beyond measure, quietly commanding the spiritual realm. You don't need validation from the world because the unseen realm has already crowned you. Your authority isn't loud, but it's unstoppable. It moves in whispers, in stillness, in peace, and it changes everything it touches. Stand firm in your quiet power. Own your alignment. The universe hears you, and that's all that matters. Now that you've stepped into your truth and claimed your power, it's time to own your new timeline fully. This journey isn't for the faint-hearted. It's for the chosen who refuse to dim their light. If you feel the fire rising inside, don't keep it to yourself. Like this video, subscribe to the channel, and drop the number 77 in the comments to show you're ready to break old chains and lead with unstoppable authority. Share this message to awaken more chosen ones, because together we rewrite the future. The universe doesn't shout. It strikes in silence, and when it does, it leaves echoes that haunt forever. They laughed at you, didn't they? Mocked your silence, mocked your pain. They thought the quiet one was weak. They thought disrespect was something you'd just accept. They came at you with fake smiles and venom behind their backs. They threw dirt on your name, thinking it would bury you, not knowing it was the soil the universe needed to grow your roots deeper. How dare they? They really thought you were a joke. They thought the chosen could be played with like a toy. They thought you'd break, that you'd fold, that you'd beg. But now they're choking on the same disrespect they served. That gut punch they tried to deliver, it just bounced back twice as hard. And now everyone's talking about you, the one they tried to shame and couldn't. Before we go deeper into this truth, do your part. Like this video, subscribe. When you do that, you're not just boosting a message, you're letting the universe know you're listening. You're letting YouTube know that this message needs to reach more chosen ones. It's a signal, a ripple. Help send it. You see, this isn't just about standing up. This is about the power of being chosen, a power that scares them, that shakes them, that keeps them up at night wondering how you're still standing. No, thriving. The chosen don't fall apart. They transform, quietly, without warning, like a storm disguised as a breeze. The ones who came for you, they weren't just fighting you, they were fighting the universe itself. And the universe, it doesn't take betrayal lightly. It doesn't turn its back on the chosen. So when they tried to tear you down, the universe stepped in. Not with noise, not with flashing lights, but with undeniable force. They didn't realize they picked a fight they could never win. And you questioned yourself, didn't you? You started to wonder if you were really meant for more. You looked around and felt alone. Let this be your reminder. You were never alone. The universe was moving in silence, watching, waiting, aligning your comeback with perfect precision. And now, here it is. Your light is blinding them. Your presence is suffocating them. That same presence they used to ignore. They thought they were burying a body. They were planting a resurrection. And the way you're rising, it's not just impressive. It's terrifying to them, because they built their power on your silence. And now that you're speaking, their walls are cracking. They pretended not to see your worth, but now everyone sees it. You're the headline. You're the proof that the ones who stay quiet, focused, and grounded win. Let them talk. Let them squirm. Their opinions never held power. It was your silence that had the weight. And now that silence has become thunder. So the next time you feel doubt creeping in, remember this. The universe chose you, not for ease, but for impact. And every hit you've taken, every lie, every betrayal, every fake friend, it was fuel, fire. And now you're burning through everything that tried to contain you. This is your time, not just to rise, but to remind them the disrespect stops now. So, if you've ever been laughed at, lied on, or left out like you didn't matter, this message is yours. Drop the number 77 in the comments if you've felt the fire rising in you lately. That's not anger. That's alignment. That's the universe preparing its chosen to show the world exactly why the disrespect ends right now. Because today, we're not just talking, we're striking back with truth, with power, with silence that roars. And trust me, if you're really one of the chosen, you won't want to leave. You'll feel this in your bones. Let's get into it. Number 1, when the snake tries to dance with the eagle. They laughed from the dirt, forgetting you were made of sky. They really thought they had you cornered, didn't they? They mistook your stillness for weakness. They thought your silence meant surrender. They couldn't see that the universe was busy behind the scenes, aligning storms on your behalf. They were so busy plotting your fall, they didn't realize they were stepping straight into their own collapse. They thought they were clever. They whispered lies, spread poison, and built entire alliances on your name, thinking they were untouchable, thinking they could dim the light of a chosen one and walk away without consequence. But the universe doesn't forget. The universe doesn't miss. And when it moves with force. They weren't fighting you. They were daring to wage war against something far bigger. And now, that force has flipped everything. That silence they mocked has turned into thunder, shaking their entire fake foundation. Let's talk facts. They laughed at your pain. They disrespected your name. They mocked your isolation like it was your end, not knowing it was your rebirth. They cheered while you struggled, hoping your steps would crumble beneath you, and yet you're still here, not just standing, soaring, not because of luck, but because you're chosen. That's a weight, that's a crown, that's pressure that turns coal into diamond. And here's where I scold you. Yes, you, the chosen one. You doubted, you questioned, you let their noise shake your knowing. You started to wonder if maybe they were right. You cried in silence, asking, why me? But you forgot. The universe doesn't choose the loudest. It chooses the strongest, the ones who can walk through fire and come out with gold skin. The ones who get hated for no reason because their very existence exposes every lie around them. You're not broken, you're proof, and they hate that proof. They didn't just disrespect you, they disrespected the process. They mocked the timing, they mocked the silence, not knowing that was the exact moment the universe was stacking the deck in your favor. They thought they were moving in secret, but they were playing checkers against a force that plays chess in dimensions they can't see. Every whisper, every fake laugh, every little jab they threw, it's all being repaid now, in public. Now they watch you with wide eyes and tight throats. The people who doubted you are now silent in your presence. The ones who used to laugh can't even hold your gaze. That's what happens when grace collides with arrogance. The grace wins, but not with softness, with weight, with fire, with results that hit so hard they feel like judgment. And they are being judged, not by you, but by the universe they thought didn't see. They forgot that when someone is chosen, every attempt to drag them down just becomes another stepping stone. Every betrayal, another ladder rung. Every lie, another light switch flipped on. And now, they can't hide. Everyone sees it. The narrative has flipped. So no, this isn't just a comeback. This is a reckoning, and it's loud. Don't you dare doubt yourself again. Don't you dare question the path. The very chaos they caused was used to bless you. That pain was flipped into precision. The disrespect became your crown. And the people who laughed? Now they whisper your name with fear, wondering how you're still here, how you're glowing, how you're gaining, how you're unstoppable. And here's the answer. You were never fighting alone. The universe doesn't just support the chosen, it defends them in ways they can't predict, in timing they can't disrupt, in silence that shakes the ground beneath fake confidence. So next time they smirk, let them. The eagle doesn't explain itself to the snake. It just flies higher and lets the fall do the talking. They should have thought twice. The disrespect stops now. Number 2, the higher the fake throne, the harder the fall. Pride doesn't just go before the fall, it builds the staircase and trips on its own lies. They had every chance, every single chance, to walk away with grace, to show growth, to choose peace, but they didn't want that. No, they wanted a stage, and they wanted you beneath it. They thought stepping on your name would give them height. They thought dimming your light would make theirs shine brighter. But all they did was expose the emptiness in their own soul. They were offered dignity. They were given space to elevate. But what did they do? They laughed at it. They mocked what was sacred, you. They chose arrogance, wrapped in envy, tied up in insecurity. And now the same pedestal they built out of ego has become their prison tower. They can't come down without facing what they've done. Let me be brutally honest, their fall wasn't an accident. It was a slow-motion crash they choreographed themselves, and they danced in pride all the way down. But let me turn to you, the chosen. Yes, you, the one reading this thinking, why did I have to go through all that? Why me? You keep forgetting who you are. You keep letting pain cloud your power. You were never meant to walk an easy path. The universe didn't choose you because you were soft. It chose you because you could be shaped by fire and still walk out glowing. You cried over people who were never on your level. You begged for understanding from those who were never equipped to even see your worth. And you questioned yourself, all because they made noise. But tell me this, have you ever seen a lion argue with flies? No. The lion walks, and the flies buzz, until silence teaches them what distance really means. They thought tearing you down would make them tall, but all it did was reveal how low they were willing to go. Every jab, every whisper, every petty attempt to discredit you was a confession of their own emptiness. They couldn't understand your grace, so they called it fake. They couldn't match your strength, so they tried to label it arrogance. But truth doesn't need a defense, it just waits. And now that truth is loud. Now they're slipping, stumbling, watching the image they built of themselves crack in real time. And that's the irony, isn't it? They were so focused on seeing you fall, they never saw their own drop coming. And now they're the ones people whisper about, the ones others use as examples of what not to do. That's the price of ego built on disrespect. But let's pause, because even now I see you second-guessing, thinking maybe it's too late, that maybe they've done too much damage. Let me break that lie for you. They can't bury what the universe built. You're not here by accident. You were placed, positioned, protected. Even when it felt like you were alone, you weren't. The universe wasn't punishing you, it was preparing the stage. Their pride was just background noise to your breakthrough. And now, let's address the real wound, your doubt. You started believing the lie they repeated. You mistook your isolation for abandonment. But let me remind you, the chosen are always isolated before elevation. That silence you hated, that was your training ground. That rejection, that was your redirection. The universe doesn't give front row seats to people not built for the show. So the next time someone questions your worth, remember who's still rising, remember who's still standing, remember who the story is really about. It's you, the quiet force, the walking proof, the one who turned pain into power and betrayal into breakthrough. Meanwhile, they've become shadows of their former selves. Their confidence has rotted into bitterness. Their popularity is now awkward silence when your name comes up. Because now people see through them. They see the insecurity masked as pride, the envy hiding behind fake kindness. And guess what? You didn't have to say a word. The fall spoke louder than anything you ever could. You weren't meant to fight them, you were meant to outgrow them, and now that you have, don't look back. Don't reach down trying to explain. Let the fall do what it's meant to do. Teach. They had the chance to rise, but they chose to tear down. They could have built with you. Instead, they tried to build over you. And now the foundation they stood on is nothing but sand. No roots, no honor, just hollow noise fading fast. Your job now, walk like the ground was promised. Move like the universe is still clearing the way. Because it is. Your rise is not done. It's just begun. And the more they talk, the more they show they still can't touch you. So let this be a lesson burned in your spirit. The higher the fake throne, the harder the fall. And when the universe chooses someone, no amount of lies, pride, or pettiness can stop what's been written in silence. They thought you'd break. You didn't. They thought you'd fold. You didn't. They thought the disrespect would crush you, but the disrespect only lit the fire. Number 3. Real power doesn't need a microphone. Grace doesn't scream, it doesn't beg, it simply walks in, and every room rearranges itself. Let's be real, they wanted a show, they wanted drama, they wanted to drag you down into the mud so they could dance on your name and call it a performance. But you didn't bite, you didn't bark back. You didn't play in the dirt with them, and that is what shook them the most. You showed the world what quiet power looks like. No spotlight, no stage, no announcement, just pressure applied in silence until results spoke louder than their noise ever could. They were screaming, stomping, throwing tantrums in front of an audience. You were building, healing, rising, behind the scenes. And now that the curtain's up, everyone sees who the real one is. But here's where I turn to you, chosen one, and I'm not going to be gentle, because I know you had moments where you wanted to give them a piece of your mind. You wanted to clap back, burn the bridge, light the sky on fire. And some days you nearly did, but something held you. Not weakness, wisdom. That was the universe pulling your hand back, whispering, "This fight isn't worth your crown." Still, you doubted. You wondered, will silence cost me everything? Will walking away make them think they won? You questioned your strength just because it didn't come with volume. But hear me clearly now. Grace is not soft. It's sharp. It's disciplined. It's the kind of power that doesn't need to prove itself, because truth always proves itself in the end. They wanted a war of words, and you gave them nothing but your back. And that's what broke them, because when you refused to react, you took away their weapon. Their chaos couldn't reach you because you weren't available for destruction. And now they're left trying to explain why the one they swore would fail is the one everyone's looking to for truth. They can't spin it anymore. The lies they shouted with so much fake confidence are falling apart. Their stories don't line up. Their followers are disappearing. The mask is cracking, and underneath there's nothing but fear and regret. And what are they doing? Blaming the weather, blaming the system, blaming the same people they used to impress. Because accountability? That's a mirror they're too scared to look into. But here's the beautiful part, and the brutal truth. You didn't need to expose them. Life did. The universe did. Time did. You stayed in alignment while they played in deceit. And now karma's doing what it always does. Not loudly, but perfectly. Still, I need to say this, and listen close. Stop underestimating the weight of who you are. Stop thinking that just because you didn't fight the way they did, you didn't win. You won in a way they can't process. You didn't just walk away. You rose. You didn't just survive the attacks. You outshined them so fully, their hate collapsed under its own weight. Ask yourself this: why do they still watch you? Why are they still trying to twist your story? Why can't they move on? Because your existence is their exposure. You are the mirror they can't avoid. Your light keeps revealing everything they tried to hide. That's why they're scrambling. That's why they're desperate. Because nothing exposes fake faster than authentic success. And let's talk about that grace one more time, because grace is not passive. Grace is a decision to not let the fire outside ignite the storm within. Grace is choosing to rise without dragging anyone down. Grace is walking into the room they tried to lock you out of and not saying a word, just letting your presence do all the talking. And yet, I know what some of you are thinking. But they hurt me, they ruined things, they turned people against me, and yes, they did. But they didn't end you. In fact, they helped reveal you. Their hate handed you the exact stage they now regret building. And the best revenge isn't revenge at all. It's you living in such alignment, such undeniable truth, that even their supporters start to question everything. They thought you needed a stage, but now you are the stage, and they're falling off it. So don't lower yourself. Don't wish to be louder. Don't trade your grace for cheap validation. You don't need to clap back. The universe already clapped back for you, and now it's echoing in places they can't escape. They wrote your ending too early, but the universe, it had other plans. And as for them, the stage they wanted so badly has become a spotlight they can't survive under. The same lies they used to climb have now wrapped around their ankles. And while they scramble, you stand, not just strong, but silent. Not just silent, but seen. Because real power doesn't need a microphone. It just shows up, and everything false falls apart. And you, chosen one, you are the quiet storm they never saw coming. Number 4. When masks crack, truth roars. You didn't have to shout your truth, you just had to stand in it, and that alone shook their entire illusion. They didn't lose because you outplayed them. They didn't fall because you were louder. They lost because they were fake, and real always wins. You stood still, grounded in truth, while they twisted and turned, trying to keep their mask from slipping. But masks don't survive the storm. And when the storm hit, you stood and they shattered. Let's get something clear. They were never interested in truth. They didn't care about growing, evolving, or becoming better. What they wanted was control. They wanted to manipulate the story, paint themselves in gold, and throw shadows over your light. And the worst part, you let them for a while. You kept shrinking, doubting, questioning yourself, wondering if maybe they were right. You gave your power away to people who were terrified of what it would look like if you actually owned it. And now, chosen one, this is where I scold you, not to hurt you, but to wake you up. You keep forgetting what being chosen really means. It doesn't mean loud entrances or flashy applause. It means standing in your truth, no matter how ugly it looks to others. It means choosing growth over comfort, even when it rips everything familiar away. It means looking fake in the face and not flinching. They couldn't do that. They couldn't even look themselves in the mirror. They were too busy trying to look good for the world. Meanwhile, you were building something they never understood. Substance. That's the difference. They played for the crowd. You built for the storm. And when it came, they folded under the weight of their own illusion. Let me ask you something. How many times did you think about toning down your truth? How many times did you say, maybe if I'm quieter, they'll like me more. Maybe if I smile through it, they'll stop attacking me. Stop. Just stop. That was never the answer. The universe didn't craft you to be liked. It crafted you to be real, and the real ones don't need permission to exist. They were all appearance, empty applause, echo chambers, plastic emotions dressed up as power. They fed on likes, validation, and hollow approval. But you fed on pain and turned it into purpose. You broke, yes, but you reconstructed in silence. While they were perfecting the look, you were perfecting the soul. While they curated the lie, you survived the truth. And now look around. They're exhausted from pretending. You're glowing from healing. They're shrinking behind the same mask they built so carefully. You're unmasking people just by showing up. That's the power of authenticity. It doesn't need to destroy anyone. It just reveals them. Let's go deeper. They thought they were winning because people clapped for them, but claps fade. And now, when their name comes up, people don't cheer. They whisper, they wonder, they doubt. Because eventually the mask gets too heavy, the lie too loud, the story too crooked to hold. And the universe, it has a way of pulling back curtains at just the right time. So here's what you do now. Keep standing. Don't trade your authenticity for cheap peace. Don't quiet your truth just to keep fake people comfortable. You've already proven that you don't need to fight dirty to win. All you had to do was endure and let the truth walk in ahead of you. And here's another truth, one you might not want to hear. Part of their collapse came from being exposed by your existence. You were a walking contradiction to their lie. Every time you showed up with grace, their envy screamed louder. Every time you remained real while they faked confidence, their act cracked a little more. They didn't just lose to you, they lost to what you represent. So stop asking, why did they treat me like that? They treated you like that because they recognized your power before you did. They saw something they couldn't fake, and they hated it. You reminded them of everything they buried, everything they never became. And now they're haunted by that truth. Every win you post, every peaceful moment you live, every time you don't respond to their games, that's another blow. That's another crack in the mask. You were never made to be part of their act. You were made to show the world what reality looks like. And now that you are, they can't keep up. So let the fakes fall. Let the pretenders pretend. You've got something they'll never have. Peace rooted in truth. And that truth, it doesn't need lights or claps or stages. It just is. And when you walk in that truth fully, nothing fake survives the room. Number 5. You stayed silent while they dug their own grave. Let them laugh. Bricks don't flinch when raindrops mock, and you, chosen one, are the whole foundation. They pointed, they laughed, they whispered, loud enough for you to hear, but soft enough to pretend it was harmless. They saw your ambition and treated it like a joke. They called your goals unrealistic, your silence weakness, your discipline boring, all while hiding behind their own shallow confidence and empty noise. They mocked what they couldn't understand and predicted your failure like they were prophets, smug, hollow, loud. But what they didn't realize is that you weren't listening. See, their arrogance wasn't power, it was panic. Their loud opinions were just distractions from the fact that deep down they feared what would happen if you actually succeeded. They saw something in you they couldn't name but couldn't ignore. And because they couldn't match it, they tried to mock it. Because they couldn't outgrow you, they tried to out-talk you. But here's the part that broke them. You didn't respond. You didn't give them the performance they wanted. You didn't get dragged into the petty games. While they screamed for attention, you were building in silence. While they clung to cheap applause, you were laying bricks, with sweat, not noise. You kept your head down and your vision sharp. And that drove them insane. You didn't need to defend yourself because your results were your rebuttal. You didn't argue with fools because their words couldn't touch your destiny. You stayed focused, and that focus is what's haunting them now. But let's pause for a second, because I see the scars they left. I know there were nights you sat with those words echoing in your head, wondering if maybe, just maybe they were right. That doubt. It wasn't weakness. It was residue. Residue from being underestimated for too long, from being surrounded by voices that spoke louder than your own belief. And to that version of you, the one who cried in silence while pretending to be okay, I say this: you made it anyway. You didn't just survive the hate, you outran it. You didn't need their approval. You didn't need to prove them wrong with revenge or anger. You let your peace scream what your mouth never needed to, because that's what chosen ones do. They endure, they build, and when the time is right, they arrive. Meanwhile, look at them now, still talking, still trying to twist the story, still stuck in the same cycles, craving the same attention, chasing the same shallow applause they once used to belittle you. They never grew. They never evolved, because the energy they wasted trying to break you could have been spent building themselves. But they couldn't help it, because your focus exposed their distractions. Your discipline was a mirror, and what they saw in it made them uncomfortable. You became the living example of what they could never be: unshaken. And now, chosen one, let me remind you why that mattered. The universe doesn't reward loud intentions. It rewards quiet consistency, the kind you showed when nobody was clapping, when nobody saw the hours, when everyone assumed you'd quit. You stayed locked in. You chose progress over proving, growth over gossip, vision over vengeance. And look at what that silence built. Look at who you are becoming. You were never meant to fight every insult, to correct every lie. That wasn't your job. Your only job was to stay aligned with the truth, and now that truth is undeniable. You didn't have to clap back. The universe clapped back for you, with doors opening, paths clearing, and blessings stacking where insults used to sit. So don't ever apologize for being focused. Don't feel guilty for outgrowing the people who once laughed at your process. Let them sit in the same circle of smug ignorance while you continue moving forward, unshaken and unbothered. Ask yourself this: what shook you? Not their words, not their doubt, not their shade. It was your own hesitation, your own silence about your own greatness. So from this moment forward, don't just believe in your path. Own it. Speak it. Walk it. Let your focus become louder than their entire personality. They thought your quiet meant you had no fire, but you were just focused, you were just building, and now that the walls are up, now that the foundation is set, they're finally realizing you never needed to yell, you just needed time. So keep building, keep walking, let the noise stay behind you, because when you're chosen, silence is not weakness, it's the sound of destiny being carved out with precision. And theirs is the sound of irrelevance knocking. Number 6. They laughed at the seed, but now the forest blocks their sun. They saw your struggle and called it failure, but mountains rise quietly too, and now you're casting shadows they can't escape. They didn't see it coming. That's the truth. They couldn't imagine someone like you, quiet, doubted, isolated, underestimated, turning into someone they'd have to respect. They were too busy writing your ending to recognize they were still stuck in the prologue. And now, the same mouths that laughed are silent. The same eyes that rolled are watching closely, and the same hands that pointed at your struggle are now hiding behind excuses. But let's be clear, they didn't miss your rise because it was sudden. No, they missed it because they refused to look. They were so obsessed with your setbacks, your pauses, your silent phases, that they mistook your process for defeat. They thought slow meant stuck. They thought quiet meant quitting. But chosen ones don't quit. They plot in peace. And now, the storm they never prepared for is you. And you, let me speak directly to your spirit now. You knew. Even when no one believed, you knew. When your voice was shaky and your steps unsure, there was still a vision burning in you, too loud to be ignored. That was the universe whispering, "Don't stop." They don't see it yet, but you will. And you did. You kept going when they mocked. You kept building when they doubted. You stared at your goals while they stared at you, waiting for your collapse. But you didn't collapse. You expanded. You endured the dark, the detours, the disrespect, and still you rose. They tried to kill your name with whispers. They tried to distract you with petty games and false narratives, but while they played with noise, you walked with purpose. And that purpose became your armor. That silence became your strength. Every sneer they threw became a stepping stone under your feet. And now they're looking up, trying to figure out how the one they tried to bury became the landmark everyone can see. But let's not skip over your doubt. Let's call it out, because chosen one, you doubted too. You looked at their success and your silence and asked, "Am I behind?" You saw their spotlight and felt your absence from the stage and wondered, "Did I miss my chance?" You let their noise make you question your direction, and I get it, but hear this now. You were never behind. You were being prepared. They ran fast, but their roots were shallow. You moved slow, but your foundation was built by the universe itself. That's why their rise was flashy, and their fall is quiet. And your rise? Quiet, but your presence is now undeniable. That's the divine difference. You weren't made to sprint. You were made to stand when the dust settles, and look around to find that you're the last one still rising. They couldn't see your vision because it wasn't theirs to understand. They were too limited, too shallow, too loud. But you were focused. You saw something bigger, something beyond the mess, beyond the opinions, beyond the moment. And while they laughed at your delay, they didn't realize you were becoming something they'd never be ready for. And now that you're stepping into it, they're choking on their own certainty, trying to rewrite the story, trying to attach themselves to your glow like they didn't once call it delusion. But the universe saw it all, and the receipts don't lie. The silence has memory, and the rise you're living through now is earned. This is what happens when the chosen stop doubting. This is what happens when you stop looking sideways and start looking forward. You become the story, the proof, the shift, and they, the ones who dismissed, mocked, or tried to derail you, become the cautionary tale. So don't slow down, don't soften the win. You don't owe anyone comfort in your glow. You don't owe explanations to those who cheered for your fall. Keep rising, keep walking in rooms like you were built for them. Because you were. Your rise is not a surprise. It's a promise fulfilled. And here's the final sting. They were never your audience. They were just background noise in your breakthrough. And now that the results are loud, now that your success has shown up like thunder, they're scrambling to act like they saw it coming. But we both know the truth. They never did. You were the seed they mocked. But now you're the forest they can't see through. Number 7. They yelled lies, but your truth walked in and took the room. Noise fades, truth echoes, and when the smoke clears, the only thing still standing is what was real all along. They tried to drown you out, didn't they? Tried to bury your voice beneath the weight of their gossip, their whispers, their sarcastic comments dressed up as jokes. They were loud, not because they were confident, but because they were scared. Scared of your presence, scared of your silence, scared of what would happen if you ever stopped doubting yourself. They needed the noise. It was all they had, because without it, they were nothing, empty, unanchored. Their value was built on being seen, even if it meant stepping on someone else just to feel taller. You were the target because you threatened the illusion. You, with your steady walk and silent strength, made them nervous. So they threw everything they had, shade, lies, jealousy wrapped in fake smiles, hoping it would break you. But it didn't. Because truth? It doesn't argue. It doesn't flinch. It doesn't fight for attention. It just shows up. And when it does, every fake narrative burns under its light. That's what your life is doing now, exposing lies just by existing. You never needed to shout. You never needed to defend yourself. You just needed to keep going, and you did. While they were building circles of confusion, you were building foundations in silence. While they were obsessed with your downfall, you were obsessed with growth. And now the noise? It's gone, drowned out, irrelevant. Because results speak in a frequency no lie can compete with. But let's not forget what it cost you, because this victory wasn't easy. There were nights when their words got inside. There were days when you almost turned back, when you looked in the mirror and asked yourself if maybe, just maybe, they were right. And that's what hurts the most, isn't it? That for a moment you believed people who didn't even believe in themselves. Chosen one, you must stop doing that. Stop handing your truth to people who can't even handle their own reflection. Stop waiting for validation from voices that only know how to tear down. The fact that you kept going in spite of all of it, that's not just a win, that's a revolution. Because this isn't just about what you've overcome, it's about what you're becoming. This moment isn't a finish line, it's a launch pad. And that noise, it was just background static, a test, a distraction. The universe used it to sharpen your focus. It wasn't meant to stop you, it was meant to reveal you. And now that you're revealed, they don't know what to do. They wanted you to look back, to argue, to explain. But you didn't. And that silence, that grace, that composure, it destroyed their game. Because the real win wasn't just proving them wrong, it was proving to yourself that their words held no weight. Now you move different. Now you carry power. Now you know who you are, and that knowing, that's your new armor. Their doubts can't reach you now. Their stories can't trap you, because you're not living in reaction anymore. You're living in truth. So let's talk about that future, the part they really don't want to see. You're not done, you're just getting started. This isn't the peak, it's the foundation. The noise has faded, but your purpose, it's roaring now. And the more you walk in it, the more uncomfortable it gets for those who built their identity around watching you fail. Let them talk. The echoes of irrelevance are always loud before they disappear. You, on the other hand, don't need to say a word. Let your presence keep doing what their gossip never could. Change the atmosphere. And when they ask, "How did you do it?" just smile. Because you didn't have to fight fire with fire. You just let their noise burn itself out while you kept walking in truth. Number 8. They thought it was just a win. You were building a legacy. Some build for applause, you built for eternity, and now they can't ignore the monument rising from the dust they tried to bury you in. They thought this was just about one moment, one success, one rise, but what they failed to realize is that you weren't chasing validation. You were laying bricks for something far greater than just a comeback. You were building a legacy. Not one carved in ego, not one that demands attention, but one that whispers through generations. I survived, I rose, and I made it count. This isn't about proving anyone wrong anymore. You've done that. The doubters have already been silenced by your consistency. The mockers, they've been left behind, confused at how someone they laughed at now stands taller than their entire persona. But you're not even looking at them anymore, because what you're building isn't rooted in revenge. It's rooted in purpose. Let them watch. Let them replay the past in their heads, trying to figure out where they lost you. While they wasted time gossiping, you were shaping a vision. While they waited for your fall, you were planting seeds. And now, that garden is blooming, in full view. No one can deny it. Your glow is no longer subtle, it's undeniable, like the sun, rising, brilliant, inevitable. They can't block it, they can't shade it, they can't pretend they don't see it. But don't forget, chosen one, this journey wasn't just for you. Your pain, your patience, your rise, it has now become permission for someone else to believe in their own path. You're not just living, you're leading. With your presence, with your truth, with your quiet refusal to break when everything told you to bend. You may not see it yet, but someone is watching you in silence, gathering strength from your survival. They're looking at your scars and realizing their own wounds won't be the end. That's legacy, that's impact, that's power beyond victory. And let's not get it twisted. It's not about big crowds or loud success stories. Legacy is built in the small wins. In the mornings, you got up when no one was watching. In the nights you cried, wiped your face, and still kept going. In the times, you didn't respond to disrespect because you knew your purpose deserved more than pettiness. Every moment you stayed aligned instead of reactive. You were building something eternal. This is why gratitude lives at your core, not because everything went smoothly, but because everything that tried to break you failed. You don't smile because it was easy. You smile because you made it through hell and still remembered how to feel joy. And now, even the silence holds meaning. Even the small steps feel sacred. Because you know what it took to be here. You are unstoppable now, not because you're perfect, but because you are anchored, grounded, aligned. And when a chosen one moves in alignment with the universe, even time bends around them. Doors open, energy shifts, mountains move. You've stopped chasing because what's meant for you is now drawn to you. So, let the ones who laughed keep watching. Let the ones who mocked sit in the reality that they wasted their energy trying to bury someone who was already rooted too deep to fail. Their words didn't break you. They only made you louder, not in volume, but in presence. And this presence, this force you've become, it's not just power, it's a lighthouse. It's what will guide others through their own storm, not by shouting instructions, but simply by existing. You are now a walking testimony of what happens when grace, grit, and purpose collide. That's a legacy, one no one can erase. You didn't just win, you transformed. You didn't just rise, you illuminated. And the legacy you're building, it won't just be remembered, it will be felt. And so, here we are, not just at the end of this message, but at the beginning of a whole new chapter for you. The disrespect ends here. The doubt ends here. From now on, you move with clarity, power, and truth that no noise can shake. If you felt this in your spirit, if it spoke to your journey, like this video, subscribe, and drop the number 77 in the comments to claim your power publicly. Share this with another chosen one who needs to hear it. Let the world know you didn't fold, you rose. They wanted you to live in mental torment. Now they can't sleep without hearing your silence scream back at them. They laughed when you cried. They danced while you drowned. They whispered curses over your life, thinking their shadows could swallow your shine. And now, that same darkness they conjured is eating them alive from the inside out. Did they really think you were a joke? Did they think they could drag your name, break your mind, steal your glow, and get away with it? How dare they? How dare they come for someone the universe handpicked? Before we go any further, like this video, subscribe, and drop the number 77 in the comments if you feel it. If you know the storm they wanted for you is now flooding them. When you engage, it helps this message reach more chosen ones. Because YouTube pays attention when the chosen activate. Let's get this truth into the hands that need it. You ready? Let's go. This is not just karma. This is consequence. This is the universe doing what you didn't have to. Respond. This message is for every chosen one who never threw a punch but still delivered a knockout. You didn't destroy them with words, with shade, with force. You destroyed them with survival, with peace, with elevation. And now they're unraveling, slowly, quietly, painfully. They thought you were weak because you stayed silent, because you didn't clap back, because you tried to heal instead of hurt. But silence is not weakness, it's strategy. And you were backed the entire time. While you were crying in secret, breaking in silence, screaming in your own mind, the universe was collecting receipts, watching, listening, documenting. And now, the consequences are on schedule. They can't cope with what they did to you, not anymore. At the time, they felt powerful, arrogant, justified. They told themselves you deserved it. They convinced others that you were unstable, dramatic, too sensitive, obsessed. Oh yeah, they talked. They built entire narratives out of lies and envy. They recruited flying monkeys, put on performances, played the victim while stabbing you in the back with a smile. And for a while, it looked like they were winning, didn't it? Let's not lie, you did doubt yourself. You started asking, was it me? You questioned your own reality. You wondered if you were overreacting, and that's exactly what they wanted, to twist your truth until you couldn't recognize yourself. But deep down, you knew, that little voice inside you, that flicker of truth. That was your power whispering, you're not crazy, you're chosen. And now that power is speaking louder than ever, not through revenge, but through reflection, because while they're trying to sleep through whispers in the walls, you're resting in peace. While they're haunted by the faces of those they've harmed, you're glowing in alignment. And that glow, It burns them. It haunts them. It's not just what you survived, it's that you survived them. Chosen one, how can you still doubt your power? Be honest, you did. You thought you were cursed. You thought you were forgotten, but you weren't cursed. You were called. You weren't abandoned. You were activated. The universe pulled you out of rooms so it could go to work, and now that work is visible. The very people who laughed at your breakdown, they're cracking. The ones who tried to mentally destroy you can't even face their own thoughts. They wanted you tormented. Now they're tormented. They wanted you to break. Now they're shattered. They wanted you to lose your mind. Now they can't trust their own. This isn't cruelty. This is correction. And they're finally feeling the heat of everything they lit against you. Not because you wished it, not because you cursed them, but because energy always returns home. And this one came back carrying receipts, judgment, and fire. Stay watching, chosen one. This is just the beginning. So now, chosen one, are you ready to feel this fully? Because what you're about to hear isn't surface talk, it's soul truth. This isn't just another message, it's a mirror. And if you know in your spirit that someone out there is crumbling under the weight of what they did to you, drop the number 77 in the comments to confirm the reversal. Every like, every comment signals to the algorithm that another chosen one is waking up. Let's flood the feed with light, and let the truth reach the ones still questioning their power. And now, let's break this open piece by piece. Don't scroll away. If you're really chosen, you'll feel that magnetic pull to stay till the last word. Why? Because deep down, you already know this is about you. Let's get into it. Number 1. What they tried to do to you is happening to them, mentally. They wanted you to lose your mind. Now they're talking to shadows and begging their own thoughts to shut up. They said you were crazy, called you unstable, told everyone you were spiraling, falling apart, not the same anymore. But the truth? They were projecting. What they were really doing was planting seeds of destruction in your soil, hoping your roots would rot from within. And now, they're the ones being strangled by the vines they sowed. Their thoughts don't feel safe anymore. Their silence is too loud. Their nights are long, restless and haunted. And nobody's coming to save them, because the torment was never sent to you. It was meant for them all along. Chosen one, listen to me carefully. They are unraveling. Not physically, not socially, mentally. The battlefield is now inside their own head. What they once hoped to see happen to you is echoing in their own mind, like a punishment they can't pray away. The same chaos they tried to cloak you in is now crawling under their skin. You know that feeling you used to have, the tension, the anxiety, the confusion that made you doubt everything you thought you knew? Yeah, they're in that now, every day. Every minute. It's not just guilt, it's spiritual payback. It's energetic exposure. They wanted your confidence to fracture. They wanted you to walk around paranoid, scattered, ashamed of your sensitivity. They whispered behind closed doors. They're acting different. They loved the narrative of your decline. And you felt it, didn't you? You knew something was off, but you couldn't explain it. You kept questioning yourself. Maybe they're right. Maybe I am broken. Maybe I am too much. But you weren't broken. You were targeted. You weren't unraveling. You were under psychic siege. And still, the universe never left your side. You were being held the entire time. While they laughed, plotted, and cursed you, the universe was gathering evidence. And now, that spiritual courtroom is in full session, and they're being handed the sentence they wrote with their own hands. You ever wonder why it's mental first? Why they're losing sleep? seeing things, jumping at shadows, hearing voices no one else can, because that's where they tried to break you, in the mind. And that's exactly where the energy is circling back. Their own inner world is turning against them, just like they tried to turn yours against you. This is universal symmetry. This is karmic balance. And before you ask, yes, this is real. No, you're not imagining it. You're not being mean for feeling the shift. You're not delusional for noticing the darkness around them. Their smile is cracking. Their mask is slipping. They look fine, maybe, polished even, but you can see the glitch in their aura, that twitch in the eye, that stutter in the soul. Their spirit is tired. Their thoughts are screaming. And that's what they wanted for you. You didn't break. And now they are. Let's make this personal. They tried to mentally collapse someone chosen, someone marked. And I'm not talking about religious titles or fake spirituality. I'm talking about the real thing, the one the universe whispers to in silence, the one that glows even when they're crying, the one that still radiates power after being dragged through hell. And that's you. You're the reason their life is glitching. You're the reason their peace is leaking through the cracks of their performance. And yet, even now, you're still doubting your power. Why? Don't lie to yourself. You did doubt. You did wonder, why me? You looked up at the ceiling and asked the universe why it let them win for so long. You assumed your silence was weakness. Your pain was proof that you were unprotected. But it wasn't. The universe didn't forsake you. It focused you. It didn't silence you. It shielded you. You didn't lose. You learned. You didn't fall. You forged. Every great one went through it. They said Oprah was too emotional. They called Kanye crazy. They mocked Britney's breakdown, only to later admit she was being controlled. They demonized every visionary that dared to feel deeply. And you? You're walking that same path. Of course it made you doubt yourself. Of course it shook your sense of reality. Because that's the first place the enemy hits. The mind. And now that they're feeling what they prayed over you, they can't function. This isn't random. This is personal. And the reason it's hitting them so hard is because you didn't just survive. You glowed up in the exact space they tried to dim. They never thought they'd have to face themselves. They thought if they could shift the narrative, they'd stay safe. If they blamed you first, they'd never have to be blamed. If they gaslit you enough, you'd self-destruct before anyone could see the truth. But you didn't. You held your mind together with trembling hands. You whispered affirmations through sobs. You crawled your way back to self-worth. And now, while you're healing, they're unraveling. Why? Because truth has a timeline, and every lie they told about you has finally circled back to knock on their front door, disguised as anxiety, paranoia, and spiritual unrest. And guess what? No one's coming to help them. Because they aren't under attack. They're under correction. This is what justice looks like for the chosen. Not loud revenge, but quiet reversal. You don't need to throw shade. Your peace is doing the work. You don't need to expose them. Their mind is doing that for you. You don't need to tell your side. The energy has already started speaking. So next time that doubt creeps back in, remember this. They thought you'd lose your mind. Now they can't find theirs. They're spiraling in the same space they tried to drown you in. That's not coincidence. That's consequence. You're not crazy. You're not cursed. You were never the problem. You were the proof. So sit back, breathe deep, and watch the universe finish what it started. Because someone's having a hard time coping with what they did to you, and you didn't have to lift a single finger. You just had to survive. Number 2, no one's hurting them, and that's what's hurting them most. They said you were the problem. Now they're choking on the silence of a storm they started all on their own. No one's coming for them, no one's attacking, no one's even speaking their name, and yet they're crumbling. That's the part they can't explain. That's the part tormenting them more than anything. The silence. The absence of a villain. The undeniable fact that you're not even touching them, and they're still falling apart. No curses, no drama, no payback. And yet, the walls are closing in. Chosen One, this isn't revenge. This is self-inflicted karma. The destruction they're living in, it's the exact blueprint they designed for you. And now the same foundation they tried to bury you under? It's cracking under their own feet. The bricks they stacked to crush your spirit? They're falling one by one over their head, with no warning, no exit, no mercy. And the wildest part, you're not even watching. You're too busy elevating, glowing, expanding, living. And that's what makes it hit even harder. Because your silence is screaming, your absence is thunder, your peace is doing the punishment. They told the world you were dangerous, but now they're the one afraid to be alone. They said you were unstable, but now they're the one jumping at shadows and talking to ghosts. They said you were obsessed, couldn't let go, would never get over it. But guess who still checks your page in the dark? Guess who still dreams about your face, your strength, your refusal to break? You didn't hex them, you didn't curse them, you simply stopped engaging. You disconnected your energy, you stopped watering dead soil. You said, no more. And the second you pulled back, their world started glitching. Because they weren't just feeding off your presence, they were feeding off your reaction. You were the battery they were draining. You were the spark they stole to light their illusion. Your light gave their shadows something to perform against. And once you cut the cord, they were left alone with themselves. And let me tell you, Chosen One, there is no punishment more terrifying than being stuck with your own untreated poison. You ever ask yourself, why do I still feel bad? Why do you catch yourself thinking, should I check on them? Let me answer that for you. Because you have a soul. Because you were never like them. Because empathy is embedded in your design. And they counted on that. They banked on you being soft enough to let them back in. Weak enough to carry their guilt on your back. But not anymore. That guilt you feel, let it go. That empathy, keep it, but don't hand it to the one who tried to destroy you. Let the universe do what it's doing, and stop interrupting justice with compassion. Because truth is, they never thought this day would come. They were too busy smirking, celebrating your silence, bragging about what they got away with. And now, that silence is all they hear. That silence is loud. Because that silence means no more fuel, no more control, no more chaos, no more you. They're not being punished, they're being revealed. And here's where I need to speak directly to you, because I know what your mind is asking right now. But if I didn't do anything, why does it still hurt? Why did I still have to lose so much? Let me break this down. Because you weren't just chosen, you were refined. You weren't just set apart. You were tested, polished, and activated. You weren't hurt because you were weak. You were targeted because you were powerful. Let that settle in. The universe has never left your side, not once, even when it felt silent, even when the nights felt too long and the voices in your own head got loud. The universe was watching. The universe was preserving your purpose, preparing the reversal, and letting them dig their own hole deep enough that you would never need to lift a hand. And now, that hole is their home. Not because you pushed them, but because they built it. This isn't drama. This is divine order. You didn't burn the bridge. You just walked off it, and the fire they lit at your feet turned around and swallowed their path instead. And the most brutal truth of all, they know it. They know you're not doing anything to them, and that's exactly what's destroying them. If you had hexed them, if you had smeared them, if you were obsessing over revenge, they could sleep better at night. They could say, "It's because of them. They're attacking me," but instead, they've got no one to blame and nothing to fight, because the only person breaking them now is the version of themselves they refuse to face. And that's justice. So stop asking why. Stop doubting your power. Stop assuming this is just coincidence. This is the reversal. This is what it looks like when the energy flips, when the universe steps in, when the light you protected starts shining in places they tried to keep dark. They're breaking because you stopped breaking. They're spiraling because you stopped spinning. They're suffering because you stopped suffering for them. Let the collapse play out. Let the truth finish its work. You're not their judge, but you are their mirror, and the reflection is cutting deeper than anything you could ever say. Keep rising, chosen one. Keep glowing. Keep healing. Because no one is hurting them, and that's what's hurting them most. Number 3. They laughed while you cried. Now their own tears have no audience. They laughed while you cried. Now their own tears echo in an empty room, and no one's showing up for the breakdown they tried to choreograph for you. Remember those moments, chosen one, the ones that broke your chest wide open, the ones that made your breath shake, your hands tremble, your heart feel like it couldn't go another step forward. You cried in silence, and they celebrated it. You were collapsing, and they were clapping. You thought you were dying inside, but they saw it as entertainment. Your breakdown was their highlight reel. They laughed. Let that sit for a second. They laughed. When the weight was too heavy, when your world was falling apart, they were watching from the sidelines, amused, smug, unbothered, not because they were neutral, but because they were invested in your pain. They wanted to see you at rock bottom. They needed you there so they could feel tall while standing on your brokenness. But now the roles have reversed. Now they're the ones crying. Now they're the ones suffocating under the very pressure they once wished on you. And guess what? No one is answering their calls. The audience that once applauded their mask has gone silent. The crowd they built from gossip and lies, gone. Because when the villain becomes the victim of their own script, there's no applause left, only consequences. They're realizing something brutal. Sympathy isn't free. You don't get to earn it after mocking someone else's collapse. You don't get to demand it after denying it to those who needed it. They had no compassion for you. Now, they're choking on the same emptiness they fed you. And you, chosen one, don't you dare feel guilty. Don't you dare wonder if you should check on them. Don't you dare ask, but what if they're really hurting? Of course they are. That's the point. The universe is surgical with energy. It gives back exactly what was sent. No more, no less. And while you were out here bleeding and trying to keep your soul intact, they were pouring salt into the wounds and calling it karma. They thought your suffering was a joke, a story, a warning to others. Don't be like them. Now look, now they're the example. But they're learning what you already know. Suffering hits different when there's no one there to fake catch your fall. You went through it alone, with no one but the universe to hold your spirit steady. You cried yourself to sleep with no safety net, no fan club, no pity party, and somehow you still made it out. That's why they're breaking now, because you survived what was meant to destroy you, and now they can't survive the consequences of what they chose to do to you. And let's keep it all the way real. They didn't just enjoy your pain, they orchestrated it, pushed buttons, spread rumors, played innocent while planting chaos. Some of them got close to you just to study how to destroy you more effectively. And they smiled through it. How dare they? How dare they try to rewrite the story now that the heat is on their back? Now that they're losing sleep, watching their life glitch, trying to cry to a crowd that no longer exists? Let me ask you something, chosen one. Where was that compassion when you needed it? Where were the check-ins when you were crumbling? Where was the concern when your voice trembled and your eyes couldn't hide the weight you carried? It wasn't there. And now, it's not your responsibility to give it. Stop doubting the justice you're seeing unfold. Stop questioning whether you're wrong for not reaching out. Stop wondering if you're being cold or petty. You're not. You're being clear. The universe doesn't need your interference. It's doing just fine handling what needs to be handled. You don't need to add anything. You just need to stay out of the way. They laughed while you cried. They mocked while you healed. They performed while you suffered. Now, they're crying and no one's watching because they already burned the bridge between them and sympathy. They're not being ignored by accident. They're being isolated by design. That's what happens when your tears come after your cruelty. That's what happens when the storm you prayed for someone else becomes your own climate. Let them sit in it. Let them taste the silence they used as a weapon. Let them feel the void they created with their own intentions. They wanted to play God with your emotions. Now they're facing judgment from the only court that never misses. Universal balance. And you're rising. Quietly, powerfully, unapologetically, and your glow is proof that you were always covered, even when you thought you were alone, even when your hands were shaking, even when you questioned if you'd ever feel whole again. The universe was there, watching, recording, preparing, and now the reversal has begun. They loved being the villain in your story until the plot twisted and they were left alone in the scene, sobbing while no one clapped and no one cared. Let that movie play and don't go back for the encore. Your healing is the only ending that matters. Number 4. They wished ugliness on you. Now they're fading fast. They didn't just envy your beauty, they tried to curse it. Now they're watching their own reflection decay, while yours glows untouched by the storm they summoned. They spoke on your name like their words had power over your glow. They whispered, "Let them lose it, let them age, let them fall apart," out of jealousy, out of sickness, out of that deep, bitter place that can't stand to see someone shine without explanation. They tried to manifest your decline, thinking if they stared long enough, hated hard enough, you'd start to unravel. But here's the truth. They didn't hate your looks. They hated your light. They didn't resent your skin, your smile, your walk. They resented the energy you radiated. That undeniable presence, that unshakable aura, that unbothered frequency they could never copy, never dim, never control. And now, that jealousy has turned on them. The very thing they spoke over you is happening to them. The glow they wanted to see fade from your face is vanishing from their own. Their skin, dull. Their eyes, empty. Their energy, unreadable. Their whole presence now looks like the envy they tried to hide behind fake smiles and subtle shade. They're fading, quietly, slowly, but visibly. You ever notice how the loudest haters start going real quiet, start hiding behind filters, disappearing from rooms they used to dominate, posting less, shrinking in real time? That's not coincidence. That's return to sender. That's what happens when you direct dark intentions towards someone the universe protects. When you try to dismantle someone chosen not just for greatness, but for resilience. You were never just beautiful. You were anointed. And beauty that comes from alignment cannot be destroyed, only reflected back. They thought they could sabotage your shine through gossip, insecurity, and fake compliments laced with venom. You think you're better than everyone. You've changed. They're not even all that. You know the words, that low vibration shade disguised as concern. But they never said it to your face, because deep down they knew your light would burn through their illusions. They saw you walking into rooms and changing the atmosphere without saying a word, and they couldn't take it. So they tried to bring you down in the only way cowardice knows how, with whispers, not truth. But you just kept rising. You didn't need validation. You didn't shrink. And now their bitterness is rotting them from the inside out. And don't lie, you felt their energy. You felt eyes on you that didn't match the words in their mouth. You heard the shade behind the smile. You sensed the spell they were trying to cast when they laughed at your confidence. And still, you questioned yourself. You asked the mirror, am I really glowing, or are they right? You doubted what the universe made permanent because their envy was louder than your clarity. But let's make something clear. Your glow was never just physical. It was never about the surface. Your beauty wasn't just in your features. It was in your essence, that unbreakable magnetic pull that comes from surviving hell without letting it stain your soul. And that's what they hated most. You didn't just look good, you felt good, even in pain, even in pressure. You still carried peace. They couldn't stand to see it, so they tried to speak it down, and the universe said, bet. Let's flip the mirror. Now they can't hide from the energy they put out. Now their reflection is answering their intentions. That curse they cast in secret, it's written in the way their body carries itself now. The glow they hoped would leave you has walked out on them, and you didn't have to lift a finger. Let me be brutally clear. You didn't hex them. They hexed themselves. You're not too pretty. You're just aligned. You're not too confident. You're just done apologizing for your frequency. And if they can't stand to see you glowing, that's their spiritual eczema flaring up. A reaction to your radiance. Chosen one, this is what happens when people try to sabotage sacred energy. The universe doesn't just block the curse, it reflects it, multiplied. So stop feeling bad. Stop feeling like you owe them grace for something they never gave you. They weren't complimenting, they were competing. And now that the light is getting stronger, their insecurity is cracking under the pressure. The mirror is no longer lying to them, and what they see is everything they tried to project onto you. Some of them are looking in the mirror now and seeing a ghost, not because they're haunted by your success, but because they finally have to sit in the absence of their own authenticity. They spent so long trying to copy your outer glow, they never cultivated their inner one. And when the universe dimmed their illusions, all that was left was what they truly were: hollow, bitter, unaligned. Let them deal with it. Let the mirror do its job. You were never too beautiful. They were just too broken to handle what real light looks like. The next time you catch your reflection, smile. Not because they're suffering, but because you survived without giving them what they wanted. You kept your glow. You kept your peace. You stayed on path. They wished ugliness on you. And now, they're watching their own reflection fall apart. That's not coincidence. That's the universe saying, touch not the one I crowned with light. Number 5. Accountability hits different when you can't outrun it. They always had someone to blame, until the universe pulled the receipts and left them face to face with the one thing they've avoided their whole life: the truth. You know exactly the kind of person we're talking about. The type who weaponizes victimhood, who lies so much they forget what the original lie even was. The one who could burn your life to the ground and still find a way to make you look like the arsonist, the master manipulator, the spiritual escape artist, the professional blamer. But this time, there's no one left to point at. No scapegoat, no distraction, no fake sob story, no flying monkeys. Not even the demon that once whispered lies into their ear. Gone. It's just them now, alone in the ruins of what they built, and finally being forced to sit with the only thing they've always run from: accountability. Let that word hit for a second. Because for someone like them, accountability isn't just uncomfortable, it's lethal. They've lived their entire life dancing around it. Everything that ever went wrong in their world was someone else's fault. You were too emotional, you were dramatic, you were trying to play the victim. Oh, they had labels for you. They had full scripts rehearsed, just in case anyone started to believe your side of the story. And maybe they fooled a few people. Maybe they got away with the smear campaigns, the lies, the gaslighting for a while. Maybe they even convinced you, yes you, to carry the shame for what they did. But let me say this with my whole chest. That part of the story is over. The universe is not interested in their excuses anymore. The energy they put out has returned, and it's holding up a mirror. Not a gentle one, not a filtered one, but the kind of mirror that doesn't blink. The kind that shows every manipulation, every lie, every time they blamed someone else to avoid owning what they did. And chosen one, don't you dare doubt what's happening. Don't water down this justice. Don't second-guess the silence you're witnessing. This isn't you being cold or unforgiving. This is universal correction in real time. Because the truth is, you gave grace. You gave space. You gave chances. They called it weakness. They called it obsession. They twisted your forgiveness into a weapon. And now, they're spiraling. Not because you attacked them, but because they finally ran out of people to hide behind. You stepped back, and the truth stepped in. And truth has a way of turning the lights on in rooms they never thought anyone would see. They can't hide from it this time. It's all circling back. Conversations they thought were forgotten, screenshots they thought were deleted, patterns they thought no one could trace. The universe pulled the file, unsealed it, and is playing back every frame. And let me tell you, there's no escape clause in spiritual law. Energy doesn't care how good their apology would sound now. It only cares about balance. They don't get to shrug their shoulders this time. They don't get to cry misunderstanding. They don't get to play the "I was going through something" card. Because while they were going through something, they were trying to drag you through hell with them. Now they're learning the hard way. Intention matters. Energy knows. And karma is deaf to excuses. And you, yeah you, the one who still sometimes wonders if you were too sensitive, if maybe you overreacted, if maybe they didn't mean it. Stop that. Now, you weren't overreacting. You were under attack. You weren't too sensitive. You were spiritually alert. You weren't hard to love. You were hard to manipulate. And because you didn't let their energy kill your truth, the universe is now making them answer for every attempt. This isn't just karma. This is court. And the judge is energy itself. So let them sit in it. Let them finally feel the weight of what they did, with no one left to hand it off to. Let them stare into that mirror and see the real villain. The one behind the mask. The one who thought they'd never be exposed. They thought their charm would save them, that their lies would shield them, that their audience would clap for them forever. But when the curtain dropped and the show ended and you stopped reacting, all that was left was them and the truth. And chosen one, here's your final reminder. You didn't need to seek revenge. You were the justice. Your peace was the punishment. Your healing was the verdict. And your silence was the final sentence. They're not facing you anymore. They're facing everything they denied. And this time, there's no way out. Number 6. You broke a narcissist without touching them. You didn't scream, you didn't expose, you didn't fight dirty, you just kept breathing, and somehow that broke them worse than any weapon ever could. This section right here, this is personal, because let's call it what it is. You didn't just walk away from a broken connection, you survived a full-blown narcissist, a manipulator of the highest degree, someone so used to controlling every narrative, twisting every truth, and escaping every consequence that they genuinely believed they were untouchable, until they met you. They've done this before. Let's not pretend you were the first. You were just the first one who didn't fold. Before you, there were others, quiet victims, wounded souls, people left confused, isolated, gaslit into submission. They preyed on those who loved deeply and questioned slowly. They learned how to mimic love, how to weaponize sympathy, how to bleed someone dry and still make them say sorry. They were undefeated. But then came you, and you didn't even fight them the way they expected. You didn't play their game. You didn't expose them with screenshots, or drag them through social media, or assemble a crowd to shame them. No, you broke their cycle in the most dangerous way possible. You survived them. You walked away, quietly, firmly, powerfully. You cut the cord, and they felt the withdrawal like a soul-level detox. You were their favorite source of power, pain, chaos, and supply. You were the one they thought would never leave. The one they believed they'd always have some grip on, even if just through your heartbreak. But you healed. You stopped explaining. You stopped proving. You stopped reacting. And that silence shattered them. See, narcissists thrive on control. They need your emotions like oxygen, your anger, your pain, your confusion. It feeds them. So when you cut them off without giving them a performance, when you healed in silence, when you posted peace instead of pain, you didn't just take your love back, you took their power with it. They couldn't believe it. How could someone they tried so hard to break still be glowing? How could someone they slandered still be rising? How could someone they lied on still be respected? Because, chosen one, you're not like the rest. You're not easy to replace. You're not easy to forget. And more importantly, you're not easy to break. You were born with a different kind of soul, one that regenerates, one that rebuilds, one that's backed by something greater. They didn't realize they weren't just fighting you, they were fighting alignment itself. And now, the blowback is undeniable. They can't breathe without checking if you've moved on. They're spiraling, but there's no one left to gaslight, no one left to bait, no one left to puppet, because the one they used to drain for energy, that source has been disconnected. And the reality they were avoiding has finally arrived. You didn't need to destroy them. You only needed to survive them. And let me speak directly to you, because I know there's still that little voice inside whispering, but was it really that bad? Maybe I overreacted. Maybe they didn't mean to. Stop that. Now, you're not exaggerating. You're not too sensitive. You're not making it up. You walked through emotional warfare disguised as love. You survived psychological sabotage dressed as concern. You were dealing with someone who studied your heart just to manipulate it. And the fact that you're still standing, that's divine proof of your power. That's what broke them. Because they were betting on your collapse, they were counting on your destruction, and instead, you resurrected. And now they're left with a streak that's finally broken. You were the crack in their mask, the disruption to their pattern, the mirror they couldn't manipulate. They thought they'd win like they always do, and instead, they've lost the one thing they never expected: your energy. So let them unravel, let them obsess, let them try to rebuild the image they maintained for years, the one your survival exposed as fiction, because the truth is loud now, and every time you show up in peace, in clarity, in joy, you're reminding them, I survived you, and that alone is your legacy. You didn't just walk away, you ended the cycle. You didn't just survive, you shattered their illusion, and they'll never recover from that. Number 7, you kept thinking you were alone, but the universe was quietly watching. You thought you were alone, but the whole time, the universe was standing in the shadows, taking notes and loading consequences. Let's stop playing. Let's stop pretending you didn't cry out, where is the help? Let's stop acting like you didn't ask the ceiling why you had to suffer while the liars laughed. Let's stop sugarcoating the truth. Because you did doubt. You did feel forsaken. You did start to believe the silence meant abandonment, that nobody saw what they were doing, that the betrayal was going unchecked, that somehow you were the one left behind. And now, it's time you get checked. Because the silence wasn't abandonment, it was protection. The delay wasn't punishment, it was precision. You weren't alone, you were being watched over with militant intention. They weren't just fighting you, they were swinging at the shield surrounding your destiny. They were throwing hands at your spiritual insurance policy, and now it's time to pay the deductible. You kept thinking the universe didn't care, that it just let them win. But no, chosen one, it wasn't letting them win. It was letting you witness their real character. The universe needed you to see it raw, without illusion, without denial. Not because it wanted you to suffer, but because it was setting you up for a permanent disconnection. Some people are too slick, too spiritual sounding, too manipulative. You wouldn't have walked away without proof. So the universe let it unfold, not to break you, but to open your eyes. And while you were breaking in silence, it was building your case in secret. While you were asking, why me? The universe was preparing, watch this. While you were begging for a lifeline, it was collecting receipts. And now it's delivering the reversal in broad daylight. And you better not act surprised. You prayed for peace. You asked for justice. You cried for clarity. And now that it's coming, don't you dare act confused. They thought no one saw them. They thought no one would check them. They thought they could disrespect you and walk off with no consequences. But what they didn't know, and what you forgot, is that the universe has perfect aim. It doesn't yell. It doesn't rush. It doesn't show up with cameras or confetti. But when it moves with surgical precision. And that silence you mistook for absence, that was the calm before the correction. Chosen one, let me be brutally honest with you. You insult your own power every time you say you were alone. You disrespect your journey every time you say the universe forgot about you, because you were never unprotected. You were being hidden in plain sight. You weren't overlooked. You were being obscured from the people who would have sabotaged you too soon. You weren't delayed. You were being prepared in silence while the wrong ones exposed themselves in real time. That wasn't abandonment. That was strategy. Think about it. Had the universe answered your prayers for relief too early, you might have gone back. You might have given them another chance. You might have apologized for bleeding after they stabbed you. You might have stayed tied to trauma, thinking it was your job to fix what you didn't break. That's why the silence lasted so long, to make sure the lesson landed, to make sure when you walked away, you'd never crawl back. And now they're being judged, not just by karma, not just by consequence, but by their own reflection, their own instability, their own actions. They're drowning in the very thing they wanted you to suffocate in. And you're watching from the sidelines, not because you're bitter, but because you're done. Done explaining, done shrinking, done begging the universe to hurry up. Because now you know it was never late, it was never missing, it was always watching. So don't cry about the silence anymore. Don't curse the process. Don't call the delay a failure. That silence, that was your divine protection plan. That was the invisible army securing your future while your enemies thought you were unguarded. That was the blueprint being written in the background. So next time that voice creeps in and says, "You were alone," shut it down. Say it out loud. No, I wasn't. I was being avenged in silence. And the ones who thought they could swing at you with no consequences, they didn't just fight you, they fought the force backing you. And that, chosen one, is a war they were never built to survive. And now, chosen one, you see it clearly. The silence wasn't weakness, it was warfare. The pain wasn't pointless, it was positioning. Everything they tried to bury you with has become the very soil that grew your power. Let them face what they created. You, stay focused, stay elevated, and never forget who you are. If this hit your spirit, like the video, subscribe, and drop the number 77 in the comments to confirm that the reversal is real and alignment is in motion. Share this with another chosen one, because when we rise together, truth travels further. They tried to bury your name before the world could hear it, but the universe wasn't building a secret. It was preparing a stage, didn't they? Didn't they try everything to keep you small? Didn't they smile in your face while sharpening blades behind your back? Didn't they laugh when you were down, whisper when you were silent, and act confused when you finally started to speak up? How dare they? How dare they look at someone like you, a chosen one, and think they had any power over your path? How dare they treat your silence like weakness and your pain like entertainment? They thought you were just another target, just another name to throw around in their fake little narratives. But now they're about to find out the hard way exactly who they were messing with. Before we go further, like this video and subscribe to help send this message straight to more chosen ones. Every like pushes this truth further into the algorithm. The universe needs your voice. Don't just sit there feeling this, do something with it. Confirm your shift, claim your space. Let YouTube know this message matters, because it does. Let's talk. You doubted yourself. Don't lie. You did. You questioned your worth, your voice, your identity. You looked at how they treated you and thought, maybe it's me. But chosen one, they knew exactly who you were. They knew you were powerful. That's why they moved so dirty. That's why they tried to get to you so early. They didn't wait for you to win to hate you. They hated your potential. They saw your value before you did, and it scared the hell out of them. You weren't broken, you were becoming. But to them, becoming was a threat. Your healing made them nervous. Your glow made them bitter. Your silence? It was too loud for their comfort. Every time you stood up straighter, every time you set a boundary, every time you chose peace over drama, they panicked. Because the version of you they were used to, the one they could gaslight, control, manipulate, that version was gone, and they knew it. They pretended they didn't notice. But didn't they start acting different the moment you changed? Didn't they get quiet when you stopped explaining yourself? Didn't they disappear when you finally said no and meant it? They couldn't feed off you anymore. That's why they started reaching for old versions of you, hoping you'd step back into who you used to be. But that version is buried, gone, evolved. You're not imagining the shift. You're not crazy for feeling the energy change when you enter the room. You are chosen, and that energy doesn't need to introduce itself. It announces silently, and still you doubted. Still, you played small. Still, you tried to make them comfortable while your spirit screamed to be free. The universe didn't turn on you. It isolated you for activation. You weren't abandoned. You were being prepared. You weren't rejected. You were being rerouted. And now, every single person who tried to write you off is about to witness what happens when the universe steps in for one of its own. So let them watch. Let them sit in their confusion. Let them feel what they created. You don't owe them an explanation. You don't owe them closure. You don't owe them your light ever again. All you owe now is this: rise. The stage is yours. The wait is over. The mask is off. And the world is about to see what they tried to bury. This is your moment, chosen one. And this time, no one gets to dim it. So, chosen one, are you ready to stop shrinking and start walking like the world was built to witness your rise? Then do this. Drop the number 77 in the comments right now. Not for me, for you. That's the signal. That's the contract. That's how you tell the universe, I'm not hiding anymore. Each 77 becomes a ripple, another chosen one waking up, another enemy watching in silence. Hit the like button, subscribe, and help this message hit the algorithm like thunder. Because the world won't ignore us any longer. And now we go deeper, step by step. And trust me, if you're truly chosen, you'll feel it in your bones. You'll feel that pull to stay until the final word. This message isn't just content, it's your confirmation. Let's begin. Number 1. They knew who you were before you did. That's why they tried to break you first. They didn't attack you because you were weak. They attacked you because they saw your strength before you had the chance to recognize it yourself. Don't you see it now? They didn't come for you because you were easy prey. They didn't isolate you because you were average. They didn't laugh at your ideas, mock your sensitivity, or belittle your ambition because you were wrong. They did it because you were dangerously right. You were accurate, you were powerful, you were marked, and they saw it before you even had the language to name it. They tried to dim you when you still thought your light was just flicker, but to them, it was already a wildfire. So what did they do? They threw dirt on your spark. They wrapped their jealousy in jokes. They disguised their intimidation as concern. They hit you with fake compliments and backhanded praise to make you second-guess your glow. You're too much. You take things too seriously. You think you're better than everyone. Sound familiar? Of course it does. They've been running that script on chosen ones since the beginning of time. And here's the part that hits the hardest. You believed them, didn't you? You started questioning yourself, started toning it down. You adjusted your volume, your ideas, your essence to make them feel better. You called it humility, but it was fear. Fear that they were right. Fear that maybe your light was too much. And they fed off that fear. They grew stronger every time you made yourself smaller. But let's be brutally honest. How could you not doubt yourself? You were surrounded by people who were more invested in silencing your evolution than supporting it. People who smiled in your face and rolled their eyes behind your back. People who praised mediocrity but punished you for excellence. They didn't want to see you break generational patterns because they were still slaves to them. They didn't want you to become the first because they were comfortable being the last. The universe hid you for a reason. You weren't delayed. You were protected. You weren't overlooked. You were under divine construction. While they were flaunting illusions, you were being refined in private. The silence, that wasn't punishment. That was protection. Because if you had risen too soon, before you knew who you were, you might have given your power away to people who were never meant to hold it. You might have let them lead your destiny straight into ruin. Do you think Oprah was understood when she was getting fired from her first job? Do you think Michael Jordan felt chosen when he was cut from his high school basketball team? Do you think Beyoncé felt powerful when people said she wouldn't survive as a solo artist? Let this sink in. Icons are rarely respected during their becoming. The world only celebrates the finished product, but the enemy sees the threat during construction. You're not hated for what you've done. You're hated for what you're about to do. Let's call it what it is. They tried to break you first because they saw the blueprint. You didn't, but they did, and they were terrified. That's why the attacks started before the success did. That's why the betrayal came before the breakthrough. That's why they treated you like a problem when all you ever were was potential. They saw the king in the cocoon, the queen in the quiet phase, the future icon still learning how to speak. And they panicked. They tried to stomp the butterfly before it flew. And here's the sick part. Some of them tried to keep you close, not because they loved you, but because they wanted front row seats to your collapse. They pretended to support you so they could stay close enough to sabotage you. So they could watch your growth and secretly pray it stops. You mistook proximity for loyalty. But what they really wanted was access without accountability. They wanted to be near the fire, not because it warmed them, but because they hoped to extinguish it. Chosen one, you need to hear this. You were never the problem. You were the mirror, and mirrors make cowards uncomfortable. They don't want to see their mediocrity reflected back when your greatness walks into the room. They don't want to admit they've been standing still while you've been building something real. So they tried to reduce you, tried to distort you. But the thing about energy, it doesn't lie. It doesn't play dress up. It reveals what's true when all masks fall off. And they are falling off now, one by one. So stop asking why they hurt you. Stop wondering why they chose betrayal over support. It's simple. They recognized something in you that you didn't recognize yet. And it scared them. The universe didn't let you see it at first. Because you weren't ready to carry it. You needed the betrayal. You needed the isolation. You needed the heartbreak. Not because you deserved it, but because it would strip you of the illusion that everyone could come with you. They couldn't, and they weren't meant to. But what about the doubt? You still wonder, don't you? Why did I believe them? Why did I let it get to me? Because you had a heart. Because you trusted. Because you loved deeply and expected it back. And they took that light and used it as a weapon. But don't let that turn you cold. Let it make you sharper. Let it make you wiser. The universe didn't build you to be soft. It built you to be solid. And you're standing now, stronger, louder, unapologetically chosen. The shift is here. Can't you feel it? They do. They feel the ground trembling because you're no longer trying to fit into the version of yourself they designed. You're no longer confused. You're no longer giving out explanations like apologies. You're no longer asking for permission to be powerful. You are not becoming, you are here. And the ones who tried to destroy you first, they feel it the most because the energy they feared is the energy you're finally owning. They knew who you were before you did, and that's exactly why they tried to break you first. But the universe was always on your side, even in the silence, even in the storms, especially in the betrayal. Now it's your turn to see what they always saw, and this time, no one's stopping it. Number 2, your evolution was their expiration date. The moment you stopped playing small was the moment their power expired. Let's tell the truth. They didn't start acting weird because you did something wrong. They started acting weird the moment you stopped asking for permission to exist. The moment you started leveling up, mentally, emotionally, spiritually. Something in them broke. And it wasn't random. It was timed. Because your evolution, that was their expiration date. The second you stopped shrinking to fit the mold they designed for you, their control over you evaporated. They didn't hate the new you, they feared it. Your boundaries weren't a betrayal. They were a declaration that the old game was over, that they could no longer access you the way they used to. You know it. They know it. The universe knew it before you did. They could only manipulate you when you questioned your own worth. They could only lead you around like a puppet when you hadn't discovered your own light. But now that light is exposing everything, especially them. Don't you remember the switch? One day you were accepted. The next day, suddenly everything was off. You were difficult, different, too focused. Why? Because you were no longer predictable. You were no longer their emotional punching bag, their safety net, their power source. They used to feed on your confusion, on your people-pleasing, on your silence. And when you stopped giving them that, it sent them spiraling. They couldn't celebrate your growth because your growth required accountability, and accountability terrifies people who are committed to illusions. They built their entire identity on being above you. Whether they did it silently with backhanded compliments or loudly with open sabotage, the strategy was the same. Keep you small, keep you useful, keep you quiet. So when you started rising, that wasn't inspiration for them, that was destruction. Your evolution was an earthquake, and it shattered their ego. And here's where you still struggle. You still feel guilty about it, don't you? You still ask yourself, did I change too much? Was I too harsh? Let's shut that down right now. No, you weren't too harsh. You finally stopped betraying yourself to make other people feel safe in their dysfunction. No, you didn't outgrow them unfairly. They had years to rise with you, and they chose to stay low. And now they're mad at you for what they refuse to become. Let them stay mad. Let them talk. Let them sit in their story about how you switched up, while you keep becoming everything they prayed you wouldn't realize you were. Their discomfort is not your responsibility. Their downfall is not your fault. The universe isn't punishing them, it's correcting the imbalance, because for too long you carried dead weight in the name of loyalty. For too long you tried to save people who were never drowning, just committed to the bottom. So you ask, why did they turn on me? Because they were never aligned with your future, only your wounded past. They were attached to your trauma, not your transformation. They were comfortable when you were performing struggle. But when you chose clarity, when you chose peace, when you finally chose yourself, that's when the curtain dropped, and the truth was undeniable. They didn't love you. They loved who you were before you knew your value. And that's exactly why the universe had to intervene, because if you didn't evolve, you would have stayed stuck trying to fix people who were sent to distract you. Your kindness was being weaponized. Your empathy was being drained. Your light was being harvested. So the universe pushed you, made you uncomfortable, closed doors, ended friendships, not to punish you, but to prepare you. because you couldn't rise and still carry what was poisoning you. And you still doubt it sometimes, don't you? Still wonder if you're doing too much. Still catch yourself looking back, wondering if maybe, just maybe, they'll change. No, stop that. The version of you they could control no longer exists. And their relevance in your story ended the moment you evolved beyond their reach. They can't catch you now, not because you're running, but because they chose stagnation when the universe was offering growth. You want to know who you are now. You are the version they feared, the one they mocked when you were dreaming, the one they swore would never rise, the one they hoped would stay insecure, unsure, apologizing for taking up space. But you're not apologizing anymore. You're arriving. And the power of your arrival? It's undoing the lies they told about you. Every lie they whispered is dying in the light of your evolution. So let them choke on the silence. Let them talk louder while your actions dismantle their delusions. You don't owe them softness. You don't owe them access. The era of shrinking is over. You are not the same. You are not theirs to use. And you are not going back. The moment you stopped playing small, their power expired. And now, the only thing left for you to do is rise. Number 3. They fed on your doubt, so stop serving it to them. How many times are you going to ask if you're worthy? How many times are you going to stand in front of the mirror, full of light, full of power, full of everything the universe has been pouring into you, and still whisper, "Is this too much?" Chosen one, stop it. Seriously, stop. You're still downplaying your power, still waiting for someone to crown you, still asking for permission to be what you already are. And while you're stuck in self-doubt, your enemies are feeding on it like vultures. They knew what you carried. They always did. They watched you carry entire rooms with your presence. They watched you hold people together while you were silently falling apart. They saw the way you gave, the way you healed, the way you showed up, even for those who gave you nothing but silence in return. And the whole time, they weren't just watching, they were feeding. Feeding on your hesitation, feeding on your questions, feeding on your fear of stepping fully into who the hell you are. Your doubt was their open door. You think they were confused about you? Please. They weren't confused. They were counting on you being confused, because as long as you doubted your voice, they got to speak louder. As long as you questioned your worth, they got to position themselves above you. And as long as you dimmed your light, they got to stand beside you and pretend they were glowing too. Let's be real. Every time you apologized for shining, they got stronger. Every time you second-guessed a decision you knew was right, they got bolder. Every time you stayed quiet to avoid conflict, they got comfortable. You were too focused on being liked when the universe called you to be limitless. You were trying to blend in with people who were never even close to your frequency. You were asking for validation from those who can't even look in the mirror without lying to themselves. And the worst part? You knew better. You felt it. You knew they couldn't see you clearly, but you still waited for their approval. Why? Don't say it was humility, because doubt doesn't make you humble. It makes you a target. Let that sink in. You weren't being noble by staying quiet. You were making it easier for them to manipulate you. You weren't being respectful by hiding your ideas. You were playing small in a world that's already too full of fake people pretending to be giants. You were holding back because you didn't want to be too much. But chosen one, your too much is exactly what this world needs, and it's exactly what they feared. You ever wonder why your energy makes people uncomfortable, why your presence gets side eyes, jealousy, silent treatment, and random gossip that doesn't even make sense? It's because you've got a gravitational pull, and they can feel it. Even when you don't say a word. Even when you walk in, just trying to mind your business. Your shift is loud. Your alignment is loud. Your power is too loud to be ignored. And no matter how soft you try to speak, your energy speaks first. And it always says the truth. So why are you still asking if you're enough? Why are you still tiptoeing around your own greatness like it's something fragile? This is not the time to shrink. This is not the season to second-guess yourself. This is war. And in war, hesitation gets you hit. You're not here to be liked. You're here to be legendary. You're here to walk through every room like the universe built it around your purpose, because in many cases, it did. And if you need proof that you're chosen, look at what you've survived. Look at who tried to break you. Look at how much effort they put into keeping you down. You think all that warfare showed up in your life by accident? No, that's not random. That's recognition. Your enemies saw you long before you did. That's why they moved early. That's why they built walls around you before you ever figured out you could fly over them. And now that you're rising, they're shaking, because your doubt was their meal, and now you've stopped serving it. So let them starve. Let them sit in their confusion while you move with certainty. Let them whisper your name while the universe echoes it across rooms you haven't even walked into yet. You don't owe anyone an explanation for your glow. You don't need to justify your standards, your silence, your success. You don't need to apologize for the evolution that left them behind. That's not your guilt to carry. That's their fear to wrestle with. And don't you dare look back out of guilt. Don't you dare soften just to make people comfortable in your presence. If your flame burns their eyes, that's their problem, not your responsibility. You weren't meant to be manageable. You were meant to be undeniable, so stop handing out discounts on your worth. Stop serving your self-doubt on a silver platter just to keep the peace. Peace without power isn't peace, it's suppression, and you've done enough of that. This is your season to own it, to rise, to remember. The universe didn't bring you through hell for you to start questioning if you belong in the palace. You've earned every step of this. And the moment you stop feeding your doubt, you'll watch your enemies start starving on their own delusion. Let them feel it, let them see it, but most of all, let you finally own it. Because chosen one, they only had power over you when you forgot who you were. And that chapter, it's over. Number 4. You're not alone. You've been isolated for activation. Diamonds don't form in crowds. They form in pressure, in silence, in the dark. Chosen one, how many times did you look around and say, "Why is no one here?" How many nights did you sit with yourself thinking the universe forgot about you? How many moments did you take their silence as rejection, their absence as abandonment, your isolation as punishment? Let's clear something up right now. You were never alone. You were being activated. That space wasn't emptiness. It was recalibration. That silence wasn't rejection. It was refinement. You weren't being punished. You were being prepared. And yes, let's talk about it. You did mistake the distance for abandonment. Don't deny it. You thought you were forgotten. You thought, why am I always the one carrying everyone else, and no one shows up for me? You thought the people who were supposed to be in your corner vanished for no reason. You thought the doors closing meant the universe was ignoring your prayers. No, you weren't losing. You were being protected, because what's coming next can't afford distractions. It can't afford leeches. It can't afford one more delay from people who drain your purpose and twist your energy. You see, people often ask, if I'm chosen, why am I always alone? Here's your answer: because noise kills alignment. Because the wrong voices, even in love, can reroute your destiny. Because elevation doesn't happen in crowds. It happens in isolation, under pressure, in silence, and in the dark. That's where diamonds are born. That's where warriors are built. That's where chosen ones are activated. You want to glow in public, but you're resisting the private crushing. You want to be seen, but the version of you that's meant to be seen still needed to be sharpened. And that sharpening couldn't happen with distractions hanging off your shoulders like chains. The universe knew you wouldn't cut them off, so it did it for you, and you mistook it for abandonment. Let's be real, some of the people you cried over were never supposed to be in your next chapter. Some of those friends you begged for loyalty would have sabotaged your future with a smile on their face. Some of those relationships you mourned were the very things standing between you and full alignment. But you didn't want to see it, so the universe ripped it away, not to hurt you, but to wake you up. And you did get mad. You got bitter. You thought, why me? Why is this happening again? You asked, why can't I find my people? Why does everyone leave? But what if I told you they didn't leave, they were removed? What if I told you their exit was your protection? What if I told you you weren't ghosted by life? You were called into silence, into focus, into purpose. See, when the universe isolates a chosen one, it's not for comfort, it's for clarity. It's not to wound, it's to awaken. Because too many of you were still trying to carry people who were never meant to walk beside you. Too many of you were still looking for love in places that only served your wounds, not your worth. Too many of you were still asking for direction from people who never walked the road you're on. So yes, you were pulled back, you were hidden, you were separated, and it felt like punishment. But now you're starting to realize you've never been clearer, you've never been more grounded, you've never heard your intuition so loudly, you've never understood your own power so deeply. That's what isolation does. It reveals what the crowd drowned out. It forces you to finally sit with yourself, the real you, not the version you perform for approval. It cuts off the noise long enough for you to hear what the universe has actually been saying this entire time. You are not forgotten. You are being forged. So no, you're not abandoned. You are activated. You are in the exact place you're meant to be. And the people who disappeared, let them go. The ones who couldn't support your rise, let them stay where they fell off. You don't need to go back for anyone who couldn't recognize the becoming that was happening right in front of them. From this moment forward, stop asking why they left. Start asking why you ever thought you needed them in the first place. Stop asking why it got quiet. Start recognizing that silence was your classroom. The universe didn't forget you, it focused you. And now, chosen one, now you walk out of that isolation sharper than ever. Not lonely, not lost, not broken, but activated. And no one can stop what's been built in the dark. They'll see it soon enough. The diamond they thought disappeared is about to step into the light. Number 5. The universe doesn't let the chosen be mocked forever. You didn't clap back, you climbed back, and that silence hits louder than their noise ever did. They thought it was funny, didn't they? The way you stumbled, the way life hit you, the way you kept getting knocked down but still tried to rise again. They laughed. Don't rewrite history. They laughed hard. Behind your back, in group chats, under fake smiles and just checking in texts. They mocked your losses. They downplayed your pain. They whispered stories that twisted your truth, all because they never believed you'd make it through. But the universe saw every bit of it, every lie, every smirk, every time they clapped for your collapse. And now that you're finally rising, their karma is crashing, loud, hard, unavoidable. They thought the chosen one could be laughed off the path. They thought the noise they made around your name would bury your potential. What they never realized is that the universe doesn't let the chosen be mocked forever. There's a limit, a point where mocking turns to mourning, where what they once joked about becomes a warning. And right now, you are that warning. Because let's be real, you never clapped back. You didn't run around trying to prove your name clean. You didn't scream your worth. You didn't go on smear campaigns of your own. You did something much worse to them. You healed in silence. You grew. You built. You elevated without needing their recognition, without begging for their validation, without a single ounce of revenge. And now, the silence you chose is screaming through their lives. You know what hits harder than a comeback speech? Results. You know what breaks louder than an exposed secret? Peace. You chose not to fight fire with fire, and that's what burned them. Because chosen ones don't retaliate with noise. They retaliate with transformation. Now they're watching you walk with a strength they never expected you to survive long enough to find. They're watching you exist in a lane they tried to block. Watching you receive opportunities they swore would never reach you. That's not luck, that's universal correction, because the universe will only let them mock you for so long before it pulls the curtain back, before it flips the script, before the audience they lied to start seeing the truth for themselves. And the truth, it's brutal for them, because it doesn't come with announcements. It comes with receipts. It comes with your name being cleared without you saying a word. It comes with the very people who believed the lies, now watching your life tell the real story. But let's address the part of you that still hesitates, the part that still says, I don't want to seem arrogant. Chosen one, humility doesn't mean hiding. There's a difference between being grounded and playing dead. You're not arrogant for standing tall. You're just not hunched over anymore under the weight of other people's projections. Let them sit with their discomfort. Let them squirm in their guilt. Let them process the fact that everything they said about you is collapsing under the weight of your glow-up. Because this rise, it isn't for applause. It's for alignment. You didn't come back to prove them wrong. You came back to prove the universe right. And make no mistake, that shift they feel, that tension when your name comes up, that unease when they scroll past your success but can't look away, that's not by accident. That's karma doing what it always does, correcting what ego tried to distort. See, they thought they were safe because you were silent. They thought they won because you didn't respond. But what they failed to realize is that your silence was strategy. Because while they were mocking, the universe was moving, rebuilding, repositioning, restoring. And now that the dust is settling and you're no longer down, they're the ones spiraling. The same mouths that slandered you are quiet now. The same people who called you weak are cracking under pressures you already mastered. The same ones who watched you cry for real are now crying in secret because they can't escape the energy they tried to throw at you. That's how it works. What you send out returns, and what they sent was mockery. But what's returning to them now is regret. Let them feel it. Let the weight of their words hit harder now that they see your crown. Let them remember every time they made your name a joke, because the punchline has changed. You're not the victim of the story anymore. You're the plot twist they never saw coming. You didn't have to fight them. The universe did that for you. And the victory? It's in your peace. It's in your clarity. It's in the undeniable truth of who you are, finally showing without resistance. So, chosen one, stop looking back. Stop wondering if they'll ever admit what they did. They won't, and they don't have to, because the world is watching now. Watching you. Watching what they tried to destroy step fully into purpose. They mocked you while you were molding. Now they get to watch the masterpiece. And the silence you chose, it's louder than their noise ever was. Let it echo. Number 6. They pretended you were nothing, but watched you like you were everything. They said you were nothing special, remember? Said you were doing too much. Rolled their eyes when you spoke from your heart. Mocked your path like it was some fantasy. Acted like you were reaching too high, dreaming too loud, caring too deeply. They tried to shrink your name every chance they got, while secretly watching your every move like it was the most important thing on earth. Fake love, real envy, the obsession was always real. Let's break this wide open. They pretended you were irrelevant, unimportant, forgettable, but the truth is, you were always the blueprint. The very ones who called you crazy were copying your every move behind closed doors. Watching how you speak, how you walk, how you think. Taking your ideas, your phrases, your style, dressing it up, watering it down, and calling it their own. They wanted your glow, but not your growth. They wanted your energy, but not your story. And most of all, they wanted your shine, without ever doing your shadow work. Chosen one, don't get it twisted. You weren't invisible, you were unforgettable. They didn't ignore you, they memorized you. They watched your pain like entertainment. They watched your healing like a threat. And now that you're rising, they're watching even harder, but still won't give you the credit. Because here's what they'll never admit. You gave them their blueprint. You set the tone, you shifted the culture, you created a lane they now walk in, pretending they built it. You didn't just exist, you influenced, and that's exactly what made you a target. Think about it. If you were really nothing, why did they copy so much? Why did your silence make them insecure? Why did your presence make the room shift? Why did your consistency feel like competition to people who swore they weren't watching? They saw you before you saw you. That's why they moved the way they did. Because what do the insecure do when they feel threatened? They try to diminish the source of the threat. They downplay, they discredit, they throw shade and act like it's just jokes. But what they were really doing was hiding their fear. Fear that you'd figure it out. Fear that you'd realize you were never one of them. You were always the one they were secretly trying to become. And I know you felt the energy. I know you saw the way they acted confused every time you made a move they couldn't predict. I know you noticed how they only came around to extract ideas, not to support you. And I know you brushed it off, thinking, maybe I'm imagining it. But you weren't imagining it. They were studying you like a textbook while pretending you were fiction. And now that your truth is rising, they don't know what to do. Let's talk about the hate, that sudden shift in tone, the way the conversations changed, the way their compliments turned to silence. That wasn't random. That was envy wearing its real face. Because it's one thing to mock someone you don't understand. It's another thing to realize the person you've been mocking is the very one who birthed the wave you're trying to ride. And here's where you need to stop playing humble. Stop pretending you don't notice the copying. Stop pretending it's flattery when it's theft. Stop questioning your originality because others lack the integrity to give credit. You've always been the blueprint, the chosen one, the origin, the first ripple, the loud idea in a world full of whispers. Your way of thinking? They tried to suppress it. Now they're monetizing it. Your emotional depth? They laughed at it. Now they're using it as branding. Your spiritual sensitivity? They dismissed it. Now they're turning it into content. You walked so they could run, and they're hoping you never bring it up. But you don't have to. The truth is louder than any of their masks. Because no matter how much they try to imitate, they can't duplicate energy. They can't fake the root. They can't manufacture what's divine in you, what's authentic in you, what was assigned to you. And here's what should light the fire in your spirit. They still watch, they still scroll, they still listen, because no matter how hard they pretend not to care, you remain the signal they can't ignore. So, chosen one, stop hiding your gift to protect egos that would steal from you and still never say thank you. Stop holding back so they feel comfortable in your presence. You were never the copy. You were always the source. Let them talk. Let them fake. Let them build off the pieces they borrowed, because what you carry can't be replicated. And now that your power is no longer a secret, their performance, it's looking weaker by the day. They pretended you were nothing, but watched you like you were everything. Why? Because you are. And no matter how long they fake it, they'll never be able to fake being you. Number 7. You don't owe them an explanation, just your absence. You don't owe them clarity. You don't owe them closure. You don't owe them a single sentence of justification. Let them sit in their confusion. Let them spiral in their silence. Because, chosen one, your absence is the loudest truth you'll ever deliver. They wanted you to beg for understanding. They expected you to stay stuck explaining your growth to people who benefited from your confusion. But the old version of you is done performing. You don't throw pearls to swine. You walk off, wearing the crown they swore you'd never earn. They can play dumb all they want, but they know why you're gone. They felt the shift. They felt the moment your energy stopped pouring into them. They felt when the lifeline disconnected, and now they're gasping in their own emptiness. That's not on you. They laughed when you were searching for your worth. Let them cry now that you've found it. You tried. You explained. You gave warnings they ignored. Now your silence is sacred. It's power. It's peace. It's punishment without pettiness. Chosen one, you don't argue with those who refuse to grow. You elevate and leave them at the level they begged to stay on. No more explaining, no more justifying, no more reaching back to make them understand something their spirit was never built to carry. Let them wonder, let them obsess, let them realize too late. You don't owe them your light, especially not after they mocked your darkness. You owe them one thing only, your absence. Number 8. This is what they feared. The day you finally saw what they always knew. They weren't confused. Don't give them that excuse. They knew who you were, long before you knew it yourself. That's why they moved the way they did. That's why they belittled you, backstabbed you, mocked you, and tried to mold you into someone smaller, quieter, weaker, because deep down they saw the weight in your presence. And it terrified them. They saw your light, and that's why they fought you. Understand this, their attacks were never about who you were at that moment. They were about who you were becoming. They knew your voice could shift rooms. They knew your intuition was sharp. They knew your gifts weren't common. So they whispered lies, stirred up doubt, and wrapped their envy in fake smiles. And you, being heart first, being trusting, you believed them. For too long, you believed them. They hoped you'd never figure it out. They banked on your confusion. They needed you to stay unsure, insecure, always questioning, always reaching outside yourself for validation. Because as long as you didn't know, they still had the upper hand. As long as you stayed blind to your power, they could keep playing superior. But now, you see it. Now you know. You feel the shift in your body, your mind, your energy. You're not asking anymore. You're not shrinking anymore. You're not wondering if you're too much. Now you own it. You own the very thing they tried to make you hate. You walk in it. And that's what they feared. The rise, the reckoning, the return. The king has risen, the queen has returned. The icon is awake, and the universe is clearing the stage. Now all they can do is watch. And now, chosen one, the message is clear. You were never the underdog. You were the rising storm they prayed would never come. The lies, the silence, the sabotage, none of it stopped you. It only delayed the inevitable. Now, the world sees what they always knew, but hoped you'd never realize. You were born to lead, not follow. If this message hit your spirit, like this video, subscribe to stay locked in, and drop the number 77 in the comments to claim your rise. Share this with another chosen one. It's time we all step into the spotlight. The scariest power is not loud. It's the one that sits in silence, watching, because it already knows how the story ends. They never saw you coming, not because you were hiding, but because they were blind to anything outside their own ego. They thought you were slow, they thought you were gullible, they thought the chosen one was just another naive heart, walking into traps. But now they're sweating, because you knew, not just parts, everything, from the fake laughs to the backstabs they swore you'd never see coming. You watched it all unfold with the stillness of someone who was never confused, only calculating. They can't process it. They're pacing, deleting texts, scrubbing their energy like it'll erase the evidence. They're shook because you never once flinched. You didn't yell, you didn't fight, you just sat in silence while their fake smiles cracked under your gaze. And now, the silence you kept has become the loudest truth in the room. Pause for a second. If this is already vibrating deep in your spirit, hit like and subscribe, not for clout, for purpose. YouTube picks up that signal and sends this to more chosen ones who need the reminder. You're not crazy. You're not alone. You were right. Every single time. Let's keep going. How dare they? How dare they think the chosen one wouldn't notice? They thought you were just emotional, that your vibes were paranoia, that your intuition was drama. They treated your insight like noise, all while you were picking up signals straight from the universe. They mocked your stillness. They thought your kindness was softness. But you were never weak. You were watching them plot. Watching them lie, watching them build a story around you like you wouldn't smell the fear behind it. And the whole time, you weren't confused. You were collecting proof. How dare they treat the chosen like a fool? You carry a light that made them uncomfortable, not because it was fake, but because it was accurate. It burned through their illusion, their performance, their carefully crafted lies. And instead of respecting that light, they tried to dim it, tried to make you doubt yourself, tried to make you feel crazy for knowing what you knew. They laughed, they gossiped, they threw shadows at someone backed by the universe, as if that wouldn't cost them. But now the bill has arrived. And your accuracy, that's what's haunting them. You weren't lucky. You weren't right this time. You were aligned the whole time. They thought they had time. They thought they had you figured out. But now they realize they were never playing chess. They were sitting at your table playing checkers on a board you built. And while they were laughing, you were mapping everything out with terrifying precision. And now they're shook. They realize your silence wasn't confusion. It was calculation. Your distance wasn't fear. It was divine protection. They finally get it. They weren't fighting you. They were fighting the universe's strategy, and they lost the moment they underestimated you. So don't you ever doubt your gift again. Don't you ever apologize for seeing through people. Don't you ever think you were too much. You were chosen. And that power, that light, that knowing, it's not random. It's a weapon. a cosmic weapon designed to shatter lies without you lifting a single finger. They're not just shocked you knew, they're horrified that you knew the whole time and smiled through it. You weren't guessing, you weren't reacting, you were waiting. And now they're blown away by your accuracy because it came wrapped in silence, backed by the universe and sharpened by truth. Let them tremble. So if your spirit's been nodding this whole time, if your chest feels heavy because every word hit too close, that's not random. That's the universe confirming what you already know. You're not just chosen, you're confirmed. Drop the number 77 in the comments if you've ever watched people panic after realizing you were right the whole time. And stay locked in, because what we're about to break down next will have you seeing everything even clearer. Let's get into it, and trust me, they'll regret you stayed this aware. Number 1, they thought they were playing you, but they were picking a fight with the universe. They laughed at your silence, not knowing it was their sentence being written. They thought they were slick. Thought they could walk into your life, throw dirt on your name, play with your peace, and walk away untouched. They didn't just underestimate you, they mocked you. Your calm, they called it weakness. Your patience, they called it confusion. And now they're choking on their own assumptions, because every single thing you sensed is showing up in real time, louder, uglier, and faster than they ever expected. Chosen one, you didn't read them. You remembered them. You didn't analyze. You didn't guess. Something inside you, deep, ancient, and undeniable, recognized them. Their energy, their movements, their tricks. Your soul flagged them before their mouth even opened. You didn't need screenshots or spies. You just knew. And that knowing, that's what has them spiraling. They thought you were psychic. They thought you had someone feeding you info. They can't believe how accurate you were, how you called it all before it even unfolded. But you weren't reading minds. You were plugged into something they don't understand. You were aligned with the system that sees what's hidden, the one that protects its own. That's the part that stings them. You knew the whole time. And worse, you let them cook. You gave them the illusion of safety. Let them laugh. Let them lie. Let them look you in the eyes and perform betrayal like it was art. And you just watched. Not because you were scared, but because you were strategic. Because the universe doesn't shout when it moves. It waits, then strikes. But let's pause right here, because I need to speak to you, chosen one. How dare you doubt yourself? How dare you treat your gift like a glitch? How many times does the universe have to prove to you that you are not ordinary? You feel before others see. You know without asking. That's not weird. That's divine. You were built this way for a reason. So stop downplaying it to protect the fragile egos of people who couldn't lie to you successfully. They weren't just mocking you, they were mocking the system. They were playing with alignment. They thought they could twist the truth and not get snapped back by the laws that govern everything. But the moment they came for a chosen one, they lit a fuse on themselves. You don't need revenge. You don't need proof. The universe is the witness. It saw the fake smiles. It recorded the snake-like moves. It watched them pretend. And it's repaying them now, with no help needed from you. And them? They're scared. Not because you exposed them, but because they now realize you always knew. Your silence, that wasn't confusion. It was cosmic calculation. You weren't quiet because you were clueless. You were letting them write their own ending. And now, every action they took in the dark is playing out in daylight, and they're the ones ducking for cover. They're deleting messages, hiding their hands, pretending they were never involved. But you saw them, and worse, they know you did. Now they question everything. If you knew that, what else do you know? What haven't you said? What other truths are sitting behind that unreadable look on your face? And to be honest, that fear, that unknown, That is your power. Chosen one, they were never just dealing with you. They were dealing with precision, with the universe's quietest storm. And now they're stuck in a mess they created, haunted by how right you were. You remembered them because your spirit's been here before. You saw this betrayal in a different life, in a different face, wearing different clothes. And this time, you handled it with grace, with clarity, with silence sharp enough to cut through every mask they wore. So don't apologize for knowing, don't shrink for their comfort, and never again doubt the weapon you carry, that soul-deep sight. Let them tremble, let them wonder how you knew, let them sit with the truth that you knew the whole time, and still chose to let the universe handle it. Because that's what makes you dangerous, and that's what they'll never recover from. Number 2. They slipped, but you already saw the whole costume from day one. They didn't slip up. They walked in wearing a mask you already recognized. Let's get one thing straight. They didn't accidentally give themselves away. This wasn't one small oops that tipped you off. The moment they showed up, you saw through them. You didn't need weeks. You didn't need drama. You didn't need them to mess up. Your spirit clocked them before they finished their introduction. Their energy screamed louder than their words ever could. But here's what they never expected. You didn't react. You didn't jump. You didn't accuse. You didn't blow it all up. And that's what haunts them now. Because while they were busy performing, lying, pretending to be something they're not, you were just watching, calm, still, collected, letting them dig deeper into a lie they thought you couldn't see. But you saw it all. You weren't confused. You weren't trying to figure them out. You were recording. You were gathering truth like evidence, piece by piece, moment by moment, like a war general listening to the enemy's plan while pretending to be asleep. You gave them room, not because you trusted them, but because you were studying the pattern, and you already knew how the story would end. Chosen one, don't you dare question yourself now. Don't you dare look back and ask, why didn't I say something sooner? Because deep down, you knew. The only reason you didn't explode was because your soul knew you'd be wasting time on someone who was never real to begin with. That calm they mistook for weakness, that was control, that was divine strategy, that was your higher self pulling you back saying, not yet. Let the truth build, let the mask rot and fall off on its own. And now they're the ones pacing, because you never exposed them, and that means they don't know how much you actually know, and that, chosen one, is your greatest power right now. Their paranoia, their spiraling, their guilt turning into obsession, their fear of what else you might reveal, or worse, what you already know but haven't said. Let's be real, they were never clever, they were never subtle, they were never fooling you. But you let them think they were, and that psychological upper hand is cutting them deeper than any confrontation ever could. You saw through them from day one, from the way they over-explained, from the fake warmth, from the subtle hints of control wrapped in charm, from the way they'd talk just a little too much when they were lying. You saw the inconsistency, the shift in tone, the mask that didn't quite fit, and your spirit said, again, this pattern, this energy. You'd seen it before, and this time you weren't biting the bait. You didn't ignore the red flags, you documented them, and now the entire file is sealed with universal truth. But let me ask you something, and I mean this as a gut check. Why did you ever doubt that sight? Why did you silence yourself just to make space for their lies? Why did you dim your knowing so they wouldn't feel exposed? Why did you play small for people who would have celebrated your downfall? You owe yourself an apology for pretending you didn't see what you saw. And you owe the universe a thank you for not letting you self-destruct in the name of being nice. Because that's what this comes down to, doesn't it? You weren't blind. You were choosing peace over proof. You knew the moment would come, and now it has. And they're shaken, not because you exploded, but because you never needed to. You let time do what yelling never could. Chosen one, you didn't walk through this with your eyes closed. You walked through it like a warrior in disguise. You had the code, you had the sight, you had the patience, and when the moment came to walk away or cut them off, you didn't even flinch, because by then, your spirit had already made peace with the truth. And that's what's eating them alive right now. They think you're dangerous because you're loud, but it's your quiet awareness that keeps them up at night. The fact that you watched them lie, and let them think they got away with it until the evidence started falling out of their own mouth. And no, they weren't shocked because they slipped. They were shocked because their whole act didn't work on you. That's the real reason they're keeping their distance. That's why they're suddenly silent, suddenly different, suddenly cautious. Not because you confronted them, but because you didn't. You didn't go off. You didn't chase them down. You didn't try to force an apology. You simply detached, quietly. And the moment you detached, the universe moved. Now they're dealing with consequences that don't have your fingerprints on them, but carry your signature of knowing. So if you're still sitting around wondering, was it my fault? Let me answer that for you. No, it wasn't. It was your gift that kept you one step ahead. The same gift they mocked. The same gift they underestimated. The same gift they now fear. You didn't fall for it. You just watched the story play out, and they can't forgive you for seeing them clearer than they see themselves. So don't apologize for what your spirit saw. Don't explain your silence. Don't doubt your intuition just because it made people uncomfortable. Chosen one, your awareness is a force of nature, calm, unshaken, precise. You weren't looking with human eyes. You were locked in with divine sight. And now they're left with one question stuck in their throat like poison. If they saw that, what else did they see? Let them wonder, let them tremble. You saw it all from day one. Number 3, you let them lie, and now they're drowning in their own fiction. They thought they were spinning stories around you, but the web they wove was already under the microscope. Let's not pretend here. You didn't need answers. You already had them. Every word they fumbled, every excuse they rehearsed, every sweet-sounding lie they told with a grin on their face. You watched it unfold like a movie you already saw in another lifetime. And instead of stopping them, you did something far more terrifying. You let them lie. You weren't desperate, you weren't confused, you weren't up late trying to make sense of contradictions. The truth had already settled in your bones. The knowing was already sitting in your gut like a locked vault. But you stayed still, on purpose, because you weren't looking for answers. You were waiting for confirmation. Chosen one, let's talk about that stillness, the one they mistook for weakness. That silence was not surrender. It was strategy. It was spiritual intelligence, not emotional collapse. You weren't sitting there broken. You were giving them rope. Rope they gladly grabbed while smiling in your face. They thought your silence meant they were safe. They thought the lack of confrontation meant they got away with it. But you were sitting back, documenting, taking spiritual notes, watching how far they'd go. And that's the part that's eating them alive now. They know you let them build their own destruction with their own hands. You didn't interrupt their lies. You didn't warn them. You didn't say, "Hey, I know what you're doing." Why? Because you weren't trying to stop them. You were letting the evidence stack so high it would bury them, not out of revenge, but out of clarity. And now the dust is settling. Now the silence is loud. Now your calm makes them panic. They've realized you weren't confused. You were collecting receipts. They remember your eyes now, not angry, not sad, just awake. And that's what terrifies them, because there's nothing more dangerous than someone who knows everything and says nothing. But let's flip the lens for a second. Let's talk about you, chosen one. How many times did you question yourself during that process? How many nights did you ask, am I just imagining this? How many times did you silence your intuition just to give them space to be honest, knowing damn well they wouldn't be? Let me tell you something you need to hear. Stop apologizing for your accuracy. Stop feeling guilty for knowing the truth before people admit it. You don't need to catch someone in the act when the energy already confessed everything. You saw it, you felt it, your spirit screamed it. And still, you waited, not because you were weak, but because you were giving the lie time to expose itself fully. That's why they're breaking down now, because they looked you in the eyes, lied bold-faced, and you just nodded, smiled. Let them talk, let them sink. They thought they were in control of the narrative, not realizing you had already written the ending. And now every fake moment plays back in their head like a horror reel. Because your silence wasn't just silence. It was a trap door, and they walked into it willingly. They weren't lying to a person. They were performing in front of the universe. And now the universe is delivering the review. They don't just regret the lie. They regret thinking you were stupid enough to believe it. Because here's what they now understand. Your calm wasn't comfort. It was calculation. You didn't react because you didn't need to. You already knew. And when the confirmation came, when the final piece clicked into place, when they thought they got away clean, you didn't flinch. You didn't explode. You just closed the file. And that right there, that's what's destroying them inside. Because when someone screams, at least you know where they stand. But when someone says nothing and still walks away like they've seen it all, you never stop wondering what else they saw. That's where they are now, sitting in the wreckage of their performance, asking themselves, did they know everything? What did I say that gave it away? How long were they watching? And the answer is simple: the whole time. You let them lie, and now they're haunted by the fact that you didn't stop them, that you didn't warn them, that you didn't react, that you let them hand you the knife, hand you the blueprint, hand you the truth, while thinking they were getting away with it. You never needed the confession. Their behavior was the confession. Their vibe was the warning. Their performance was the proof. And chosen one, this is where I need you to stand tall in who you are. Stop carrying shame for knowing. Stop trying to play fair with people who lied to your face with no hesitation. Your spiritual sight is not a problem, it's protection. And if people feel exposed in your presence, it's not because you're judging, it's because your energy shines light on the darkness they were hoping to hide. Let them deal with the aftermath. Let them sit in the awkward silence of knowing they were caught in real time by someone who didn't even raise their voice. Let them live with the fact that you knew the whole time. And let them lie anyway, because that's a power most people will never understand. And it's exactly what makes you chosen. Number 4, you didn't just know, you pulled truth from the unseen and made it bleed. They were whispering in the dark, thinking no one could hear, and then you spoke their secrets out loud, like the shadows themselves told you. This isn't paranoia. This isn't guessing. This isn't some lucky streak or wild coincidence. This is what it looks like when the unseen chooses to speak through a chosen one. You didn't need receipts. You didn't need to eavesdrop. You didn't hack their messages or follow breadcrumbs, because the truth wasn't hiding, it was transmitting, and you were tuned in. They don't understand it. How did you say that? How did you drop a line that exposed a lie they thought no one else knew? How did you mirror the exact thing they feared being found out about without ever seeing a thing? Because you weren't using logic. You were operating in revelation. You were decoding energy in real time. They were lying with their mouth, but their frequency, their vibration, their body language, their tone, it was all giving them away, and your soul was listening to what their spirit was leaking. You weren't snooping, you were sensing. That knowing didn't come from you, it came through you, and that's what's breaking them now. Because they can't explain you. They can explain away suspicion. They can gaslight doubt. But what do they do when you speak something they've never said out loud, and you're dead on accurate? It terrifies them, because now they're realizing they were never in control, not of the story, not of the lie, not of the version of reality they tried to build, because while they were constructing fantasy, you were receiving truth from a place they'll never reach. But chosen one, let me ask you this. How many times have you felt like you were too much because of that gift? How many times did you feel guilty for knowing things no one told you? How often did you silence yourself, convincing yourself you must be wrong because you had no proof? Stop it. You're not broken. You're not delusional. You're not crazy. You are connected. And that connection, that's not some mystical nonsense. That's real power. Power that reaches beyond logic, beyond time, beyond language. Power that pulls raw, unfiltered, unedited truth from dimensions most people never even acknowledge. And when you speak it, it lands like a bomb, because you're not speaking from your mind. You're channeling from the unseen, the realm where lies can't survive. And they feel it. That's why their stomach turns when you open your mouth. That's why their face changes when you speak, because you're not calling them out. You're dragging their truth into the light. You didn't work with facts, you worked with frequency. You didn't move through logic, you moved through alignment. And every time they told themselves you couldn't possibly know, the universe whispered to you, say it, drop it, watch what happens. And when you did, silence. They froze, because it was too precise, too personal, too accurate to deny. They knew you didn't overhear anything. They just couldn't hide from what was watching through you. Now they question everything. How much do you really know? What else have you seen? What have you kept to yourself? Because you didn't spill it all, did you? You dropped just enough to let them know, I see you, and that alone has them spiraling. Chosen one, you're not just intuitive, you're a live wire for divine justice. Your presence isn't just powerful, it's convicting. That's why people flinch around you when they're hiding something, why they distance themselves without explanation, why they suddenly switch up after lying to your face. You don't even need to confront them, your energy does it for you. So stop doubting the gift. Stop trying to explain the unexplainable to people who aren't meant to understand it. Stop watering down the fact that your knowing comes from something above this realm, and that people who lie in your presence are basically asking for exposure, because you weren't designed to chase lies. You were born to break them open with silence. Let them wonder how you knew. Let them try to trace back the leak. They'll never find it. Because it wasn't in a text, it wasn't in a call, it was in the energy, the language of the unseen. And that's the language you were born fluent in. They thought you were guessing, but it wasn't a guess, it was a download. They thought you were confused, but you were aligned, plugged in, unlocked. And when the moment came to speak, you did. And the truth hit them like a blade made of silence. So don't second-guess it when you feel something that can't be explained. That's the real you, the chosen one version, the one built to walk into rooms and rearrange the atmosphere just by existing, the one that doesn't need to see proof to know what's hiding in plain sight, the one that leaves people trembling, not because of what you said, but because of what you could have said but didn't. Let them wrestle with the truth. Let them panic about what else you know. You don't need to prove it. They already felt the truth hit. And the truth is, you never needed to hear it to know it. Because you were always tuned in to what was never meant to be spoken. You pulled it from the unseen and made it undeniable. And now they're left to face a reality they thought they buried. But you already saw the whole thing before they even finished the first lie. Number 5, you exposed them without lifting a finger, and that's what broke them. They expected fire, but it was your silence that burned the loudest. Let's make something clear. You never screamed, you never argued, you never had to drag them into the light, because they were already choking on the truth before you ever said a word. You didn't throw their dirt back in their face. You didn't go on a revenge tour. You didn't beg people to believe your side. And that's the part that terrifies them now. The fact that you knew everything and still chose to walk away untouched. You didn't just expose them. You made the truth rise to the surface on its own, like oil leaking through a cracked foundation. You didn't blow the whistle. You were the alarm, silent, steady, undeniable. They thought they could outrun exposure, thought if they twisted the story fast enough, the lie would become the truth. But what they didn't count on was that the universe doesn't need you to fight when you're aligned. It fights through you, and in this case, it exposed them for you. While they were plotting in the dark, thinking they were getting away with it, you were sitting in clarity, observing, trusting, letting time do what rage never could. And now they're the ones squirming. Not because you did something, but because you didn't. They can't process that. They can't wrap their ego around the idea that someone could know every secret, every betrayal, every false word, and not retaliate, not explode, not sink to their level. But you didn't need to. You walked away with everything you needed: the truth, the clarity, the strength. And that chosen one is why you're so dangerous, because you didn't need revenge. You didn't need a crowd. You didn't need validation. You were enough, all by yourself, standing in full awareness, holding receipts you never even used. You didn't ruin them. You let the truth do that, quietly, effortlessly, permanently. And that's what scares them now. Not your voice, your restraint, not your anger, your mastery. Because here's the truth they'll never admit out loud. They're not afraid of what you know. They're afraid of what you chose not to do with what you know. They know you had every reason to destroy them. They know you had every piece of evidence lined up. But instead of setting the whole thing on fire, you lit a single candle and walked away. You let the universe handle the rest. And it did. Brutally. But now, chosen one, let's talk about you for a second. Let's talk about what it took to stay that calm, to hold your truth like a sword and not swing it, to let betrayal sit in your chest like a boulder and still not drop it on their head. You showed mercy, real mercy, and that wasn't weakness. That was power in its purest form. You had every right to expose them. You could have ruined their name, shattered their image, turned people against them with just one sentence. But instead, you kept it all to yourself and let them self-destruct on their own. That's why they're scared now, because they don't know what else you know. They don't know what you're holding. They don't know what truth is still waiting in your vault. And because you never used it, you've now become the most unpredictable person in their life. Because if you didn't destroy them then, what would it take to make you move now? That silence, that calm, that unreadable energy? It's more terrifying than any threat, because now they know you don't react. You decide, and once you make that decision, you vanish. And when you vanish, truth follows you like a shadow that they can't outrun. They're still waiting for the explosion, still waiting for the scandal, still checking over their shoulder, because they feel it, the consequences echoing in their life. And they're wondering, was that them? Was that the chosen one pulling strings behind the scenes? But you weren't. You didn't touch a thing, you just walked away in full alignment, and the universe did what it always does when you're chosen. It exposed everything. And chosen one, let this be a moment where you stop underestimating the weight of who you are. You're not just someone with spiritual insight. You're someone who can unravel an entire lie just by not reacting to it. You are the mirror they fear, the silence they can't read, the awareness they can't lie to, and the justice they can't escape. Stop questioning your role. Stop wondering if you did the right thing by walking away. You didn't walk away because you were weak. You walked away because you knew you didn't need to do anything. You let the truth speak. And now it's screaming louder than revenge ever could. So don't carry the guilt for not burning them. They're already burning themselves in the fire they set for you. Let them sit in it. Let them explain your silence to themselves in circles. Because at the end of the day, you expose them without lifting a single finger, and that's what they'll never recover from. Number 6. You didn't react, you conducted a spiritual autopsy, and they died by their own lies. They thought you were emotional, but you were performing surgery, quiet, exact, unforgiving. They thought you were sitting in the dark, clueless, that you didn't notice the shade, the fake smiles, the backhanded compliments. They believed your silence meant blindness. But while they were out here playing games, you weren't reacting. You were analyzing every pause, every fake laugh, every word that didn't match the energy behind it. You weren't confused. You were conducting a full spiritual autopsy on their words, their energy, their intent. They assumed you were ignoring the red flags. They had no idea you were documenting them. You weren't lashing out because you didn't need to. You were watching how deep the rot ran. And when you finally spoke, you didn't scream. You didn't throw accusations. You didn't bring chaos to the room. You brought truth, calm, sharp, cold, and surgical. You didn't destroy them with lies. You destroyed them with clarity. You named the wound. You described the infection. And you did it all without raising your voice. That's what shook them. That's what they'll never recover from. Not the exposure, but the way you exposed them with zero effort. Because to them, you were just quiet. But to your spirit, you were a surgeon with perfect precision. And chosen one, let's talk about that. Let's talk about how easy it was for you to see what they thought was hidden. How obvious the deception became the more they tried to mask it. How your soul was alert long before the mask ever slipped. Because you weren't being emotional, you were being exact. You saw the cracks in the story before the story was even finished. You saw the lie pulsing under their skin, and you waited for the moment it would reveal itself. But why did you doubt that? Why did you second-guess your clarity when your spirit never missed a beat? That's the real question. Because chosen one, you were born with sight others don't have. While they rely on words, you read vibration. While they rely on appearances, you read truth frequency. You were decoding their energy like a living blueprint. So why did you feel the need to question that just to seem fair? You don't owe people silence when their presence triggers alarms in your soul. You don't owe them the benefit of the doubt when your intuition is screaming the diagnosis. You were never overthinking. You were observing. That quiet, calm stillness they mistook for weakness. That was you sharpening the blade. And when you finally delivered what they thought you'd never say, it was done with so much composure, it shattered them. Because you didn't explode, you confirmed, you didn't accuse, you detailed, you didn't rant, you revealed. And that level of restraint, that level of mastery, that's what made them fall apart. Now they're left questioning everything, not just what you saw, but what else you know, what else you picked apart in silence, what you've kept to yourself. Because the worst part for them isn't the truth you revealed. It's the truth you still haven't. And now your silence echoes louder than anything you could have said. That's the real power, chosen one. You don't have to fight dirty. You don't have to match their lies with noise. Your gift isn't just in seeing through people, it's in cutting through them without ever raising your hand. You didn't need revenge. You just needed the moment. And when it came, you delivered your truth like a surgeon, clean, sharp, and irreversible. So don't ever apologize for how precise you are. Don't ever hold back your truth just because it might slice too deep. You're not reckless, you're refined. You don't deal in drama, you deal in reality. And when reality shows up in your voice, it doesn't need help. It cuts on its own. Let them sit with that. Let them replay the moment you laid their story open without flinching. Let them wonder how you knew, because the truth is, you always did. You didn't just react. You performed a spiritual autopsy, and they died by the lies they thought you'd never catch. Number 7. You were the variable. They couldn't predict, and that's what broke the system. They wrote the script, cast the roles, and set the stage, but forgot that the chosen one never follows direction. They thought they had it down to a science. Push this button, get this reaction, stir the pot, sit back and watch it boil, lie, manipulate, play the victim, then flip the story. That formula worked like magic on everyone else. Until you showed up. And suddenly, nothing made sense anymore. You didn't play along. You didn't rise to the bait. You didn't give them the reaction their script required. You broke the rhythm. You glitched their system. You shattered their pattern without even trying. You weren't supposed to act like that. You were supposed to break down, fight back, chase closure, defend yourself, give them something to work with, something to twist. But instead, you stood there in silence. Not cold, not bitter, just unbothered, grounded, clear, mysterious in a way they couldn't decode. And that's what sent them into a spiral, because the one thing manipulators fear most is unpredictability. You were the wild card, the unknown variable, the one who didn't just escape the game, you ended it. They used to feel powerful when they controlled others. Watching people cry, beg, explode, unravel, it made them feel important, like a puppet master, like a god in a world they thought they ruled. But when you stepped in, they pulled every string and nothing moved. You didn't react, you observed. You didn't defend yourself, you detached. You didn't try to prove your worth, you knew it already. And that kind of power, it's terrifying to people who rely on chaos. They couldn't read you, couldn't get inside your head, couldn't figure out why their usual tactics fell flat in front of you. They expected fire, they expected drama, but you gave them stillness so sharp, it cut their ego in half. And that's when they realized you weren't part of the program. You were the glitch in it, the bug in the code, the end of the script. But let's get real, chosen one, you didn't get that stillness by accident. That kind of presence comes from pain, from experience, from knowing too much and speaking too little, from being betrayed, underestimated, studied, and played. Until one day, your spirit woke up and said, "No more." You didn't become the variable overnight. You were forged into it. And yet, even with all that power, how many times did you question yourself? How many times did you ask, "Why am I not reacting like everyone else?" How many times did you feel guilty for being unmoved, for being too calm, for not needing closure like everyone said you should? Let me tell you something that needs to stick in your bones. Your silence is not weakness. Your non-reaction is not numbness. It's discipline. It's evolution. It's spiritual mastery. You were never meant to be predictable. You were never meant to follow the script. You were born to break patterns, not repeat them. That's why your presence feels disruptive. That's why people either fear you, envy you, or try to decode you. Because deep down, they know the usual tricks don't work on someone who's not playing the game. And the moment they realize that, they lost control. Because everything they had built depended on you responding like everyone else. But you didn't. You paused. You detached. You chose peace. And that one decision made you more powerful than anything they'd ever seen. Now they talk in circles. Now they over-explain. Now they try to twist your silence into weakness, but it's too late. The game ended the moment you stopped playing, and now they're left sitting in the ruins of their old tactics, wondering what the hell just happened. But you know what happened. You happened. The one variable they never planned for, the one soul they couldn't decode, the one spirit that wasn't moved by manipulation, chaos, or control. You weren't the target, you were the test, and they failed it, miserably. So don't you dare doubt yourself. Don't question why you're different. You're not cold, you're not detached, you're deliberate. And when the chosen one becomes deliberate, the whole system falls apart. Let it. Number 8. You didn't just see the lie, you saw the whole machine running behind it. They thought they were hiding behind a mask. You saw the hands that built it. You didn't just catch a slip-up. You didn't just notice a shady move. You uncovered the entire system they were operating from. The ego, the generational trauma, the control tactics, the fake persona powered by fear and manipulation. While they thought they were fooling you, you were reading every blueprint they didn't even know they were following. That's what shook them. Not that you caught the lie, but that you decoded the system behind it. You didn't just see them. You saw the spirit moving through them. You saw the script they were taught to run on. You saw the pain they never dealt with. The power games passed down like tradition. They thought you'd need screenshots. They thought you'd need evidence. But your spirit has access no camera ever will. What they didn't understand is that your knowing isn't investigation, it's revelation. You walk into a room and feel the truth before anyone speaks. You pick up the signal that their words try to bury, and by the time they lie, it's already too late. Your soul already logged the truth. Now they're scrambling, not just because you saw through them, but because they know you saw things they didn't even want to see in themselves. They can't lie their way out of this, because you weren't just watching their behavior, you were tracing the energy behind it, all the way back to the root. And the scariest part for them, you never even needed to look. You didn't dig, you didn't snoop, you knew. And that kind of knowing, that depth of discernment, it's terrifying to anyone trying to control a false reality. They built their whole life on illusion, and you walked in and saw the scaffolding, exposed the foundation. Not with a shout, but with presence. Not with rage, but with certainty. And it collapsed under the weight of your silence. So understand this, chosen one, you didn't just break the moment. You broke the system. You saw through the program, and that's why they're truly afraid. Let them panic. Let them overcompensate. Let them sit with the fact that you didn't need to catch them because they were already exposed in your presence. Your knowing shook their whole structure, and once you see the system, you can't unsee it, and they can't undo it. And now, if you've made it this far, you already know this wasn't just content. This was confirmation, a mirror, a call to rise and never shrink again. Because if you're chosen, you're not here by accident. You were sent to see what others miss, and to walk away, not wounded, but awakened. So if this hit your spirit, like the video, subscribe to stay tapped into the frequency, drop the number 77 in the comments to claim your power, and share this with another chosen one who needs the reminder. You weren't crazy, you were just always right. The ones who walk through hell and still smile, they are not lucky, they are chosen. They laughed behind your back, mocked your silence, thought your gentleness meant weakness. How dare they? How dare they look at the chosen ones and think, easy target? How dare they mistake your patience for surrender? But here's what they never understood. You were never alone. The universe was always at your side, quiet but watching, waiting for the moment to show up for its own. And now, that moment has arrived. They weren't just fighting you, they were throwing punches at the force that chose you, and that force never misses when it hits back. You weren't in the way, you were the way. They declared war without reading the name engraved in the stars above you. And now, they're getting hit where it hurts. Not just losses, but collapse. Not just karma, but reckoning. Gut-level, soul-cracking, reality-bending consequences. This is what happens when you try to dim light that was never yours to touch. Before we go deeper, hit that like button and subscribe. It's not about numbers, it's about the signal. Every like, every share tells the platform to push this to another chosen one who needs to wake up, who needs to remember who they are. If this message reaches the right person at the right time, it shifts the whole frequency. You're not just watching this, you're activating something. So let's get into it. Welcome back, chosen ones. You've been through the storm, and now you're walking like you built the clouds. There's something different about you now, and they can see it. You're not just moving differently, you're vibrating higher, speaking less, hitting harder, and not with fists, but with presence, with purpose. That's the new attitude. You didn't buy it, you earned it. They tried to erase you with whispers and backroom plots, but your name kept rising. They hoped the betrayals would break you. But look at you now, untouchable, unbothered, and unavoidable. The power of being chosen isn't just protection, it's projection. You haunt the minds of those who underestimated you. They see your face in their guilt, your voice in their silence, your success in their failure. The universe didn't just lift you, it used you as a mirror, and now they're choking on their own reflection. Did they think you were a phase, a joke, a mistake? No, you were the test, and they failed. You spent so long thinking you were alone, doubting your own light while dragging the weight of people who were never meant to come with you. You asked why it felt so lonely. Here's the truth. Isolation is the first sign of being chosen. Diamonds are made alone, so are storms, so are revolutions. You being chosen isn't a compliment, it's a calling. It's a cosmic assignment wrapped in pain, pressure, and proof. And now that you've stepped into it, the universe is not asking for permission. It's moving things, aligning things, destroying things that no longer belong near you. The shift is loud, and it's only just begun. Keep walking like you know who you are, because now you do. And to the ones who thought this was a game, it's checkmate. So if that fire in your chest is real, if your new attitude isn't just a mood but a movement, then stay right here. This message isn't just words, it's a mirror. And if you're truly one of the chosen, you'll feel that pull to keep going, like the universe itself is holding your seat. Drop the number 77 in the comments if you know this shift isn't random, it's alignment. You've stepped into something bigger, and trust me, it only gets louder from here. Now, let's get into it, step by step, because chosen ones, that new attitude, it looks powerful on you. Number 1, they tried to lease your soul for likes. You've repossessed it with fire. They wanted to own your silence, rent your light, and flip your worth like cheap stock. But chosen one, you just raised the rent and torched the building. They thought they could puppeteer your identity with praise. Smile here. Stay quiet there. Don't be too much, but don't be too invisible either. How dare they? How dare they look at a force like you, crafted by storms, carved by survival, chosen by the universe itself, and treat you like a follower auditioning for acceptance. Let's make one thing brutally clear. They never wanted the real you. They wanted the version of you that made them feel bigger, safer, smarter. The diluted, agreeable, harmless version. The one who kept their secrets, carried their shame, and smiled while doing it. You weren't just performing, you were shape-shifting to survive. And now that you've stopped, now that you walk with a new kind of edge in your stride, they're shook. You know why? Because the leash snapped. Approval wasn't love, it was control. It was a drug, and they were the dealer. They gave you crumbs of validation, just enough to keep you coming back. Dress like this, speak like that, post this, delete that, stay nice, stay soft, stay manageable. But you weren't built to be managed. You were built to be remembered. They underestimated you because you underestimated yourself. You thought silence was strength. You thought shrinking was survival. You thought needing connection meant tolerating chains. Shame on them for trying to dim you. But shame on you, yes you, for letting them. For 1 second, you believed them when they acted like your light was too loud. You believed the lie that your worth depended on fitting into their box. You thought being chosen meant being liked. Wrong. Being chosen means standing so tall that people try to knock you down just to feel level. Here's the truth. When the universe marks someone as chosen, that person becomes a mirror. People either love the reflection or run from it. And those who run, they try to break the mirror. Not because it's wrong, but because it's real. And let's talk about power, not the loud, fake kind that needs an audience. I'm talking about the quiet storm building in your bones, the power that terrifies them. Because when the universe aligns for the chosen, nothing, and I mean nothing, can block that force. They weren't just playing with your peace. They were messing with the system itself. They were trying to rewrite fate. And now, fate is writing back, in all caps, with lightning. You doubted yourself. You dared to think you were alone, forgotten, left behind. Do you even understand who you are? When a chosen one doubts their own light, the whole frequency drops. You slow down, the very shift meant to change everything. That's not humility, that's sabotage. The universe didn't bring you this far to watch you fold because a few weak souls couldn't handle your rise. You were never meant to be easy. You were meant to be inevitable. Think about this. Have you noticed how people who tried to control you are now unraveling? That's not coincidence. That's consequence. The moment you stopped chasing their approval, the current shifted, the wind moved, the tables turned. Because when a chosen one stops begging, the universe starts roaring. They see the new you now, the unfiltered, unbothered, unowned version. And it scares them. You no longer smile to make them feel okay. You no longer sit at tables where you're the topic, not the guest. You no longer edit your truth for their comfort. And now, they're exposed. You reclaimed your soul, and suddenly their power vanished. That's not just healing, that's revolution. You traded the currency of approval for the wealth of authenticity. And guess what? That new attitude, that untouchable, undeniable shift in you, it looks good. No, it looks legendary. Number 2, you took your light with you. Now they're choking in the dark. You were their fire in the cold, their shelter in the storm, and they had the nerve to curse the warmth when it walked away. Oh, so now they're offended? Now they've got attitudes, silent treatments, backhanded posts, cold shoulders. Funny how loud the silence gets when the chosen one walks out of the room. You didn't slam the door. You didn't make a scene. You just stopped handing out free access to your spirit, and suddenly their whole reality cracked. But let's be real, they're not mourning your presence. They're mourning their supply, because you weren't a person to them. You were a power source. You were their emotional IV drip, their midnight therapist, their motivational speaker, their human safety net. Always there, always ready, always pouring, even when you were empty. And why did you do it? Because you thought it was love. Because you thought loyalty meant self-abandonment. Because you confused being needed with being valued. But let's call it what it was. Exploitation wrapped in flattery. And now that you've unplugged yourself from their survival system, now that you've reclaimed your time, your voice, your damn life, they're offended. Of course they are. Parasites don't take well to starvation. Let me say this plainly. Your absence doesn't offend them because they miss you. It offends them because you took back the benefits. You were their mirror, their emotional janitor, their confidence factory. And when you stopped clapping, they lost rhythm. You were never allowed to be tired, never allowed to say no, never allowed to ask for the same love you gave so freely. You were a one-way street they never planned to pay toll on. And you, yes, you, chosen one, you saw the truth, but you second-guessed it. You felt guilty for choosing yourself, guilty for resting, guilty for wanting peace. You asked yourself, am I being selfish? Am I abandoning people? No, you're not abandoning anyone. You're abandoning roles you were never meant to play. Let me ask you something brutal. Why do you feel bad for people who only loved you when you were bleeding for them? Why do you miss the ones who vanished the moment you needed what you gave? Why are you mourning connections that were built on your self-neglect? The universe did not choose you to be drained. The universe chose you to be disruptive. And your silence, your retreat, that was the disruption they never saw coming. You didn't change, you returned. Returned to your true self. The self before the constant emotional labor. Before the sure I can help reflex, before the identity of fixer, listener, helper, healer. Before you were told that love must always look like sacrifice, you returned to the you who understands this one truth. Being chosen doesn't mean being used, it means being set apart. So let them talk, let them twist your name, let them gossip in low circles while you ascend in silence. They never deserved the version of you that over-delivered while they undercared. You were never hard to love. You were just too easy to exploit. And when a chosen one steps back, the whole system that depended on your exhaustion collapses. Here's the real sting for them. You didn't yell. You didn't argue. You just got quiet. And in that silence, they heard everything they needed to know. The withdrawal of your energy screamed the truth louder than any goodbye could. Your peace exposed their dependence. Your boundaries revealed their intentions. Your growth made their comfort zone look small. And some of you still are doubting, still asking, did I do the right thing? Was I too harsh? Let me break that for you now. There is no such thing as being too harsh when you're reclaiming your damn self. You gave them a front row seat to your soul for years. The least they can do is watch from the balcony now. Stop mourning the loss of people who were only there because you were bleeding for them. Stop feeling bad because they're uncomfortable with the fact that you've stopped being a resource. You are not a service. You are a force. Your absence is not a betrayal. It's a boundary. And if they can't survive without draining you, that says everything. You've got to understand this. Chosen ones don't get applause for boundaries. They get backlash. You will be misunderstood, villainized, lied on, discarded. That's the price of no longer being available for dysfunction. But the reward? Freedom, clarity, power. The kind of power that haunts them at night, because now they know you were the prize the whole time. Not the helper, not the extra, not the sidekick, the core. You weren't just there. You were everything that made them feel whole. And now that you've left, they're hollow. Let them sit with that. You want a metaphor? Fine. You were the sun, and they brought umbrellas to your light. They enjoyed your warmth while hiding from your heat. And now that you've set, they're mad, they're cold. That's not your burden to carry anymore. Don't ever shrink again to soothe someone who needs you broken. Don't ever apologize for choosing rest, peace, silence, space. You're not a backup plan. You're not an emotional landfill. You're not here to be anyone's unpaid lifeline. Let this be your final internal dialogue on this. You are not too much. They were too small. You are not selfish. They were self-serving. You are not abandoning anyone. You are finally choosing you. And to the ones who feel bitter now that your light is gone, you should have honored it when it was shining on you. Chosen one, don't turn around, don't explain, don't second guess. The ones who truly value you never asked you to dim. The ones who vanished were never really there, and the ones still clinging, they're just hoping you'll forget who you've become. Too late. That new attitude, that unbothered, unchained, unapologetic energy radiating from you. It doesn't just look good on you. It looks like the beginning of their end. Number 3. You stopped being their mirror. Now they're mad they can't see themselves anymore. They didn't want to heal. They just wanted you quiet enough to feel whole in your absence. So now they say you've changed. Now they flinch at your confidence. Now they whisper behind your back like your elevation is an attack. Let's call it what it is. You stopped being their comfort zone in human form, and they're spiraling without their emotional crutch. You used to be their mirror, not the kind that flatters, but the kind that hides. You reflected exactly what they needed to see to feel secure. You shrunk your voice, dimmed your joy, paused your purpose, not because you were fake, but because you were trained to survive. Because every time your shine got a little too bright, someone nearby started twitching. When you got loud, they got passive-aggressive. When you grew, they got distant. So you told yourself, maybe if I just take up less space, everyone will feel safe. But safety bought through self-erasure isn't safety. It's quiet self-destruction. It's death by 1,000 silences. And now, finally, you stopped. You stopped playing small to protect the fragile. You stopped making yourself easy to swallow. You stopped pretending your softness was all you had. And let's be honest, they hate it. Not because you're wrong, but because now they can't see themselves in you anymore. You stopped reflecting their illusion, and now they're forced to face their own reality. Here's the part that'll sting a little. They were never comfortable with you. They were comfortable with your containment. You weren't their friend, their family, their loved one. You were their screen, a projection space for everything they refused to fix in themselves. When you were broken, they felt balanced. When you were doubting, they felt secure. When you were hiding, they could pretend they were whole. And now that you're done with all that, now that you walk different, talk different, glow different, you're dangerous. Not because you've harmed anyone, but because your healing makes their wounds visible. You want to know why they call you arrogant now, why they roll their eyes at your boundaries, your confidence, your glow-up. Because they're exposed. You're not doing anything to them. You're just no longer doing anything for their ego. That's what shifted. The light hasn't changed. It just stopped dimming. You weren't too loud. They were too used to silence. You weren't too confident. They were too invested in your insecurity. You weren't too much. They were too dependent on your shrinking. And you, yes, you, chosen one, you still feel guilt. You still question, am I being selfish? Am I making them uncomfortable? Let me break it down for you. You are not required to fold yourself in half just so someone else can feel whole. You are not a canvas for their fears. You are not a mirror for their wounds. You are not responsible for their inability to evolve. Stop dimming your light to soothe the ones who never planned to shine anyway. You are no longer a reflection. You are a revelation. You're showing what it means to rise, to reclaim, to own space unapologetically. And the ones who loved your brokenness are now choking on your wholeness. They used to say you were humble. What they meant was manageable. They liked you best when you were questioning yourself because it kept them from questioning themselves. And let's be even more honest. Some of them never wanted you to rise. They wanted you relatable in your pain, not radiant in your purpose. Because if you could heal, what excuse would they have? If you could evolve, what would that say about their comfort in stagnation? But here's what you need to stop doing. Right now, stop trying to explain your growth to people who benefit from your confusion. Stop over-apologizing for stepping into your power like you stole it. You didn't steal anything. You earned every inch of this. The silence, the solitude, the scars. That wasn't vanity, that was victory. And now, you're not their mirror. You're their wake-up call. Whether they answer it or not is none of your business. Your job is not to shrink for their peace. Your job is to shine for your purpose. If your light makes them squint, let them blink. If your truth makes them squirm, let them wiggle. You've sacrificed enough for their comfort. Your new role is not caretaker of egos, it's architect of your own legacy. Let them talk. Let them misunderstand. Let them project. They did that before, and they'll do it again. But now they're doing it in the shadow of a version of you they never believed could exist. And that's what stings. You proved them wrong by becoming who they swore you'd never be, free. So walk with it, stand in it, speak from it. That new attitude, it's not too much. It's just enough to remind them you were never theirs to shape. You were chosen. And that means you were always meant to break the mold. And if that makes them uncomfortable, good. Growth should. Number 4, you owe no one an explanation for your peace. Your no is a wall, not a window. They weren't confused by your no. They were offended that you finally meant it. Let's go ahead and rip the guilt out of your throat right now. You don't owe anybody a soft landing for your truth. You don't need to lace your no with a sugarcoat, a smile, or a nervous apology. You don't have to perform regret just because someone's feelings are bruised by your boundaries. You said no, and that's enough. They heard you. They just didn't like that they couldn't twist it. For so long, you turned your boundaries into negotiations. You wrapped every refusal in bubble wrap. I'm sorry, I just really can't right now. It's not that I don't want to, I'm just... Stop. You weren't setting boundaries. You were asking for permission to have them. And that's not strength. That's survival mode dressed up as politeness. Let's call it what it was, fear. You were afraid of being labeled rude, afraid of being too much, afraid of not being liked, of starting conflict, of losing your seat at someone else's table. So you bent, you flexed, you watered yourself down until your yes didn't even sound like you anymore. And each time you said yes when you meant no, a piece of your soul backed further into the corner. And the worst part, they knew. Oh, they knew. But as long as you kept performing, they kept clapping. You became agreeable, not out of love, but out of fear. And they ate that up. They called you easygoing, a team player, so generous. But what they really meant was controllable. But that version of you is gone, buried, done. Because now your no is a sentence, not a paragraph, not a prelude, not a debate. Just no, period. End of transmission. You're no longer opening the floor for rebuttals when it comes to your peace. And they don't like that, do they? Of course they don't. People who were used to your over-explanation aren't confused. They're cut off. They miss the version of you who apologized for simply existing, who filled in every silent pause with reasons they could rip apart. They're mad because your no slammed the door on their entitlement. Let them knock. Let them pace outside your peace. You don't have to open the door, because here's the truth. When you explain too much, you invite negotiation. You train them to believe your boundaries are up for discussion, that your comfort can be talked down like a bad price at a street market. And every time you do that, you shrink. A little here, a little there, until eventually your soul is living on a leash made of polite lies. Not anymore. Now, your no comes with the same strength as your old people-pleasing yes, but without the cost. Calm, director, clean, no drama, no softness meant to soothe their ego, just truth, just freedom, just you, finally choosing yourself without flinching. Let me say this to you, hard and loud. You are not a service. You are not a therapist. You are not a crisis line. You are not a favor factory. You are not responsible for making other people feel okay about not getting what they want. You are a soul, and your time, your energy, your presence is sacred ground. So the next time someone flinches at your boundary, ask yourself, why did they feel so entitled to my yes in the first place? Because real ones, aligned ones, the ones who honor your light, they don't need you to explain your no. They respect it, they match it, they say, got it, and move on. But the ones who argue, the ones who guilt trip, they were never aligned. They were addicted to access, and now they've lost the plug. Let them call you selfish. Let them say you've changed. They're not wrong. You have changed. You've stopped making your life a buffet line for people who never brought anything to the table. This isn't attitude. This is alignment. Every time you say no without explanation, the universe takes notice. It adjusts. It protects. Because you're finally in your power. You're no longer begging to be understood. You're simply being. And that scares people used to the version of you who bled silently while smiling. Chosen one, hear me. They never needed your explanation. They needed your compliance. And now that you've stopped giving it, they'll throw tantrums. Let them. They'll act like your no is violence. Let them drown in their dramatics. The truth is, your peace has always been the most dangerous thing to the ones who fed off your chaos. Now that it's untouchable, they have nothing to feed on. So walk in that. Let your no be final. Let it be sacred. Let it be proof that you are no longer in the business of explaining your boundaries to people who only listen for loopholes. Your no is no longer just a word. It's a wall. It's a shield. It's a return to self. And trust me, it looks divine on you. Number 5. You don't knock anymore. You walk in like you built the damn room. They didn't reject you because you weren't good enough. They rejected you because they saw the crown you hadn't claimed yet. Let's say it how it is. You're done auditioning for roles in rooms you were born to run. No more rehearsed humility. No more soft-talking your brilliance just to keep the insecure comfortable. No more asking for permission to be what you already are, undeniable. Because here's the truth, and it's brutal. They never wanted you to fail. They wanted you to stay small, quiet, shrunk down and second-guessing yourself, waiting in the hallway like an obedient hopeful, praying to be picked. And guess what? You fed into that. For a while you really did. You held back, tiptoed, diluted your presence just enough to be likable. You mistook caution for class. You confused survival for strategy. You thought if you were humble enough, silent enough, low maintenance enough, they'd finally let you stay in the room, let you exist, let you matter. And now you see it. You weren't being humble. You were being handled. That version of you, the one who rehearsed conversations before speaking, who doubted their every move, who took up as little space as possible so others didn't feel threatened, that version is dead. Mourn it if you must, but don't you dare resurrect it. You know what changed? You remembered. That's it. That's the shift. You remembered your worth. You stopped waiting for someone to validate it with a look, a title, an invitation. You realized you didn't have to earn the right to be there. You were the reason the space had value in the first place. You were the table, and they were lucky you ever pulled up a chair. You don't knock anymore because you're not asking for access. You are access. Your energy is the currency. Your presence is the shift. And the ones who side-eye you now, the ones who suddenly go cold when you walk in with that new confidence, they're not reacting to arrogance. They're reacting to alignment, because now you walk like you own it. Not because someone crowned you, not because a panel said yes, but because you finally said yes to yourself. And yet, let's call it out, you still hear the whispers, don't you? They think they're better now. They've changed. They're full of themselves. Let them whisper. Let them choke on every word. Because what they call arrogance is just you not flinching anymore. What they call too much is just you at full volume for the first time in your damn life. Chosen one, this is not the season of asking. This is the season of arriving. You used to stare at the floor, study the temperature of the room, ask yourself 100 times, do I belong here? Let me answer that for you. You are the room, you are the moment. The walls remember your footsteps, the ceiling adjusts to your growth. You're not there to fit in, you're there to shift gravity. You want metaphors? Here's one. You were water trying to fit into glasses too small to hold you. And when you finally spilled over, they called it a mess. No, it was expansion. It was overflow. It was you realizing you were never meant to be contained. Stop shrinking to fit into systems that were never designed with your power in mind. Stop second-guessing your presence because it makes other people question their own. That's not your responsibility. You didn't come here to soothe egos. You came here to set things on fire with your truth. And if that truth burns their comfort to ash, so be it. This is what happens when a chosen one stops performing. The whole room tenses. The whole system glitches. Because your presence alone exposes everything fake. Your clarity is confrontation. You didn't have to raise your voice. You just had to arrive. And now, everything's shifting. You don't compete where you create, and you don't audition for rooms you built in your sleep. Some of you still feel that tug, that old fear. What if they don't like me? What if I'm too much? Let me tell you, you will be too much for rooms built on insecurity. You will be misunderstood by people who only understand hierarchy, not energy. But your job is not to make yourself palatable. Your job is to be real, and real doesn't always taste sweet. You're not loud, you're solid, you're not cocky, you're clear. You don't dominate, you belong, and that's the difference. This isn't ego, this is essence. And if it makes people squirm, that's between them and their unhealed self-esteem. Stop hoping to be noticed, stop performing for a nod, a clap, a seat. You are the moment, you are the table. And the second you realize that, everything started to shift. You no longer walk in wondering if you're enough. You walk in knowing they'd better hope they're ready. Because you're not just in the room now, you are the reason it matters. Number 5. Your healing was a mirror, and they couldn't stand the reflection. You weren't trying to make anyone uncomfortable. You were just finally breathing, and they couldn't handle your oxygen. Let's not sugarcoat it. Your healing didn't just shift your life, it shook theirs, and not in the way you expected. You thought they'd clap louder. You thought they'd rise with you. You thought the same people who wiped your tears would stand beside you when you no longer had any. But here's the gut punch. Your glow made them squint, and instead of adjusting to the light, they chose the shadows. You didn't betray them. You evolved. You chose peace over pain, truth over performance, yourself over survival mode. And that decision, that growth, that quiet rise, it wrecked them. Not because you did something wrong, but because you did something they couldn't, or worse, wouldn't. You were once their safe space, not because they loved you fully, but because you were broken enough to never outshine them. You were the one who needed advice, who needed rescuing, who needed validation. Your pain kept you relatable, manageable, below them. But the moment you stood up, tall, clear, healed, the dynamic shifted, the hierarchy collapsed, and the ones who fed off your wounds, they starved. Now the silence is deafening, isn't it? The ones who once checked in constantly now ghost you. The ones who once gave endless pep talks are oddly mute when you're winning. It stings, doesn't it? You wonder, did I get too big? Did I leave them behind? No, love. You didn't leave anyone. You just stopped bleeding. And the ones who needed your pain to feel whole had nothing left to grab onto. Here's the truth, brutal and necessary. Your healing triggered the hell out of their unhealed wounds. Your clarity exposed their confusion. Your growth exposed their stagnation. Your boundaries revealed their manipulation. And the worst part, you weren't even trying to call them out. You were just minding your peace, lighting your path, tending your spirit. But healing is loud, even when it's quiet, because healing doesn't whisper, it echoes. It holds up a mirror, and not everyone likes what they see. They liked the version of you who hesitated, who needed approval, who second-guessed every move. That version never held them accountable. That version let them stay safe in their stuckness. That version allowed them to feel like they were ahead. But this new you, you're clear, you're grounded, you're unavailable for nonsense. You walk different, speak different. You no longer react, no longer chase, no longer make excuses. And that unsettles the ones who were rooting for your survival, not your success. Some people were never clapping for you. They were clapping because you needed them. Your brokenness made them feel strong. Your chaos made their mediocrity feel justified. You were never the threat until you healed. People love the caterpillar, but when you become the butterfly, suddenly you're too distant, too silent, too changed. Let them say it, let them twist the narrative, let them vanish, because now you know they were never loyal to your soul, they were loyal to your wounds, and when the wounds healed, their attachment dried up too. And for the chosen ones still doubting, still asking, maybe I should have stayed smaller, softer, less healed. Let me be blunt. Stop it. You're not responsible for someone else's refusal to grow. You are not the emotional dumpster for those who refuse to take their own trash to the curb. You did the work. You faced the darkness. You sat in the fire. You earned your peace. And if your peace makes them uncomfortable, that's their pain to sit with, not yours to fix. You didn't lose them. They lost access, and access to you in your healed state. That's a privilege, not a guarantee. Protect your peace like it's gold, because it is. Protect your growth like it's sacred, because it is. Protect your new frequency like it's royalty, because you are. And understand this. Anyone who vanishes when you rise was never there for your light, only for your shadow. Anyone who disappears when you glow was never real. And anyone who feels attacked by your healing was feeding off your brokenness. So let them go. Your evolution will cost you fake connections. Let it. Your healing will expose who never truly loved you. Accept it. And your growth will continue to trigger the ones still hiding from their own pain. That's not your burden. That's your proof. The chosen never stay broken. They rise, and when they do, the room gets real quiet. Let it. Number 6. You've cancelled the emotional currency. Your peace is no longer for sale. They didn't love you. They were just used to your discounts. Chosen one, let's get something painfully clear. You were never in a relationship. You were in a transaction. A soul-suffocating, spirit-draining, unbalanced bartering system where you always paid full price, and they walked out with everything for free. You've been handing out pieces of your heart like coupons, hoping one day someone would redeem it with real love, real loyalty, real recognition. You were trading peace for approval, swapping silence for acceptance, bending over backward while calling it connection. But deep down you knew that wasn't love. That was survival. That was emotional debt dressed up as devotion. And you're done playing that game. Because emotional bartering isn't generosity. It's desperation on mute. It's saying, if I give enough, maybe they won't leave. If I over-deliver, maybe I'll finally be enough. It's turning your soul into a vending machine. Punch the right button and out comes validation. But here's the brutal truth. They were never paying attention to what it cost you. They weren't investing. They were extracting. They liked you better when you were overgiving, overwhelmed, and quietly burning out in the background while clapping for them. You know what they loved most? Not your light, but how you dimmed it to make theirs feel brighter. And you, yes you, went along with it, because it felt safer to be needed than to be seen. You thought your worth came from usefulness. You confused love with loyalty to your pain. You believed that staying agreeable, fixing everything, saying yes with a smile would keep you safe. But guess what? You don't owe survival your soul anymore. You're not a fixer. You're not a therapist on standby. You're not a 24/7 emotional hotel. Your presence is not a service. Your energy is not a reward for good behavior. And your heart is not a damn vending machine that hands out healing just because someone showed up empty. That system, that twisted emotional economy where you sacrificed and they barely noticed, it's bankrupt now. They don't know how to handle this new version of you, the one who doesn't flinch when they pout, who doesn't chase when they ghost, who doesn't overextend just to keep fake peace. You know why? Because they were never loving you, they were loving access to you, and now that you're no longer selling pieces of yourself at clearance prices, they're mad. Let them be mad. Let them call you selfish. That's not a character flaw. That's sobriety. You've stepped out of the emotional casino where every moment was a gamble, where your peace was always on the table and the house always won. You walked away from the table, chips in hand, and now they don't know what to do without your bet. They weren't counting on you healing. They were counting on your need to be needed. But that need is dead, gone. You don't overgive from fear anymore. You give from choice. You show up because you want to, not because you're terrified of what happens if you don't. That's the shift. You're not rude, you're rooted. You're not cold, you're clear. You're not selfish, you're sacred now. Because finally, you realized you don't have to destroy yourself to feel loved. You don't have to trade silence for inclusion. You don't have to buy your worth with exhaustion. You are enough, right here, right now, without the extra effort, without the emotional labor, without the silent suffering. The ones who were attached to your chaos will fall off. They'll say you've changed. Of course you did. You stopped auditioning for their acceptance. You stopped being a bargain. You raised the price, and they never intended to pay. Let them go. This isn't just the end of overgiving. This is the end of emotional slavery. This is the beginning of sovereignty. Your peace is no longer up for negotiation. Your energy is no longer up for trade. You are not available for emotional bartering. Period. And the people who only knew how to love you when you were bleeding, they are no longer welcome in the room now that you're healed. Number 7, you finally chose yourself, and they can't handle the power of that decision. They weren't mad because you changed. They were mad because you finally stopped choosing them over yourself. Let's rip off the mask. You weren't being nice. You were being scared. You were saying yes while your soul was screaming no, nodding through disrespect, laughing off offenses, and calling it grace. But it wasn't grace. It was fear wrapped in a smile. It was the silent language of survival. Because deep down, you were terrified. Terrified of being the villain in someone else's story. terrified of conflict, terrified of rejection, terrified of being called difficult. So you wrapped yourself in kindness like armor, not to protect your heart, but to silence it. And now, that armor doesn't fit anymore. You've outgrown it, because you finally did the most rebellious, revolutionary, sacred thing you've ever done. You chose yourself, and that one decision changed everything. Because when you choose yourself, you stop handing out your peace like consolation prizes. You stop bartering your time, your body, your voice for temporary validation. You stop folding just to fit inside other people's comfort zones. That's not kindness, that's self-erasure. That's you bleeding behind a curtain while the crowd applauds your strength. Let me be blunt. Being nice without boundaries is emotional suicide. It's smiling while drowning. It's choosing silence over sanity. You used to tell yourself, it's not a big deal. I'm just being the bigger person. But let's be honest, you weren't being big. You were being invisible. And invisibility is not peace, it's prison. Now you've made the shift. You'd rather be misunderstood than manipulated. You'd rather disappoint someone else than keep disappointing yourself. You'd rather lose fake peace than keep betraying your truth. And yes, people are noticing. People who benefited from your silence are suddenly uncomfortable with your voice. People who counted on your softness are thrown off by your strength. Let them squirm, because your kindness, it hasn't disappeared. It's just finally been reclaimed. Reclaimed by you, for you. And that scares people, because they were never counting on your kindness. They were counting on your compliance. They thought you'd always take the high road, even if it killed you. They thought you'd always be agreeable, even when it broke you. They thought you'd always show up, even when you had nothing left to give. And now, you're showing up for yourself. That's the threat. That's the shift. You're not mean. You're not cold. You're clear. And clarity, real, unapologetic clarity, doesn't feel soft to people used to your softness being a survival tool. It feels like fire, because now when something doesn't feel right, you say it. When someone crosses a line, you draw it deeper. When your piece is on the table, you pull it back. No explanation, no negotiation, no guilt. And some people will hate you for that. They'll call it selfishness, disrespect, a change of attitude. Let them. Their opinion doesn't belong to you anymore, because here's the truth. People used you when you were confused. They thrived when you were unsure. They stayed when you couldn't stand up for yourself. But this version of you, the one who chooses calm over chaos, clarity over codependence, power over people-pleasing, they don't know what to do with this version, so they leave. Or they lash out. Or they call you different. Good. That's the point. You've traded chaos for calm, confusion for conviction, noise for knowing. You don't need to be everything for everyone anymore, because now you're everything to yourself. And while some will walk away, the right ones will rise. They'll step into your new standard, not because they have to, but because they respect it. Because they finally see what you see. That you were never asking for too much. You were just asking for yourself. And now that you've chosen you don't chase, you don't flinch, you don't fold. You walk, tall, full, undeniable. Because being kind without boundaries isn't strength. Choosing yourself with boundaries, that's power. Real, solid, unshakable. And now, they feel it. Let them. So now that the mask is off, the people-pleasing is dead, and the real you is standing tall. What's next? Simple. You keep walking. No more shrinking. No more explaining. No more apologizing for choosing yourself. The shift is here, and it's permanent. If this message hit you where it needed to, like this video, subscribe for more truth like this, and drop the number 77 in the comments if you're done negotiating your worth. Share this with another chosen one who's ready to stop auditioning for rooms they were born to lead. This movement grows every time you show up. When the universe selects a soul for purpose, anything sent to break them becomes fuel for their rise and poison to the sender. Did you see what they did? No, really. Did you see it? They laughed when you were crying. They smiled when you were struggling. They made you the punchline in rooms you were never even invited to. They mocked your heart, your mind, your purpose, like it was all a joke. How dare they? They thought you were soft. They thought you were weak. They thought the universe must have made a mistake choosing you. They couldn't see your glow, only your pain. And when you were at your lowest, they threw stones and hid their hands. They tried to make your breakdown a show. They wanted your name in the dirt. They wanted to ruin you. And now it's burning them alive. Before we go deeper, like this video, subscribe, and drop 77 in the comments if you're taking back what they tried to break. When you interact, it tells the algorithm to push this message to more chosen ones. More people like you. People who've been lied on, laughed at, left behind, but never defeated. Now, let's get into it. You weren't imagining it, the way they talked behind your back, the looks, the rumors, the fake love. They wanted you destroyed, and some of them weren't even subtle about it. They laughed when you failed. They clapped when you cried. They sent bad energy your way and watched from a distance, waiting to see if you'd fall. And you almost did, didn't you? You doubted yourself. You questioned your power. You let their words echo louder than your truth. You started to shrink. You started to think maybe they were right. Maybe you were the problem. Maybe you were too emotional, too much, too broken. But you weren't broken. You were being rebuilt. You weren't losing. You were being hidden for protection. They thought you had no one watching your back. They thought you were out here fighting by yourself. But the whole time, the universe was holding receipts, and now it's payback season. Tell me, did they think they could play with your name and never pay for it? Did they think they could throw dirt on your purpose and keep their own hands clean? Did they think the chosen one wouldn't rise, that you'd stay down forever, that you'd stay silent while they built lies on your back? They thought wrong. Now they're confused. Now they're scared. Why? Because you didn't break. You got quiet. You got still. And while you healed, the storm turned. And now it's headed straight for them. You don't even need to clap back. The universe is clapping back for you. They said you were crazy. Now they can't sleep at night. They said you were unstable. Now they're unraveling. They said you were done, and now you're glowing like nothing ever touched you. The best part? You didn't have to do a thing. You didn't curse them. You didn't chase them. You just kept rising, and that's what's haunting them the most. So I'll ask you again, how could you ever doubt your power? How could you ever question if you were protected? Even when you were at your lowest, didn't you feel something was still holding you up? Because it was. And now they feel it too, just from the other side. And we're just getting started. So, if you felt even a glimpse of what we just spoke, the shift, the silence, the storm turning, then this message is yours. Drop the number 77 in the comments to confirm that you see it now. That the mask is off. That karma isn't just knocking. It's tearing the door off the hinges. Every comment, every like, every share tells the platform, this truth is alive. Don't just watch. Help this reach the next chosen one who's still questioning if they're imagining it. You're not. They learned their lesson. Now it's time you learn yours. And trust me, what's coming next is where it gets even more real. The kind of truth that doesn't just sound good, it cuts. So if you're truly chosen, if you've felt the reversal starting to creep through the cracks of your past pain, then something in you already knows you're not going anywhere. Let's get into it. Number 1. They called the storm. Now they're drowning in it. They prayed for your downfall, danced in your pain, and laughed when they thought you were done. Now they're drowning in the storm they begged the universe to send, but forgot it was aimed at them all along. They should have left you alone. That's the truth. That's where all of this could have stopped. This could have been normal, peace, distance, maybe silence. But no, they thought mocking a chosen one would be fun. They thought plotting behind your back was a game. They thought throwing shade, whispering lies, and wishing destruction on someone divinely aligned would come with no price. And now they're paying in full, interest added. See, they didn't understand what it meant to be chosen. They looked at your flaws and thought you were fragile. They saw your silence and assumed you were weak. They mistook your isolation for punishment, not protection. They assumed because the world overlooked you, the universe had too. But the universe was never late. It was patient. It was watching. It was recording. It was calculating the exact moment to flip the storm they sent right back onto their heads. And now they're choking in the same flood they cheered for. This is what happens when someone tries to declare war on divine purpose. When they play with the peace of someone chosen, they don't just start a petty fight. They activate a force they were never built to survive. You don't attack a chosen one and walk away blessed. You don't touch sacred energy and expect to stay clean. You don't ask for someone's downfall while smiling in their face, and then cry when your own life starts crumbling. They called the storm. Now they're stuck in the middle of it. You've seen the signs. Their mind's not right. Their energy's off. Their name, once loud, now whispered in discomfort. They post less. They smile less. They're not moving the same. The people they used to impress? Gone. The fake confidence? Cracked. Their aura? Glitched. Their peace? Non-existent. They're waking up in the middle of the night, sweating, heart racing, anxious for no reason. Some of them are seeing shadows, hearing things, living in silence because they can't even trust their own thoughts anymore. That's not bad luck. That's return energy. That's the boomerang of destruction doing its rounds. Let's be clear, you didn't do this. The universe did. The same universe they pretended didn't exist when they slandered you. The same universal law they mocked when they tried to rip your spirit apart. The same alignment they laughed at called fake, while you cried yourself to sleep, wondering why they turned on you. The same force that stayed quiet when they were loud, and now roars when you say nothing. Tell me, do you still doubt it? Do you still question if you were protected? Don't lie, you did. You sat in rooms alone and asked, why is this happening to me? You begged for explanations. You cried out for answers. You wondered if you were cursed, if you were too sensitive, if maybe they were right about you. You started to lose yourself in their noise. And even while you held on, a small voice inside you kept asking, if I'm chosen, why does this feel like punishment? But it wasn't punishment. It was purification. It wasn't abandonment. It was alignment. Because while they were laughing, the universe was writing. While they were plotting, the universe was building. And when the time was right, it unleashed a storm they could never prepare for. And let's talk about that storm. This isn't just losing jobs. This isn't, oops, bad timing. No, this is full system failure. Their peace, gone. Their mind, unstable. Their connections, breaking. Their money, slipping. And the worst part? They don't even know where to start fixing it. They're trying to act normal in public while their private life crumbles under the weight of the very lies they told about you. Because here's the thing, they didn't just attack a person, they attacked purpose. They attacked someone who was placed here to shift timelines, break generational chains, and carry light in places most people can't survive. They attacked someone chosen to rise after every attempt to bury them. You think that goes unnoticed? No. That wakes up something ancient, something eternal. And when that wakes up, the entire energy around them changes. That's what they feel now. Not guilt, not regret, fear. Because something is watching them now. Something is walking beside them, the same way it walked with you. The same presence they mocked is now hovering over their own life. And they can't shake it. They can't escape the karma they invited. They can't dodge the return of energy they released. They summoned a storm, and the sky answered. Do you know how many people carry scars from battles you were never meant to survive? Do you realize how many of your enemies can't even explain why they feel like they're losing their grip? It's because they came for you. It's because they laughed at your tears. It's because they told people lies about you that became their own truth. Look around. Haven't you noticed the shift? People are starting to see. The ones who judged you are questioning what they believed. The ones who left you are realizing what they walked away from. And the ones who tried to destroy you, they're living the very nightmare they planned for you. You are the storm they called. And now they're drowning in everything they sent your way. So don't hold back your power. Don't play small to make others feel better. Don't second-guess your strength just because your path was hard. You weren't chosen for ease. You were chosen for impact. And now the weight of that impact is being felt everywhere your name was disrespected. You didn't come to prove anything. You came to survive everything. And now the proof is showing up, not in your words, but in their downfall. They called the storm. Now let them drown in it. And you rise. Number 2, they laughed while you bled. Now they're screaming while the walls close in. The same silence they left you in is now screaming in their ears. They laughed, not quietly, not respectfully, loud, shameless, open. When you were at your lowest, when your world was collapsing, when your soul was bleeding through every crack in your life, they laughed. They didn't just walk away, they clapped, they whispered, they turned your pain into a performance. They shared your struggle like gossip, turned your name into a joke, passed your wounds around like entertainment. They looked at your isolation and said, "See, no one wants them." They saw your sadness and said, "Look, they're losing it." They saw your silence and said, "They're finished." And now, those same mouths can't form words. Those same eyes are wide open in panic. Those same voices are whispering behind closed doors because they know what's coming. And it's not karma, it's justice with a long memory. See, they thought you were bleeding for attention. They thought your breakdown was for show. They saw your vulnerability and mistook it for weakness. But what they never realized was this: the universe keeps receipts. And when someone makes a mockery out of pain that was sacred, personal, transformational, that pain turns into fire. That fire turns into pressure. And that pressure, it returns. Now the walls are closing in on them, and this time no one's laughing. You feel that shift, the quiet around them, the sudden change in energy. That's the same silence they left you in. Now it's following them. They don't post like they used to. They don't talk like they used to. They don't have that boldness they used to fake. Why? Because they're not just scared of exposure. They're scared of the truth finally catching up. They're scared because they know the storm isn't done yet. You want to know why it hurts, why it still stings, even after all this time. Because some of the people who laughed, you loved, you trusted them, you gave them access. You gave them your story, and they gave it to strangers. That betrayal, that's what makes this real. But here's the truth they'll never say out loud. They need your downfall to make their life feel whole. Because your rise terrifies them. Because if you ever healed, if you ever stood tall in your full power, they'd be exposed as cowards, as liars, as frauds. They weren't better than you. They were just louder during your storm. But now that the storm has shifted, they're not laughing anymore. And you, yes, you, stop pretending you didn't feel this. Stop acting like you're surprised. Stop gaslighting yourself into thinking they didn't mean it. They meant it. They enjoyed it. And that's exactly why this shift is happening now. The universe isn't petty, it's precise. And when it decides that the show is over, it pulls the curtain back. Now everyone sees who they really are. Now their own friends whisper behind their backs. Now their support system is crumbling the same way they hoped yours would. Remember when they said you were too much, too dramatic, too unstable? Now they can't hold a conversation without spiraling. Now they can't sit in silence without losing their grip. That's not coincidence. That's echo. It's the echo of every joke they made while you were bleeding. It's the echo of every eye roll, every fake concern, every lie they told when you had no energy to defend yourself. And now, the energy has turned. So don't you dare shrink now. Don't you dare question whether you're allowed to rise. Don't you dare feel guilty for glowing when they're falling apart. Because they weren't innocent. They weren't confused. They were cruel. And now they're being corrected. You didn't ask for this revenge, but the universe gives out what was earned. You just kept healing. You just kept walking. And now that the noise has stopped, now that the dust is settling, it's their own shadows screaming back at them. They laughed while you bled. Now they're gasping while the walls close in. Let them. You owe them nothing. No response. No reaction, no reminder. You just keep rising. Because your survival wasn't just strength, it was a sentence, and they're serving every second of it now. Number 3, they declared war on your spirit, but you had allies they couldn't see. They weren't fighting you, they were fighting a force their ego couldn't comprehend. They thought it was just you, just one person, just one target. They looked at your silence and mistook it for weakness. They saw your heartbreak and called it a breakdown. They counted your isolation as defeat. They thought, we can break this one. But what they didn't see, what they couldn't see, is that when someone is chosen, they never walk alone. You weren't unarmed. You were just covered. You weren't broken. You were being backed by something they couldn't recognize. Because the universe doesn't send the chosen into battle empty. It sends them with armor, alignment, and ancestors standing shoulder to shoulder with their destiny. And that's what they didn't account for. They thought they were fighting a wounded person. They didn't realize they were declaring war on divine alignment. They thought it was about hurting your feelings, damaging your reputation, sabotaging your growth. But the second they came for your spirit, they didn't just cross a line. They opened a war zone they weren't built to survive. They didn't understand spiritual law. They didn't understand how protection works. They didn't realize that everything surrounding your life, even your silence, was strategic. And now, the backlash isn't coming from you. It's coming from everything that stands with you. Because they weren't just fighting your emotions. They were fighting timing, purpose, energy, all the invisible forces that shield the chosen. And when that happens, there's no winning. Because ego may make them bold, but ego doesn't protect anyone from truth. And now, the truth is here, and it's undeniable. Why do you think everything in their life is glitching? Why do you think the doors they used to walk through are now locked? Why do you think the people who used to follow them are backing away? Because the universe doesn't let you attack someone on assignment and continue like nothing happened. You attack the chosen, you activate their covering. And when the covering moves, it doesn't play games, it cleans house. And let's talk about that covering. You ever wonder why you didn't fully break? Why, even in your lowest moment, something held you together? Why you felt like giving up, but something in you wouldn't let go? That something was your spiritual defense, the armor built for your purpose. The reason the energy they sent didn't land. You didn't survive that storm by luck. You were protected by design. And still, you doubted. You questioned your strength. You told yourself maybe you were imagining things. You wondered why you kept losing people, why you were always the one under attack. But now that the truth is showing itself, do you finally see what you were carrying? They saw you as small, but your presence made their demons nervous. They thought you were weak, but your energy triggered every fake mask in the room. They wanted you to believe you were alone, but the universe had your back the entire time. They tried to turn people against you. They tried to isolate you. But isolation for a chosen one isn't exile. It's elevation in disguise. Because while they thought you were falling apart, you were being upgraded. And while they were gathering weapons against you, the universe was sharpening yours. Let them panic now. Let them feel the shift. Because what's happening to them, it's not bad luck. It's divine response. They declared war on your spirit. But your spirit wasn't alone. It was reinforced, recalibrated, and resurrected by a force their shallow minds couldn't comprehend. And now they're realizing you weren't the battlefield, you were the boundary. So let them fall. Let them feel the silence. Let them drown in the very energy they tried to bury you in. You never had to fight them. Your alignment did the fighting for you. You just had to stay alive long enough to watch it all return. They wanted to destroy you. But what they really did was introduce themselves to the power that protects you. And now they're paying the price for trying to shake hands with something divine while moving in darkness. You weren't fighting back. You were being backed. And now, they're not fighting you. They're fighting the consequence of underestimating what you carry. Number 4, you didn't just trigger them, you exposed them. You didn't come for their image. You just stood in truth, and the masks fell on their own. Let's get this straight. You didn't even lift a finger. You didn't need to. You didn't throw dirt. You didn't scheme. You didn't gossip. All you did was exist. And somehow, that alone caused a whole ecosystem of fakes to collapse. Why? Because your light didn't just shine, it exposed. It wasn't just your strength that bothered them, it was your truth. And the thing about truth? It doesn't shout. It doesn't need an audience. It just is. And when it shows up, anything that's built on lies starts to shake. You didn't try to ruin them. You didn't even mention them. But your energy walked into a space, and every mask started melting. Because that's what real alignment does. It doesn't compete. It doesn't mimic. It stands still and reveals what isn't real. And that's what made them hate you. They were never mad at you for doing too much. They were mad at you for doing nothing. Mad that you walked in without needing approval. Mad that you had presence without performance. Mad that you had peace they couldn't fake. You didn't destroy their image. You just exposed their insecurity. Your confidence called out their show. Your calm exposed their chaos. Your growth made their stagnation obvious. Your light highlighted their shadows. And they couldn't stand it. So they turned your name into a warning sign. They started telling people you were unstable, fake, difficult, dangerous, all because you made it impossible for them to pretend. They had a reputation to protect, and you were the truth walking in human form. Let me ask you something. Why do you think people who barely know you had so much to say about you? Why do you think people who were once close to you flipped without warning? Why do you think every time you stepped into your power, they got uncomfortable? Because you weren't just triggering them, you were exposing everything they tried to keep hidden. You showed up with scars. They were still pretending they had none. You admitted your darkness. They were hiding behind spiritual costumes. You walked in honest. They were performing righteousness. And when people saw you, they started looking at them a little differently. And that scared the hell out of them. You didn't steal their spotlight. You just proved it was artificial. And once the comparison was side by side, they couldn't survive it. That's why they tried to take you down. That's why they tried to flip the script and call you the fake one. Because once real energy shows up, fake energy goes on defense. They couldn't control how others saw you, so they lied louder. But lies have short breath. And now, the masks they wore for years are peeling off in public. People are noticing. People are whispering. People are starting to see that the one they called unstable is glowing, grounded, and moving different. While the one who claimed to be solid is spiraling, snapping, and trying to hold together a version of themselves that never actually existed. And let's be real, you still doubt yourself sometimes. You still wonder if you're too much. You still replay the way they turned people against you. You still catch yourself holding back just to not make others uncomfortable. But let me ask you, was it really you that made them uncomfortable? Or was it what you reflected back to them? Was it your confidence or their lack of it? Was it your healing or the fact that they refused to start theirs? Because your energy doesn't lie. And now that the dust is settling, people can finally see who was who. You were the mirror, and mirrors don't create problems. They just show what's already there. So stop dimming. Stop apologizing for your power. Stop wondering if you should have kept quiet to keep fake people comfortable. Because you didn't start the war, you just walked in wearing peace, and their masks fell like dominoes. They thought they could hide behind a false image forever. But your presence pulled the curtain. You didn't come for their image. You didn't come to expose them. You just stood in truth, and the lie couldn't survive next to it. Let them panic. Let them scramble. Let them twist the story. Because no matter how loud they get, the truth already won. And you didn't even have to lift a hand. You just had to stand. Number 5. They tried to rewrite your story, but the universe had final edit. They wrote the lie, now they're trapped in the plot twist. They thought they had the pen. They thought they could control the narrative. They really believed that if they told enough people their version of your life, your truth would disappear. They spun stories, twisted facts, exaggerated wounds, and painted you as the villain in a book they never had the right to write. And for a while, it worked. People believed them. People pulled away. You lost connections, opportunities, respect, all based on lies wrapped in fake concern and laced with quiet envy. But what they didn't know was this. The universe doesn't let false authors finish divine stories. They may have written the first draft of destruction, but the final edit, that belongs to something much higher. And now the plot has flipped. And guess who's getting written out? You didn't have to beg anyone to believe you. You didn't have to defend yourself in every room they tried to stain your name in. Because when you're chosen, your name carries weight, even in silence. Your energy tells the truth without needing a single word. And the same people who believed the lies, they're starting to question everything. Because your story didn't end in tragedy like they promised. You didn't crash. You didn't self-destruct. You rose, and your glow is making the lies fall apart. They're trapped now, trapped in the story they wrote. Because when they lied about you, they weren't just speaking, they were creating energy. And energy demands resolution. Now it's circling back. And they're stuck living in the false version of reality they tried to push onto you. They said you were unstable, now they're breaking down. They said you were a problem, now they're surrounded by conflict. They said you were the manipulator, now no one trusts them. Everything they projected is bouncing back, and it's loud. Why? Because they tampered with divine authorship. They forgot you weren't writing your own story alone. They forgot the universe edits in silence and then reveals everything in perfect timing. And now that timing has arrived. You, the one they tried to erase, are now the centerpiece of a story they can't escape. You didn't have to prove anything. You just had to outlive the lie. And now your presence is the proof they can't bury. You know what hurts the most for them? You didn't clap back. You didn't break down in public. You didn't stoop to their level. You just kept moving, quietly, consistently, divinely. And that's what makes them panic now, because they can't stop the truth from rising. And they can't hide from the fact that they tried to bury it. They tried to rewrite the story, but the universe pressed delete. Let's be honest though, you did question yourself. You wondered if the lie would stick. You saw people pull away and thought maybe it was your fault. You got tired of explaining, tired of watching people believe twisted versions of you. You almost gave up trying to be understood, and that's okay. Because chosen ones don't always get the luxury of being seen clearly at first. Sometimes the story has to go dark before the light makes sense. Sometimes the betrayal has to play out before the blessing arrives. But look at you now, still here, still rising, still written into a future they'll never be able to touch. So stop worrying about your name. Stop chasing truth. Stop hoping they'll fix what they broke. They can't. Because the moment they distorted your story, they gave up their right to be part of your future chapters. Let them live in the lie. Let them sit in the script they created. Because the real story, it was never about their opinion. It was about your survival. And the universe is showing everyone. You were never the villain. You were the main character. And the only twist here is that you win. Number 6. They wanted you to break loud, but you healed quiet. They needed your reaction. You gave them results. They were waiting for the crash. Not just any crash, your crash. They wanted the fireworks, the meltdown, the breakdown that would prove every lie they told about you. They were hoping you'd lose your mind in public, lash out, scream, cry, beg, just once, so they could say, "See, told you they were unstable, told you they were crazy, told you they were fake." But you didn't give them the show. You gave them silence. You gave them distance. You gave them the kind of peace that terrifies people who only feel powerful in chaos. They wanted you to break loud. Instead, you healed in a silence that's now louder than any lie they ever told. You pulled back. You went still. You let them talk. You didn't chase down the rumors. You didn't correct the whispers. You didn't try to out-explain the noise. You let them believe they won, and that was your power move. Because behind the scenes, while they were watching your name, you were watching your growth. Your mind got clearer. Your energy got sharper. Your light started to stretch into places they couldn't follow. And now, that silence they took for weakness is haunting them, because they thought they ended your story. But instead, your evolution became the sequel they didn't see coming. They're looking at you now and asking questions they never thought they'd have to ask. How are they still rising? Why are people drawn to them again? Why does their name still carry weight after everything we did? You know why. Because while they were watching for drama, the universe was preparing your comeback. And nothing makes your enemies more uncomfortable than seeing you thrive without ever responding to them. You didn't clap back, you leveled up. You didn't drag them through the mud. You let their own energy do that. Now your peace is louder than their gossip. Your glow is exposing their bitterness. And your silence? It's speaking volumes they can't shut down. Let's be honest, you wanted to react. You wanted to call it out. You wanted to say, I see you. I know what you're doing. I know what you said. But something in you said, no, stay still. Let the universe handle this. And that voice, that higher pull, was right. Because had you responded, you would have delayed your own rise. You would have gotten tangled in battles that weren't yours to fight. You would have stood in rooms too small for your purpose. Instead, you stood back, and now you stand taller than ever. And here's the twist they never expected. Your healing is dragging their name further than your words ever could. Your progress is turning every lie into dust. Your stability is burning holes through every label they tried to stick on you. They can't outrun your growth, because every time you rise, it reminds the world they tried to stop you. Every time you elevate, it calls attention to the fact that they couldn't. They had their moment. But you have momentum now, and that's something their clout can't compete with. You see, they underestimated the kind of silence that chosen ones move in. Not silence out of fear, not silence out of weakness. Silence out of power. Silence because you knew that while they were shouting for attention, you were becoming the very thing they feared most. Undeniable. And now they feel it. They scroll past your face and flinch. They hear your name and stiffen. They watch your wins pile up, and everyone feels like a hit to the chest. You didn't expose them with receipts. You exposed them with results. That's the part they'll never recover from. Because anyone can argue a rumor, but no one can argue what they can see with their own eyes. So the next time you question whether your silence mattered, remember they were counting on your noise. They were waiting on your downfall. But the real plot twist? You healed quietly, and now your very existence is the loudest revenge there is. Number 7. They built a fire for you. Now they're begging for rain. The fire didn't consume you, it crowned you. Now it's consuming them. They built it with their own hands, dragged wood soaked in jealousy, piled it high with gossip, hate, betrayal, lit the match with a smirk, confident, cocky, convinced they were about to watch you burn. They circled the fire, waiting for the screams, waiting for your collapse, waiting for your life to go up in flames so they could say, "See? I told you they couldn't survive." But you didn't burn. You transformed. Because you weren't in that fire for destruction. You were in it for purification. You weren't being reduced. You were being refined. What they didn't realize was that they didn't light your end. They sparked your rebirth. You were never the victim of their flames. You were the weapon being forged in them. That's the thing about chosen ones. We don't panic in heat. We don't melt under pressure. We get sharper. We get quieter. We get deadlier to doubt. They thought the fire would expose your weakness. Instead, it revealed your power. And now the fire's turned. It's not coming for you. it's coming for them. Because when you set a fire with malicious intent, that energy doesn't disappear, it multiplies. They thought they were clever, setting traps with smoke. Thought no one would notice them striking the match behind the scenes. But energy sees it all. The universe saw them laugh at your ashes before they even formed, saw them plot in shadows and call it concern. And now, the flames they built for you, they're dancing at their feet. And this time, there's no shield, no audience, no cover story, just consequences. They're begging for rain now, scrambling for relief, trying to fix what they fueled. But the fire has no mercy for the ones who set it. And you walk through smoke with grace. You wear your scars like armor. You speak from the other side of the fire, glowing, because you didn't come out weaker, you came out unshakable. You ever notice how much calmer you are now? How less reactive? That's because the fire burned off what didn't belong to you. The pain, the doubt, the old identity. It scorched what was false and revealed what was real. And what's real is this. You were forged in something they couldn't survive for 5 minutes. They tried to play with heat they couldn't control. And now their life is smoldering, their peace cracked, their lies unraveling, their reputation dry grass in the wind, crumbling under the pressure they thought they'd passed on to you. That's the price of playing with fire you weren't meant to touch. And let's not lie, you questioned it. When the flames started licking at your edges, you asked, why me? Why does it hurt this much? Why is everyone turning away while I'm burning? But now you know, you weren't being punished, you were being crowned by the very thing they thought would destroy you, because the universe doesn't just protect the chosen, it tests them. It throws them into fire so that when they rise, there's no doubt what they're made of. And now that you're out of it, now that the smoke has cleared, they can't deny your glow, they can't deny your survival. And worst of all, they can't deny that their hands built the very thing that exposed them. They thought the fire was their weapon, but it became your origin story. So let them beg for rain, let them plead for mercy. Because what's happening now, that's the universe flipping the script. The fire didn't consume you. It announced you, and now it's consuming them. Number 8, karma isn't cruel, it's customized. The universe doesn't do random, it delivers exactly what was earned. They thought karma was some fairy tale, they thought energy had no memory, they thought they could betray you in private and celebrate in public, throw dirt on your name and walk away clean. But what they didn't understand is this. Karma isn't cruel, it's customized. You don't just get back what you gave, you get it back wrapped in everything you used to send it. The lies, the gossip, the malice, the smugness, the hands that wrote the betrayal, now shaking. The lips that twisted your truth, now silent. The mind that plotted your downfall, now spiraling. This is what happens when people forget you can't curse a chosen one and call it closure. You don't touch what's protected and expect a peaceful life. You don't spit on divine energy and then pray for grace. But that's exactly what they did. And now, the universe is responding, not with pity, not with revenge, but with precision. Every consequence they're facing. That's not coincidence. That's calculation. That's the universe saying, oh, you thought we weren't paying attention? You thought your mask fooled everyone? You thought spiritual law was just for Instagram quotes? No. The same way you sent that darkness is the same way it's walking back into your life, fully dressed and carrying your name. And you, the one reading this, you better stop doubting your power. You better stop pretending you didn't feel it shift. You better stop acting like the universe wasn't watching the whole damn time. Because the reason they're falling apart now, it's not because you fought them. It's because you didn't. You stayed aligned. You kept your hands clean. You focused on healing, and while they were laughing, the energy was loading. You didn't need to throw a curse. You didn't need to chant, burn sage or hex. You just had to survive. You just had to not become like them. And that's why the backlash is so brutal, because the universe is making a statement through your silence. This is the moment you stop asking, why did they do that to me? This is the moment you stop replaying the pain and start recognizing the power it activated. They thought they were breaking you, but all they did was reveal what couldn't be broken. You didn't come out of that storm crying. You came out crowned. You didn't fall apart. You were rebuilt. And now their karma is watching your glow rise like a blade over their lies. Let that sink in. They used their free will to play in your downfall. They used their mouth to twist your story. They used your vulnerability as ammo, and now their life is showing them what that cost. No, karma isn't cruel. Karma is the most patient executioner alive. It waits, it watches, it lets them laugh, it lets them build, and just when they think they've escaped it, it drops the weight of everything they threw at you, right on their own neck. So don't you dare feel bad. Don't you dare wonder if maybe it's too harsh. Because what they did, it wasn't a mistake. It was intentional. And now they're learning that you can't manufacture pain and not expect it to echo. You were never the one in danger. They were. The moment they touched you with that energy, they signed up for a storm they were never designed to survive. So, let it hit. Let the karma rip through every illusion they built. Let it erase every fake version of them they tried to feed the world. Let it show everyone who they really are without you having to say a word. Because that's the final lesson here. You don't have to defend what's divinely preserved. You don't have to scream your innocence. The universe already knows, and the universe always settles the score. But now I'm talking to you. Yes, you. Stop doubting what you carry. Stop pretending you're regular. Stop shrinking to make room for people who were never built to understand your depth. Stop looking at your pain and calling it punishment. That pain didn't break you. It built you. It made you unshakable. It exposed the fakes. It revealed your resilience. And now, it's setting the stage for your full emergence. So walk like you're backed by alignment, because you are. Walk like you're untouchable, because in energy, you are. Walk like you've been through hell and walked out glowing, because you did. Let your light offend. Let your silence convict. Let your blessings slap their lies in the face. And let karma keep doing what karma does best, returning every seed they sowed in your name with interest. Because this isn't just about revenge, it's about restoration. And every time you win, every time you rise, every time you smile in peace, you're proving something they were terrified to admit. You were chosen, you were covered, and now you're unstoppable. And so now we've seen it for what it truly is, not karma as punishment, but karma as proof. Proof that you were never alone. Proof that everything they did only built the stage for your rise. They wrote the lie, but the universe published the truth. Now it's your time to walk boldly in what was always yours. If this message lit a fire in your spirit, like this video, subscribe for more truth the fake ones can't stand, and drop 77 in the comments if you're claiming your power back. And most of all, share this with another chosen one who needs the reminder.